Come on, laugh. It's supposed to be funny. Yeah. Yeah. I'm so awesome that they had to fucking troll me in text, and now they distracted me, and now I'm over there talking about liver sausage on raisin bread with mayo. Fucking good, by the way. Yeah, see, like they're talking about cheese. Like I'm from Wisconsin, man. You can't talk about cheese and not get me engaged, but they're doing it only in text. Like, dude, Chad, fucking speak up. Talk about cheese in here. Like,
Do you know what the most expensive cheese is?
the most expensive? I don't know, but like, what I'm telling you is you gotta have real cheese, like not like bullshit cheese. Most of the United States, like, literally gets bullshit cheese most of the time.
I don't think bulls make cheese, but I could be wrong.
No, I'm talking about like shitty quality cheese. Like it's not like actual, like it's not aged for a period of time. It's not like, I mean, you're basically talking about like oil based, fast processed bullshit. Like with most of the country, like
You don't even know what the most expensive cheese is. How am I supposed to take your word on quality cheese?
most
Yeah,
expensive, the
we
most
can't. We don't.
expensive cheese, I guarantee it's probably got something to do with something that you're not allowed to have in the United States. Like
Nope.
some weird cheeses like that maggot cheese that's probably really expensive.
RC.
Comes from jackasses.
RC there. I got the dopest Coriolis argument you ever fucking heard, bro.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, bro.
I mean, you guys want to keep talking about cheese, or
Nah, go ahead, bro. You and RC get it on.
It was dead. We can go on about
I only got
Coriolis.
like 2 minutes, so it's saying RC is mad difficult usually, so I don't think I have time to do it right now. But you can go on with the cheese talk.
Yeah, he ain't gonna talk. I'm in the room, bro. He's scared of me, bro.
If you're trying to entice them, I'm just saying, like these. Look, I'm telling you. Okay, so like, we're the cheese state up here in Wisconsin. California actually makes a lot of good cheeses too. But it's a huge state, like 5 times, 6 times the size of Wisconsin, something like that. And most of their shit is like factory farmed bullshit. Like we have like a lot of like small dairies, like in the middle of nowhere, where you're gonna get like specialized cheeses and shit like that. All the biggest cheeses from around the world are mimicked, at least here in Wisconsin, and oftentimes improved upon and done better. Like there's so many dairies you'd be blown. Like just they're small name dairies that specialize in certain things, and they're very unique. Like even if you were to watch like those cooking programs or whatever else, like the big chefs around the world, they'll tell you like they like to source their cheeses from Wisconsin very often. You might want to go to France or might want to go to Italy or whatever, but like Wisconsin cheeses are like literally like small group, like small batch.
You
like,
ever had a Vermunder cheese?
Yeah. I've got some on my balls right now. You want to try some?
I thought I had you, dude. I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah, dick cheese. We call it that.
Yeah. But nah, supposedly the most expensive cheese comes from fucking donkeys. No bullshit.
I find if that's the most expensive, man, like I'm not gonna like be first in line to try it. Like, you know,
Right. Could be some fucking bull cheese or something. You never
yeah. There's some crazy cheeses out there. Like literally, like I was talking about earlier. There's like a maggot cheese that like they do in Scandinavia somewhere, I think. Where literally they have flies infect the batch and it has to age for a certain amount of time where they like lay their eggs in there and create maggots, and that's like what makes the cheese. It's illegal in the United States to sell it. Like if it wasn't illegal, Wisconsin would do it.
Yeah. Fucking my friend went to Mexico one time to go visit family and came back and brought some goat cheese and shit, and I tried it, dude. And I was fucking sick like for like a day straight.
Yeah, but no, we got. I mean, like I'm sure if you want to pay a bunch or whatever, you can. No matter what state you're in, you can get some good cheese probably, but it's gonna come likely from Wisconsin or be even more expensive and come from, you know, Europe, whatever, or whatever else. But I know this from traveling in the United States. Like if I go to the South, go to Colorado, order a pizza. We know because we're from Wisconsin. Like when we order a pizza, we're gonna have a lot of cheese on it. But we go to the Southwest, we order double cheese, no matter what, because we know that they're gonna skimp on the cheese. We ordered a pizza and it was like literally like a single layer of cheese, and it only made its way to, there was like 3 inches of crust before the cheese made its way there. We're like, hold on, we ordered double cheese for this pizza. This is not double cheese. We're from Wisconsin. Like, cheese fills the whole pizza. First of all, like double cheese means like twice as thick. You know, like we made them take that fucking pizza back and recook us a new one with extra cheese, like we ordered. Like, if you're from the Southwest or you're from places that just aren't used to that, like you don't get it. Like, no, we want our fucking cheese.
I'm literally about to eat some cheese right now.
Dude, cheese is so good for you, by the way, too. Like, it's like fermented and or aged, or I guess would be more proper. Like aged dairy and stuff. Like, there's a lot of probiotics in there that's good for your stomach and helps you to digest things better. And there's a lot of misinformation that went around for the last decades about like saturated and unsaturated fats, and like how like butter and cheese was bad for you, or like red meat and shit like that. Turns out that shit's all untrue. All untrue. Why do you think the old timers that farmed the land and had like a 3-egg breakfast, like lived so long while smoking a pack of cigarettes a day? Like
Because the food had real nutrition.
Yeah.
Dude, Kai hates on cheese so much, bro. Because I love cheese like on everything.
Let me say something.
No, cheese is good. Like people are like afraid of it because they've been told it's mold. It's mold. Like, first of all, like any mold that can grow on cheese is not harmful to you. Like literally, if it's blue, you can eat it. like right there on the cheese. You can. I don't do it myself. I still cut that shit off, but it can't. Supposedly, it can't really actually hurt you. Like it's probably actually really good for you.
You ever had fresh nipple cheese?
Fresh nipple cheese is this like fermented cheese or no?
No, that's real shit, bro. Yeah, true story.
Dude, you were hating on goat cheese, bro. Like I've never had goat cheese, but goat milk is incredible.
It's like bull milk. High in vitamin D. So that's all you got on cheese, huh?
That's pretty cheesy.
Definitely not easy.
Cringe.
It's a Cheetos thing. Has anyone else ever seen those commercials, those Cheetos commercials with that like Mexican fucking, I think he's like a rapper or something, I don't know. So annoying.
Rapper.
And then at the end he's all it's a Cheetos thing.
Yeah.
It's fucking horrible, bro.
I think he's a rapper or something. That's so funny.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about or what?
Yeah, the cheetah with sunglasses, man.
Yeah, it's a guy, right? Like some fucking Mexican.
I don't know. It's a cheetah, man.
Chester Cheetah is not a Mexican.
How do you know, man? His name is Chester.
By the way, that's not cheese. That's on this shit. Anyway, no,
It
the whole
says it comes from Wisconsin.
Does it actually taste different or something? Like,
dude, it's all like MSG powdered fucking bullshit. Like that's on a Cheeto. Like I think you.
I'm saying, like, does Wisconsin cheese actually like taste different?
No, it's not like you can taste the state in the cheese. I'm just saying that what's unique about Wisconsin cheese is that we do so many different ones from small dairies, like all the stuff that pretty much this community loves, like buying local or buying like supporting like American made or like just family farms and homesteading and stuff like that. Like that's where a lot of that's pretty much what most of our dairies are. So like they're small, like it's not like a corporation. They're just small family farms where they have a product that they sell, and we got a ton of them.
That's cool. I used to always think like, bro, like, what's really going on in your state? Your NFL team's like mascot is just a dude wearing cheese on his head.
No, that's totally untrue. By the way, what is the Green Bay Packers? What is a Green Bay Packer? What is a Packer? What does that mean?
A bunch of people that wear cheese on their head at the football stadium.
No, it has to do with meat packing. Actually,
wow, this just got so gay. It was so much cooler. I didn't even know it was possible. It was cooler when I thought it was about cheese, man.
Yeah, no, it's not about cheese at all.
Well, I came out of left field, dude. Like, well, you guys are so incredibly inconsistent.
Dude, that foam cheese head you're talking about though. There was a guy who was in a plane crash, or he was the lone survivor of a plane crash. And while the plane was going down, he put on his foam cheese hat and he survived it. And he filmed it on his fucking smartphone. Like, dude, he was the only survivor of a fucking plane crash, and he put on his cheese hat to die.
Imagine if they implemented that across fucking the whole nation. Everyone had to wear a fucking cheese hat on the fucking plane. That would suck, dude.
Yeah.
How many men does it take to fill every hole on a cheese hat?
Bro, you're really into some gay stuff here lately, huh?
I'm just trying to fuck with you. You're the one who's all like homophobic.
Why would I be scared of the same? I just made a baby with my penis. I'm just wondering why you're really into the gay stuff lately. Like,
wait, no, hold on. What? How did your penis come into this? Like,
I'm saying I just made a baby
yeah.
with my penis.
I'm pretty confused about that.
All of a sudden now it's like, who's being homophobic now?
I'm just curious. Like, I don't know. You're trying to over sexualize conversations, possibly.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're curious.
Wait,
Bi-curious.
screaming and cussing about how you're picking on me.
I mean, we literally just got done talking about how a foam hat fucking saves somebody from dying in a plane crash, and you're like, my penis.
Right? What's going on with you lately, Wits?
What'd you say?
Homo say what?
Probably holding his penis.
You say what's going on with my baby?
What? What the
Ty
fuck?
walked in, was talking to me. He got triggered because like I was trying to talk to you guys at the same time.
Awkward.
All big jokes aside, man. Why are you being a dick?
You know, my baby said I love you a few days ago.
Oh, that's rad.
Dude, she legit said I love you. Kai, didn't she say I love you? Dude, the ballers were saying I lied about that. They literally said I lied about it.
Why would you lie?
They're not in right now, I don't think, but like all of them were saying that I lied. They went and looked it up. They're like the soonest a baby's ever said it.
There's videos of a two-month-old saying I love you.
Yeah.
Now, can they repeat it on demand? No.
All right.
Say it.
She like straight up said I love you back to me. Like objective.
How old is she now?
Like,
For 4.5 months.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Maybe they meant she was lying. Maybe they meant she was lying.
Nah, they straight up pretended I lied about her saying it or something. I'm like, what? Me
No,
and Kai like freaked out when she said it.
I'm not gonna take away from that. No, I don't doubt that she said it. Like, my daughter also did a lot of the same stuff. They learn, especially if you have good parents like you and Kai. They learn a lot very fast, and but they also like to mimic. So like if I'm guessing,
I love you to her at least 1,000 times.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw it 300 times, but like she was like, I was playing with her. I was doing this thing that makes her laugh really hard, and she was just like so happy and having so much fun that she didn't think about it. She just said it back. I was like, I love you. And she's like, I love you. But like whenever I say, can you say I love you? You can see her start thinking about it, and she'll try to say it a lot of times, but she won't really do it very well. But when she didn't think about it, she just straight up said it.
It's amazing, dude.
Yeah, it was very cool.
What if she
I
just
was like she's already like, I've been curious because I've never really followed.
we know you're curious, bro.
No, I'm telling you, dude, I've got so many kids and grandbabies, bro. It's like I've never followed like the clean, for I ain't trying to get all into detail, but the clean ones, see what's possible. And it just doesn't surprise me, man. I like these little updates and shit, bro. They're already coming, bro. In a couple months, bro, she's already excelling. Congrats, bro.
Anything. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's not like she's like super special in that sense. It's just that she's like left alone. You know what I mean? You know how like everyone always like I get really annoyed when people like want to talk about how they're like kids like the smartest kid or like so I try not to say.
My daughter is super fucking intelligent, but she's not that special. Like it's true. Like I know there's. It's funny. Like to excel in this world, all you have to do is be better than average. Like to be, in fact, probably doing what should be expected. It makes you excel in this world, especially at a young age. If you have good parents that are interactive in your life, in your upbringing, in your education, then you're going to do well, especially at those early ages, right? Like
I keep thinking you're done, Lou. Sorry.
I'm pretty much done. But yeah, I think
I wanted to ask Austin, man. Do you have a baby calendar? Like it's a calendar like you could put stickers on. They're real cheap, dude. They're only like a couple bucks, but it's got like baby's first food, baby's first words, and like first talk. But I didn't never use the stickers except for like first food and shit. But I just used it as like a little diary, and I wrote in there for my son and my daughter. I got her a different one, and they love that shit, dude. When they get older and they see it, like it's like, and it helps you like remember shit. It's like it's a calendar and a diary, like all in one. You write down when they took their first steps or when they tried to sit up, this and that. Real cool to look back at, bro. I'm sure Kai's all over it, but I recommend it if y'all haven't yet. Yeah, get one of them little, or just any calendar, bro, and write on it. Keep everything documented in one place. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, those milestones are something to reflect back on for sure. We didn't really do that ourselves, but I think even more importantly though is like literally just always pushing your child to the next level. Like get your child reading early, long before preschool, kindergarten age. Like give them some simple learning to read books, like rhyming things like cat, hat, bat, fat, tat, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like they like flat. Yes.
I mean, we're not counting it because it's not like she's repeating the phrase and saying it all the time now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't necessarily count that. Like if she was able to, she has tried to say I love you dude, she first tried to say it like just over 2 months. She mimicked the syllables exactly, but she just doesn't have the ability to like articulate at that age. She still doesn't really, but that's why we were so like, it sounded just like it. Like if I had recorded it and played it in here, you would know without me telling you anything what she said. Like she said, I love you. But
awesome.
I just don't know that she's going to keep saying it.
Of course.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if she's not just able to just say it like on the spot right now, like I don't know.
Bro, she's obviously trying to mock you. Like when you said you say it, she gets the syllables right, and so she's obviously getting better at it. Just from the little updates I've heard from you, she's literally getting better at trying to talk, whether she understands it or not. She's making a conscious effort to talk, bro. That's awesome, dude. It's crazy at that age. Crazy.
There's no doubt about that. Yeah. Sure. She said, I love you, and she said, I love you.
Like, and Kai, like, probably the two of them are already doing it, but a lot of parents, they they kind of treat their child as just a baby or just a child. Like, no, like literally talk to your child and like make sure that you're using your words in a way where you're like showing your mouth, like you're like how words are formed and stuff like that. Like that.
So I try to make it where she can see I can tell she actually watches your mouth to try to learn. And yeah, you're not supposed to like baby talk them.
Yeah,
I mean, but there's to an extent, you know, I'm still like, did you know? Like I talk softer, like softer than I would talk to like another dude. You know, I'm like, did you know you're like the most beautiful baby ever? You know, like, but yeah, like you're supposed to not baby talk them for sure.
Positive vibes there. That's cool. Positive vibes.
Yeah.
And then with the rhymes, you got wall, tall, mall, not a ball. I mean,
dude, you probably heard the story, but and you're about to have them. But like with my daughter, there's been a few times growing up where she just said some amazing things that blew my mind. It's like I couldn't believe that it was coming out of a girl the age that she was. You know, like when she was like 2, almost 3, she said something super smart. I forget what it was. And I said to her, I was like, wow, that's like that. And this was at an age where like, you know, parents understand, but you know, the neighbor or the uncle or whatever might be like, what did she say? You know, like, but she was very articulate to me, and she said something very astute. And I said, I was like, wow, that's really smart. Like,
dude, my son.
I was like, wow, that's really smart. Like, where did you come up with something like that? And she said, well, I know a lot of things and I could help a lot of people, but a lot of times they don't know my words. And
that's funny, man. That's hilarious. That makes you think, don't it?
Dude, it made me think. Like, I'm like, what the fuck are you? I'm like, what the fuck?
Dude, my son couldn't say C's, I guess, when he was really torn. And like remote, he said gamote. But dude, my grandbaby took the cake the other day when the balloon ran out of freaking it was a couple days old and it was just floating there. And it wasn't sinking and it wasn't rising. And I always give her these balloons and everything. They're like floating balloons. And she's like, Papa, my balloon's tired. The balloon wasn't floating up. She said her balloon's tired, bro. That was the fucking funniest shit, dude. They say crazy things, man. Shit I'll never forget. The balloon's tired because it ain't floating.
Yeah, man, dude. Watching your child grow up is like, dude. People who haven't done it, there's so many in this community. Like they talk big words, you know. They pretend about their whole like family and their conservative like outlook and everything. But so many of them have never like made a child. Like they don't have one. And I'm telling you, you'll never understand it until you do.
I told my son, get back in there and finish cleaning your room, boy. He's like, that's enough I could do. Bro, I had to let him off the hook just for coming up with words like that. That's enough I can do, Dad.
Dude. Now, kids are when you have a child, and you realize that they are like a real person, like independent from you, and that they have their own thought, and that they're special. They're even more special than you probably think you are. Like you start living for them instead of for yourself. Your entire life aspect, your whole ideal changes. All of your meaning has to do with them.
Yeah, already. Yeah, it's already like that. Yeah, like it's so crazy, man. It trips me out so much. And she's just like such a cute little baby. It's like, it's really crazy. I'm like in love with her, you know. But like it is sounds cliche, but it's real. It's like that you can't really understand it until you actually like see them, and then you like see them regularly, and you're just like, what? And like it's like, dude, I would like kill someone for you without even thinking twice. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like this weird thing, that like, yeah,
Yeah, exactly, bro. Just the thought of something bad happening to him makes you want to kill yourself, dude. It's like it's something you have to experience it, bro. We could put it in words as good as we can try, but it's not the same as experiencing it, bro. It's definitely, I'm with you on that.
yeah. And it's just so cool because I get to like teach her things, so it's gonna be cool. I'm excited. I want to make a lot of them. Just letting her body kind of recuperate. It's been 4 months though.
Well, hey, the whole lot of them, like, good for you, go for it. But just want you to know that the first one will be the most special because that's the one that's the one that you're going to put the most into. After that, you're going to have this one.
Oh man, that's hard to say, bro. I'm like my last one's I don't want to say favorite. It's hard to pick favorite, but yeah, first one there's always going to be something special there. But bro, it fucking varies, man. It really varies.
So was your first one a boy or a girl?
Let me finish.
Girl, it was a girl.
What I was saying is that if you have many kids, then what you kind of tend to do is let the children help to raise the children. You know what I mean? Like they become.
Oh yeah, that definitely happens. You're right. That happens naturally. Yeah, it usually does. But no, my first one and my last one was a girl. My firstborn and my lastborn was a girl with 2 boys in between. And yeah, the girls are so much easier when they're younger. Dude, be careful what you wish for, all you guys out there, sons. They're such a handful. But then it flips over though. When they get older, then the boys are way easier, dude. But at first, like, man, the girls are 1,000 times easier than boys when they're babies.
Yeah, that's what I heard. And there's like more mature, but like,
yeah, there's so much more mature so far earlier. Like I don't have a son, but I do have a daughter, but now she's 9 years old, and she's like kind of in that. She's already kind of reaching that like prepubescent sort of stage, and she's becoming
Difficult.
quite
Bro,
difficult.
like, the girls are different than boys. Like I seen that one study where or it was a show. I didn't read the actual paper, but I seen the show where like the boys, like they had the boys like just 2 years old. It was right around that age group, and they had the same age girls as boys, and like they'd put them in certain situations. And the one that stuck out to me was they put like a fence in the way, like a baby fence, and it was like a challenge for them to get over it. It wasn't like so tall they couldn't, and the boys would all like try to figure out this was a pattern, bro. The girls would see the fence and they couldn't get to their parents, and they'd start crying, right? The boys all tried to figure out like if they could get over it or if it would move, and you wonder which one's better. Neither one of them's better. They both worked, like if the boy found a way to do it himself, or if the girl got the parents to come quicker, way quicker from crying, it's like, but they're definitely most certainly different about things. I think even as the little babies, like 2-year-olds and shit, they're still more emotional, even though that shit doesn't really kick in until their hormones kick in. But they're most certainly different than girls, man.
yeah, like
That's like where our map shit comes from, bro. Like
I can already
we
tell.
don't need a
like,
map. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just gonna be different with like a son, like much more of like a tough it up vibe, like not like this some like negligent type of way or anything like that, but there's obviously just gonna be a difference, so it's kind
I
of
did
cool.
that to my son, and he made my girl, and by proxy, he made the girls tough.
Well, I'll put this
making
up.
him tough.
I didn't have to worry about like what a girl's feelings are and all that too much with my daughter up until probably age 6 or 7, like school age, and all of a sudden then that shit starts to form. Like now you have to go, oh, well, I have to remember I'm talking to a little girl, not a little boy. This isn't you as a child, not you as a boy as a child. She's a little bit more sensitive. She's a little bit more emotional. She's a little bit, you know what I mean?
And they don't talk about it, bro. You really do learn with the girls. Like you got to learn when something's bothering them, and you got to learn how to get it out of them and shit, because they'll have problems even with you that are just simple little things that you're like, they're right. I should have maybe paid them a little more attention, this and that. But you got to get them talking, get them talking, because if you don't, that's going to lead to problems and shit. You're right. The girls, yeah, they hold in a lot. They're way more emotional, even when they're younger, man.
Have you heard of the
There's a million
marshmallow
books on this
test?
shit.
Yeah, it's called the scriptures.
Marshmallow test is brilliant.
You start to see, dude, when they start getting a little bit older and start using their own, like when they start trying to use psychology on you, bro. Like it's almost like glow birthers as adults, bro. Like you'll see your kids doing it around 10 or 11, like trying that psychology, and you see right through it, But it's a milestone though, man. It's a milestone when they start thinking like that, and the Glovers kind of do it to us nowadays.
If you're really looking for it, dude, I don't think it changes for boys or girls. They're doing it before the age of 5, probably at like 3 or 4. In fact, they're doing it before they can speak. They're already manipulating you. Like that's why they cry for mom and not for dad, because, or whatever else. They know mom is going to have a more of an emotional response and go and coddle them and so on and so forth.
Right, it works.
They can manipulate them. That's why.
Yeah, it's manipulation, right? Yeah, and
it's a bond though. It's also a bond though, man. Like the girls when they do that, man, it's real bonding type. Like they are fully dependent on you, and they'll give it all to you. So you got all the power, and it's such a bond, bro, that you'll never get with the boys in the same way, in my opinion.
Dude, she's already like, it just, I don't know, like the littlest things make me like soft. It's like when I'm like holding her and she's like tiny, she's like 4.5 months old, and she's got a burp, so I have a certain way I can hold her and I like calm her down, like if she's kind of like really needs to burp, and she'll get real chill and then like burp. But when she's like in that moment, she's like already like super tough. It's pretty cool, but she'll like hold on to me. Like just like holding on to me, and it's just like, dude, this is like, I'm like this little girl's like entire world. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
entire world, bro.
I can already tell you're gonna be a sucker. Okay, just like I was, just like I am. Like my daughter knows. My daughter, like daddy's girl. You know what I mean? Like she's going to wrap you around her little finger more than mommy. Like you will be the one that she manipulates, not that she won't manipulate mom, but like mom won't fall for it as much as you will.
No, I know. Yeah,
I'm already a softie too, bro. I gotta give you that, man. I'm a softie.
I already know, because like her little, especially when she's little, because she's like, just like her little bitty hand like grabbing onto me and like reach, like I don't know, it's just crazy. It's just such a trip, because it's like, I think that's what's so crazy about it is you realize like, bro, like you're their whole world. Like you and her mom,
Yep.
And it's really crazy to like try to soak that in, like understand that.
It is. It's an experience, bro. It's definitely an experience. She's gonna be rotten, bro. But trust me, they grow right out of that too, man. They grow right out of that. It's like I guess if you like pampered her for forever, but you ain't stupid, dude. Neither is Kai. Y'all are smart people. How to teach her to fend and all that, and how to teach her. But yeah, you'll always have that bond with her, bro. You always have that bond.
Yeah, no, like I said, my daughter is reaching that adolescent age, like almost getting there, and all of a sudden she's not as huggy and kissy and loving as she was. She was so sweet and so gentle about everything, and now she's like, I don't know, being like, indoctrinated by the school probably, and like whatever else. But like she's changed as a person, and like I still love her just as much, but like she doesn't want to openly reflect that love back to me the way that she did. and it sort of hurts as a father, like it's like where's that huggy, kissy, lovey, like daughter that I had only a couple of years ago, a year or two ago, and like, and I know that that's going to be a period of time. I'm just going to have to suck it up, like, because there's going to be a
now
period.
you got to be the old dork for the years to come, dude. You got to be the old dork, man, around her friends and all that stuff. And Dad, oh my God.
The time where she's ready to marry and stuff like that, and she's gonna be like, I want Dad to walk me down the aisle. I want Dad to, like, it's gonna there's gonna be a big open window there where she just like doesn't seem to care about me the way that I thought.
Yeah, but when you're not there, bro, her whole world is probably talking about experiences and memories that with you involved. That's the girls, they bond to the fathers that are there. When you hear them not around, bro, everything they talk about, everything, their whole life, revolves around experiences and memories and learning shit from their dads. They look up to their dads, they should. I mean, in most cases,
You'll even find it like they tend to marry guys who resemble or like are somehow remind them of their fathers as well.
And think that they got to think their dad would approve. Yeah. Like they always worry about dad's approval for sure, dude. Like not all of them, but the majority of them, man, in the good relationships. I ain't talking about the problem child, and the falling out like that, but the good relationships. Yeah. They care about what you think, man.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep that up no matter how tough she gets with me, because the girls, that's the thing, in that adolescent age, they're going to get really, really tough with you. Like, but nah, dude, I started like I'm skateboarding with her, I'm snowboarding with her, I'm teaching her how to do these things. I'm always active, like with just like teaching her new things, like, and getting her active. I'm the one who taught her to ride a bike. I'm the one who taught her to freaking ride that skateboard and taught her how to fucking snowboard and taught her, like, there's no way she can go through life thinking Dad wasn't there. Dad wasn't, what I mean? Like, Dad was always there. Dad was always there. He wants you to enjoy life on all aspects.
Daddy wasn't there.
Yeah, for a boy, it's, throwing the football or throwing a baseball or taking, like, for a girl, like, actually nowadays that's what's cool is like I get to actually take her on to do things that I am interested in too, like,
yeah, it gets better when you get older. Then you got excuses to play with toys when you get older.
Yeah, something I probably wouldn't do with just me, like I snowboarded back in the day and all that stuff, and I put it down. But my daughter reached an age, and I'm like, I got to get her into something that's fun, something that we can both enjoy,
like fishing. But here's the thing, dude. Oh yeah, I want to say this before I forget it, dude. My brother's son, like my brother was always he had a crazy relationship. He's dead now, but he had a crazy relationship with his wife, and he's like tell his kids, like chill out, He'd be like, "Mom's when she was at work, Mom's PMS," and he said she's PMSing when she'd be bitchy and all that. And then one day, dude, she come home from work and she was yelling at something. I forgot, like we left a mess or something. And his son said, "Mom, are you peeing messy?" Dude, I about fell out. He had heard us saying that, telling him I never said that, but my brother, she's PMS, and he said, "Mom, are you peeing messy?" Dude, that shit about have me.
Fucking boys.
I guess in a way, yeah, she is peeing messy and PMSing at the same time. Yeah, I guess so. That's a double yes there, son.
My daughter was funny because I actually this came out. She has an older sister that's not mine. That's like she's almost 19 years old. And it's funny because like she was talking about how like she might get her period soon. Like, and I'm like, I really don't think so. You're only 9 years old. And she's like, well, no, because mom and sissy both had theirs at like 10 years old. And I'm like, oh my God, it is coming soon. Oh, fuck.
Duh, duh,
You
duh.
Like-
That's funny, bro. Dude, my second oldest daughter, man, she come in one time. She's like, no, he hit me. She's like, or he did something. I forgot what it was, but he did it on a porpoise. Like, dude, that's what she thought. Literally, like, until they get their words straightened out, she thought on purpose. She was saying it plain as day. He did it on a porpoise. I'll never forget that. She thought, he asked her where oats come from. An oat tree.
But back to what I was saying, like I literally said that out loud. I'm like, oh my God, it probably is coming soon, isn't it? And she's like, yeah, like, and I'm like, well, look, I mean, as far as I know, like more like 11, 12 is like the average. If it happens at like 9 or 10, that's early. You know, and if your mom and sister had it at that age, like, yeah, maybe you would get it too, but I'm really hoping that we can wait for a little while, that it doesn't happen that soon. And she just laughed. She was like, yeah, I get it. She goes, like, she understood like the bitchiness that comes with it or the attitude that comes with it. She was like, yeah, I get it. She was like totally with me. She's like,
Like,
yeah.
do y'all remember when? Yeah, that's funny. Do y'all remember when you were younger? You should think like I had older brothers and sisters, and I like and parents. Like I thought they talk. I just figured like they had a code. They could talk in code. Like I literally thought that. Like I would have to sit here and think about what they were even saying because of their damn code. And I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what they meant because they talked in code, and it's just a way of beating around the bush now, you know. But as a kid, you know, if you think back to that shit. I don't know if anybody remember it, but I remember it distinctively. Like if you say something without saying it, another person knows exactly what you're talking about. To me, that was like speaking code, bro. And I'd always be trying to crack the code. What are they really talking about? You know, that was like about 10, 11 years old, 12. And then you get older and you realize that you just, you know, beating around the bush. You're just talking indirectly, inside talk, kind of. Not a code.
Kids nowadays, especially if they've been growing up with a parent who is involved in something like flat Earth or at least like alternative ideas that distrust the government, distrust the media and stuff. My daughter has been for years already. Like she's been on board and literally saying, I have conversations with my daughter. I've had conversations with her from the age of 6 until 9 that oftentimes are actually better, like conversations, like with more meaning and more depth than a lot of the people that I have conversations with on here. Like, I don't care if you're 25 years old. You are as my fucking 9-year-old, if that.
My oldest granddaughter's, she just turned 6. And she was singing Papa's on the bus, or the people on the bus, and then she got around the Papa's, said, the Papa's on the bus, go, the earth is flat. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. The Papa's on the bus. Because she heard me in the other room talking. But I don't really teach them that shit.
I'm saying the depth of the conversation, like shit, when she was like 5 years old, 6 years old, somewhere like that, I was leaving the family reunion and she'd been swimming all day and she was super tired. And I assumed that anyway. And we got in the car to go home. And she like within minutes, like was so quiet in the back seat. And I spoke to the back seat. I said, did you already fall asleep on me? And she goes, no. I'm like, well, what's up with that? You know, like what's up with that tone? You know, and she says, I'm just thinking. I'm like, well, what are you thinking about? She goes, weird things. So what do you mean weird things? What like what kind of weird things? She says, well, I'm just wondering, like, what the meaning of life is and where Jesus, I'm sorry, not me. She said verbatim what she said was, I'm wondering why we're here and where Jesus is.
That is crazy, bro. Hey, if Austin still here, I want to give him one experience bit of advice. Hopefully he's listening. But dude, it's the worst thing to do. I figured this out real soon. Real soon. And I've raised a lot of babies and my grandbabies and other kids before, like when I was younger. But I know this. If you try to be super quiet when you're putting your baby down, I know the mom's instinct is this, shh, I got her down. But you do not want to get in the habit of pure silence while they sleep. Like you want to just be yourself, be ambient. It's when you start tippy-toeing, I don't know what it is, but when you start tippy-toeing around them, that's when they get sleepless and stuff like that. They quickly get used to ambient noise and you just going about your business and stuff. And it backfires, bro. When you're tippy-toeing and all that, you'll wind up with a sleepless child who wakes up at anything instead of getting good sleep and noise, because if they're in a good trusty environment, and they ain't worried about shit, their parents, they hear that and they can sleep right through it, and
Yeah, so like Aaliyah's already sleeping like 8 hours. So we have like the sound machine that we play that plays like the background ambient like white noise. And
there you go, that's good.
Yeah, we just talk normal. So like if someone drops something or we're just talking, like she just sleeps right through it. She sleeps for like 8 hours consistently.
It's really against a lot of motherly instincts. Like I taught, my wife, I had to point it out to her because like I said, it is their instinct to, they've got her all the time and you help probably more than you think, but they still have them full-time job for them.
I have especially one that can always get her to go down. Like if she's ever kind of restless, like I can get pulled in and boom, get her to go to sleep super fast.
That's good, man. That's good.
Yeah, I have like this secret little technique.
So you're already on to that. That's good, man. But that's a good bit of advice to any other young parents out there. Like, don't try and tippy-toe, no matter how bad the mom wants to be quiet and all that. And it's good for that night, whatever. But it backfires in the long run. It's good just to go about your life, and stuff like that. Let them get used to noise.
Like your daughter will go, especially since you have a daughter and I have a daughter. Like, at least with my daughter, she's, mommy is always mommy, but like there's certain things that they rely on daddy for, and or they take comfort in. And I think like that nighttime thing, like that going to bed and all that stuff, like they really they really love that daddy time or whatever. Like that, I think it's important. You gotta, I mean, obviously it's about shared responsibility, but see, like they're so good at manipulating mommy. They're with her so much of the time. Daddy can say, no, it's bedtime.
That's already the case. Like it's like you can tell that like when I come in there to hold her, it's just a different vibe. She's like, oh, okay, well I am gonna go to sleep now then. Like like she knows that Kai wants her to go to sleep.
That's hilarious, bro. She's already like in her own way doing the psychology. Like he's right though, with the mom, it is different. They do learn to manipulate them, man. It's and daddy's the good guy type of shit. Dude, that's so funny, dude.
The milk supply, and she's just always there. So yeah, but when I come in there, and then Kyle walk out of the room, I'll close the door. Yeah, she if she's like kind of fussy, because she'll like, I guess she'll just still want to stay up sometimes, even when she's tired. So like, say she doesn't get enough sleep throughout the day because we're like busy and she doesn't get as much sleep as normal. Like she's definitely tired, but there's this thing where she'll get like
irritable.
Tired. So tired she'll like be irritable and not want to sleep. Like for some reason she'll want to stay up even though we both know she's just very tired, And but then when I go in there and I grab her, what I do is I rock her like going up and down and side to side, up and down, like slightly up and down, side to side. And then she'll stop the fussing. And then what I do is I slowly slide my arm so her head's like in my elbow, I slowly slide my hand up to underneath her head, really slow, and then I go and sit her down in her bed, and then just slide my hand out so she can't really tell. So like I transition.
I used to do that, dude.
Like I like ninja her, bro. She has no chance.
At the end, bro, I just plop them down, dude. Like I said, instead of trying to be all touchy feely, bro. At the end, it worked best just to when they fell asleep, just set them down, man. But I knew I did the same shit you're talking about, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I did the same shit.
Extend that out too, like do at bedtime, like when you're gonna want to when she gets older, a little bit older, you like tuck her down, read her a storybook, have her read along with you, follow the finger, and like for those very simple words and stuff like that. Like they take so much from daddy, and there's so much bonding going on at that time. Like it's impactful. Like it's something that they might not really remember, but it'll be always there.
Dude, there's 100% she's in more like absorb mode with me. So like yeah, I can tell that she's learning a lot. I think we probably read to her like 5 times a day, dude. Like 5 books.
That's crazy. I'm curious to how that turns out. I remember early on, dude, like I'd always check, but like I was really with my first couple, like if they were crying and something was wrong, I'd check and I'd make sure their socks wasn't too tight. I mean, I was just making sure they were just completely comfortable. And then you get to learn their naggy whines, and you learn real quick their actual cries against their fussy cries and stuff. You know, parents learn that shit real quick.
That's what I'm saying. Do we have like an amazing baby? Like I don't like to say a lot because like I said, it's always got on my nerves when people do that, and I'm sure like there is some bias I can't like remove, although I'm trying to be unbiased. You know, everyone's like, oh, my baby. Dude, she's like a dream baby, bro. Like she will entertain herself. Like, so if we want to sit her down for a little bit, like she's fine. She'll look at her toys. She'll like pick them up, look at them. The little thing that hangs above her, she'll like hit them around and like move them towards her and look at them. She'll like look outside. I just took her outside with me today. Just like laid her down. She's like looking at the trees and the birds. I walk her around the whole backyard and show her all the flowers and stuff. And when I sit her down, like she just like will entertain herself. And she rarely fusses just to fuss, bro. Like she's hungry.
Yeah, I think that might be sort of.
She's at dream baby age, though, bro. She is at dream baby age. Trust me, it does get a little difficult, but if you keep their brains occupied, yeah, it'll continue.
That might be sort of a girl thing. Like I never had a boy, but like I've seen plenty of plenty of boy infants. They are so needy. Girls tend to kind of like be on their own in those early stages, and I had one. Like mine was the same way. She just was so easy. And when it comes to learning, like early stages of learning, like just absorbed everything without a problem. Like just totally grasped everything. Like you want to go and teach something, and you don't even have to. The moment you present it to them, they're like, "Oh yeah, I get it." And like like at least like, but and now I'm about to do what you said you don't like. Like mine is reading 2 levels above her grade level. She's also I think 2 levels above her math level. She's the head of her class in all ways when it comes to academia, but and I would love to take credit for that, because to say that we helped her early, but the thing is I didn't have to do much. I just had to introduce, and she got it. Like she was just like, like I don't know. I don't know if it's girls. I don't know if it's like flat earth girls or what, but like they like mine, and it sounds like yours. Like they're just like easygoing and very, very smart, like the fast learners. Like just understand things easily without much explanation.
No, yeah.
I think kids are more naive though. When people say they're not stupid, I think they're not stupid. That's a bad word for it, but I do think kids are very naive. Compared to an adult, like you gotta be straight up with them and everything, and be very clear. what you say and all that, and unclear what you don't want them to hear. But I don't think like they say we don't give them enough credit. I think they're very naive and they take things until they're a certain age pretty damn directly.
Dude, I'm just like, I was thinking about everything. Like, I'm just such a softie, dude. Like, it's like she'll get startled sometimes. Like, rare, it's very rare, but something will happen and she'll get startled. And you can never really tell what it is. Like, sometimes, like, when Kai sneezes unexpectedly, she'll get startled and, like, scare her. And she'll cry a little bit. And dude, when she makes that scared face, that you can tell the cry's coming, like it's like a 3-second thing. Dude, it's so freaking sad. I'm like, give her to me.
It is, bro.
Dude, it breaks my heart, bro.
How about this, bro? Hold on, I gotta get in here, bro. I got that on video. If you look at my my Glober grandbaby video, it's so old, but I had him playing with the globe and shit when I was doing videos. I just happened to be there, and so I let him play at the globe and stuff. And I think it was my daughter shined a laser at the globe, and it's on video, him seeing it, like he's like, what the fuck is that? Like he had that startled look for a second, but he found out it was her, so he didn't cry. But I know exactly what you're talking about. Like that's the type of shit that just thinking about it makes you melt. But I caught one of them on video with a laser.
Dude, it's because like Aaliyah is actually
it's obvious that like I'm not with my daughter's mother anymore, and when she was young, we weren't on the best of terms, and there was times where we argued, and even just didn't take shouting or anything like that, but just raising a tone at each other would do that same reaction. And she didn't like fireworks, and she didn't like loud sounds. Like she would reel back and get like very, very disturbed by it. She's like, I don't want to hear that, like whatever. But they do. At least mine grew out of it. Like,
I'm just saying, it's just so sad. Like it's earlier, Kai, like the toilet seat actually slipped out of her hand, so it like fell down. It closed loud, and so she was in her room, but it like startled her, and she was crying. It's like the sound like something is like she's genuinely scared. You know what I'm saying? And it just breaks my heart. I'm like, Abba's got you. I say Abba, that's Hebrew for dad, but I'm like, I got you. I feel like I have to go like take her and make sure she knows she's safe. It's like really crazy. I can only imagine if that was ever used as a weapon against me, because I can see that it would maybe become a problem. like I'm like definitely like a softie for her.
Yeah, oh dude, no, like she's gonna have you wrapped around her little finger for sure. I can tell already. Like that's what I was saying earlier. I'll be the first to admit, my daughter can get anything that she wants out of me just by asking twice. Like it's like, like I'm going to the gas station to get something. Like she's like, can I get a can I get a what do they call it? The slushy, I'm like, no. And she's like, well, then can I get candy? I'm like, no. She's like, can I get a chocolate milk? I'm like, no. It's like, can I get a strawberry milk? Fine!
And all that sort of stuff.
Fine! Like, yeah. She's always getting something, and she knows it. Every single time, she's going to get something.
Click this bar down here to add a new text. Call this one scroll. And we're
I've told this story many times also about mine. When this was a few years back, in the car, it's a nice day. She's looking at the sky. She goes, hey, Dad, what's higher, the trees or the car? I said, the trees. She says, what's higher, the clouds or the trees? Said the clouds. What's higher, the sky or the clouds? I said, the sky, I guess. She's like, okay. He goes, what's higher than the sky? And I paused. And she goes, oh, don't even say it. I know you and your friends don't believe in space.
You said the firmament, right? You said the firmament, right? Firmament.
No, I just literally paused for like half a second. She already knew. She was setting me up. She was fucking setting me up.
That's funny, man. The Glovers changed the song to "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star." How we know exactly what?
That's hilarious. Yeah, it's such a that's actually one song I'm cool with her singing because it's like a song of wonderment. You know, like in awe. It's like
honesty and innocence, man.
Yeah, that's why the song is so famous because it's like it came from like a legitimate thing. It's like what are the stars? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm 31. I had to think about it. And I'm like, I wonder what the stars are. So it's a cool song. I'll definitely teach her that one.
Yeah, no, that one along with like the cow jumped over the moon. It's just kind of like it's so that one's not quite like right there.
That one's out of here. Get out of here. That one's out.
Yeah, no. I don't know. It worked for me. Like it's just like what is the moon and how could a cow jump over it? Or like phrases like, the moon is made of cheese and stuff that we grew up with. Like it's like who would say such a thing at a young age? You're like, why would you say that? And it makes you want.
You know what me and Kai are gonna do? We're actually gonna write like truther nursery rhymes. And maybe Kai will sing it so that everyone will kind of get the melody and everything. Like truther nursery rhymes. Like I freestyled one to her when she was really, really young. I'm like, there's no need to cry. Have you ever wondered why the sun and moon fly right through the sky and they're the same size? That's because they're lights. One is for the day and one is.
Don't lie. She started crying when you started rapping, man. Don't lie, man.
I tried to sing it. I'm not gonna do it in here because it's so incredibly bad. But she would stop crying when I sang the song. But the song is low key based, right? It's like, there's no need to cry. Have you ever wondered why the sun and moon fly right through the sky, and they're the same size? And they're the same size. Well, that's because they're lights, and one is for the day, and one is for the night. It's obviously simple, but it's like low key based in this world of like in this clown world, you know.
Yeah,
Sleep tight by the moonlight.
Get her thinking. Absolutely.
We're gonna make like literally. Now I'm super busy right now, out at NASA and all that stuff, but we're literally gonna make children's books, children's animation series. So like animated books and then like little cartoons and nursery rhymes. And then I'm working with a whole bunch of like retired teachers of 20 years and this and this and this, and we're building like this dope homeschool curriculum. And it's not really about like teach them about the basics of flat earth. That's not what it is. It's like just don't lie to them. Teach them how to think before you teach them what to think.
Exactly.
And integrate like real world experience.
I told her because she would overhear me in the conversations that we have in here and ask me questions, and she would and those were good questions at a very young age. And I would say like, okay, well, all right, I'm not going to tell you like what it is. Now here's the question. Here's the debate. Like basically, like some people think this, and this is what when you go to school, this is what you're going to be taught. But there's some people who think this way. You know, and like leave it open to her. You know, I'm not gonna. And oftentimes, if she had a real question, I would actually tell her the Glover argument better than the Glover that was in the room, you know, could possibly do. It's like, okay, you know, like if you think you live on a ball, then it would go like this. And if you live on a flat earth, it would go like this. Both can be equally explained, you know. And eventually, like, she kind of brought it up on her own a few times and said, you know, like I wasn't trying to force it on her. I wasn't trying to tell her like that the earth is flat or anything, but she brought it up herself. And she was like, and it makes sense. It makes sense. I get it. You know, but she still had questions too, you know, like as any child would. There would be the fanciful part about like space travel, astronauts, like whether or not we've been to the moon, you know, all that. But like, yeah, she was like, yeah, and it makes sense. It really does. She was talking about this kid, Dominic, in the beginning of third grade before she got like third grade indoctrinated her. She's in third grade now. In the beginning of third grade, there was a kid, Dominic, who spoke out when they were showing the globe. And he stood up and he said, no, it's not because the earth's flat. And everybody started laughing. And she told me, she made sure to tell me about this. She goes, and everybody was laughing at him. And I felt bad. And I really wanted to stand up and say, no, he's right. And it makes sense. And blah, 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 blah. And, but I didn't because she took my advice. You know, I told her, I was like, when it comes to school, you probably should just keep it to yourself. Don't become an example for your teachers and so on and so forth. But yeah, there was another flat earth kid in her class who spoke out and she wanted to defend him and she chose not to because of me.
Yeah, that's crazy. No, like one of the things, like I'm not gonna say we won't talk about the earth at all in the homeschool curriculum. We certainly will, but I just think the most important thing is like to teach them how to think first, and then just take them places. So like, you want to learn how water works? Like we're just gonna go somewhere with water, dude. You know, like you want to like gardening is such a brilliant way. That's part of like earth science that you learn that children don't even really learn about photosynthesis until way later. And photosynthesis is kind of pseudoscience. You boil it down to what we do know, what's the basics, and you go let them like plant something and then they learn it. Like when in gardening is obviously a life skill that's super important. You do like hands-on things where like for an hour a day you take your kid to the park or whatever. That's school for them. And then you teach them how to think. Like, look, just because, like, you can even give them little animations, we're going to make it a whole thing, you know? And it's like, just because this entire group of people here, all, like, a whole lot of people think this one thing, you give them an acted out scenario where the whole group thinks something, right? And they think anyone that doesn't think that's crazy or makes fun of them or anything like that, turns out the whole group's wrong. You know, you just teach them, like, just because the whole group of people think something doesn't actually mean it's necessarily true. And if someone tells you it has to be true, look at all these people that think that, then that's wrong. You know, like you wouldn't maybe say to a little kid, like that's logically fallacious. But you're teaching them a pill to consensus. You're literally teaching them a fallacy. Okay, and when you engineer it like that for them at a young age, they're going to learn these fallacies. They're going to understand how to logically deduce information. And then when they're 8, they'd come in here and destroy the ballers. You're just begging the question.
So here's the thing. So like, I taught my daughter that stuff, and she was really good at it. Come second and third grade, fourth grade, whatever, like in there, now they really got their fucking little fingers in there. And it doesn't matter what you taught them. They respect their teachers and the indoctrination of the schooling system more than they respect you, and they will toss all of that aside. They might know it, and hopefully what you instilled will come back. But there's a rebellious stage as you grow up.
That's why she's gonna be homeschooled, bro. She's gonna be homeschooled.
Do you think a homeschool kid won't rebel against you?
Yeah, but I'm saying it's going to be totally different than like feeling the need to conform to a bunch of kids that aren't really as smart as her, and the parents don't know anything, and there's the news playing in their house every day, and the parents say like, follow the TV. The TV is our master, and like the teacher replaces us. Like, she will of course rebel, and we are not going to remove her from social interaction or anything like that, but she won't be going to a school. You know, she's not going to a school. We have to freaking literally come and try to like take her. Like, it's not gonna happen. So, you know, that's just my opinion, because like I think it's like engineered to make slaves. So I don't like engineered to make slaves. Like back in the day, children went to school 1 hour a week, and that's why it was called Sunday school. They went to church and they studied in a whole class of people for a day. For like 1 hour a day, or maybe 2. I mean, for a week. And then what they did was they grew up on their parents' farm or with their parents' business, and their parents taught them at the house, and the wife stayed home. And what they did was like, oh, well, we got to change this. Like, how are we going to have like a group of factory workers if they're used to just having to like basically clock in once a week for an hour during church? So they changed it to where you go 5 days a week. You go for like up to 8 hours. You have a schedule. You get graded as if you're an employee. You know, like a
Well,
grade system.
let me say this with it. So, like you're treating your daughter, your mentality so far is the same as what mine has been. Is like give you all the information and allow you to choose for yourself, right? And if you're doing that, they're going to trust you at first, but they're going to question you later. And now, how do you react when they question you? Like, do you say, no, this is how it is, and go against everything that you've ever?
No. I'm going to talk to her. I'm going to answer her questions and like not help her out, like not give her an answer. Like, she has to think through it herself and figure out the answer. But
Yeah.
but being in a school is different.
I just recently went through this, and like my daughter where she has a book report about Sally Ride, and she's like, no, people have gone to space. And I'm like, no, they haven't. She's like, yes, they have. And I'm like, no, they haven't. And she's like, yes, they have. And I'm like, all right, fine. You and I disagrry about this, and you're going to have to figure it out for yourself.
Yeah.
That's what I said to her. You know, like I'm like, you know, I didn't want to. I couldn't keep arguing with her. I couldn't convince her, but I put it in a way where I said, "Okay, you think so? Well, I disagree, and you'll have to figure this out for yourself."
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's cool. Like, I just think that the whole like authority teacher paradigm like sets them up to fail in a way. It makes it harder for them to come to their own conclusion, because now they have this overwhelming of pressure to conform. You know what I'm saying? And like, I'm not like directing this to you, of course. Like, I already know your situation and stuff. I'm just saying, like, I'm currently blessed. We're in agreement, and like, I'm not gonna go put her in this weirdo world where people that aren't as smart as her are somehow like affecting her decisions by like peer pressure and longing to conform to retarded people. I want her to, if she wants to believe in the globe, because I'm not gonna hide it from her, and she thinks it makes sense. Like, okay, tell me why you think it makes sense. Okay.
You understand, it's highly likely if your daughter knows that you're a flat earther, she will highly likely rebel against you and be a globe earther.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, that's fine. But that'll just be a stage, right? Like, she will fully understand. Like she's gonna live close to an ocean. She's gonna go look at the water. You know,
Lou, did you say if his daughter knows that he's a flat earther? Do you think that that's not going to happen?
Of course. It's a hypothetical. Like, but what I'm saying is, of course, she's gonna know that he is this, and therefore she will rebel.
Yeah, whatever. That's fine. Like, I don't want to brainwash my daughter. I want her to understand logic, because if you understand logic, you have an advantage on 99% of the population. Like adults. Like the ballers in this room as adults don't have a grasp on basic logic. The adults with credentials I debate, professors, don't understand basic logic. They don't know how to think. Right?
Dude, I sometimes think like life is a joke, right? Like when I was a kid, I thought, oh, all these adults know so much. I looked at my parents and like the teachers and the people around me, and then I get to adulthood and I'm like, I'm working in professional office environments surrounded by credentialed individuals and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, these people are all freaking idiots. Like how is this reality? How are these adults, 90% of them, so clueless to so many things?
When you're 16, 17, 18, 19 years old, you think you have everything figured out and that the adults are all idiots. Like, and then you grow up a little bit and you're like, oh my God, I was a fucking idiot.
Well, no, like a lot of the adults, like sometimes I don't understand how some people even function, to be honest with you. It's crazy how people can just not logically deduce anything.
We're like retarded. They don't have logic. As I'm saying, yeah, like 100%. It's insane. It's actually insane. There's no doubt that this is a modern phenomenon. This was not the case 30 years ago.
Oh, what the adult child phenomenon that we have right now?
The utter the logical ineptitude. You know, the complete lack of skill regarding logic. It's like astounding. I'm talking professors in physics. I'm like, are we seriously having a conversation where I have to explain to you like day one logical fallacies over and over and over and over? Like what the? Like I'm about to have that Professor Parks on, right? Like we'll see what happens. I mean, he's one of the best I've come across in that sense.
Yeah, I like that guy because he does tend to understand when he can't answer something, how to at least be like, you know what, that's a good question. I don't know if we fully figured that out yet, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And they're gonna hate that. They like the people that are gonna stalk that, they're gonna hate it, the combo.
When are you having him on?
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night?
Yeah, like 9 Eastern.
All right.
Yeah, like I just think, yeah, I want the next generation of children to grow up organic, knowing how to garden, and knowing how to think logically, bro. And that's all you need to worry about. Like if they can think logically, they're not gonna believe the news. They're not gonna believe something because everyone else thinks it. They're gonna know that's not how logic works. Could everyone be right? Maybe.
I just wonder how much of that you can actually control. Because, like, I kind of think this stuff goes in waves. If you look at the trend right now, like Gen Zs, Gen Alphas, like my daughter years ago was looking at the news and going, yeah, that sounds like, basically she might as well have been saying that sounds like bullshit. But she's like, yeah, that's all lies. Like, I mean, she might have heard it from me, but you know, like I said, like everything you hear on the news is a lie. And she questions it. She's like, does that mean even the weather is a lie? I'm like, no, they're doing their best guess, but most of the time they're wrong also. You know, like, like.
Well, I think the big thing is like the move is try to be near a small town, but have a tight-knit community of people that are trying to bring up the next generation, at least within their community. to be logical thinkers, right? You're never going. I don't want to say you're never going to be able to, but it's a very tall task to try to get all of this society of
well, what I
whether
was
it
getting to,
be a large city or a county or a state or the whole entire nation to actually think logically. I think the first step is to like create a tight knit generation of people that have the ability to like continue that forward.
Yeah,
true.
I mean, yeah.
Just
But what I was getting to is like with my daughter. So like, yeah, I'm trying to teach her how to discern truth and how to think logically, like which it's been saying, how to determine truth for herself, not just like believe it. You know, like have discernment. You got to teach your children that. And but I think even without having a generation of smart people who had discernment, their children, like look at most millennials don't have it. But yet they're Gen Z and Gen A children. A lot of them will have it because this stuff is so blatant and so in their face. Look at just how ridiculous this woke agenda is. They can sniff test that shit from a mile away. They're like, I don't pay any attention to that. And I mean, I know it's going to be different. Like, depends on where you live and what your family agrees with and everything else. But like my daughter, she's like, yeah, that's all bull. It's she knows that there's, I don't know. I get maybe I've conditioned her enough to recognize that everything is an agenda. But and I would love to think that other people her age also think that way, because if it's true,
Here's some blue optimism.
if it's true, then we have hope.
This is the Lou optimism. I like it.
Yeah, I guess after a few beers and then sobering up a little bit, he becomes optimistic. I feel like he sobered up a little bit. I went and I played a hockey game and I came back and I was like, man, what did you start? Did you switch to Waterloo?
Before I had a drink. Fuck you.
You got some of that good Wisconsin water, huh? Sober you up.
Anyway.
I'm just playing.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is like, yeah, I know my daughter's a special case. She's not your norm. So it's hard to explain in that way. But there are those children out there, and I've seen it more than just in my daughter, where they know that what they're being presented with isn't like reality. They can discern that up to a certain age anyway. I think eventually they get, they buy into it. They get indoctrinated into it and they start taking it. But at a young age, they're like, what the heck? That makes no sense whatsoever. It's so at least I have faith that there's an instinctual amount of discernment that they do have. And deep down, they can sniff test the difference.
Yeah, they need to know how to logically think. Like you can see
it'll be
deception, just understand basic logic.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if they, even with understanding and having like a good discernment, a good grasp on logic, the things we're talking about, it's going to be interesting to see how the next generations deal with what will be a very controlling technology wave. Let's just put it that way, right?
Yeah, the way I see it, it could go in two extreme ways. Either they all jump on board or they all go, fuck you. And we fucking.
No way we can predict with the technology thing. No way. I mean, AI is just changing everything. So there's no way to know.
The AI mechanism, like that's gonna really mess us up with the youth. gonna really trust this shit. They're gonna, yeah. I don't know how to stop that, actually. Like, my daughter is old enough to have seen. My daughter is old enough to have seen like the beginning of the pandemic, scamdemic, and the end of it, and to call it bullshit on its face from the beginning, and to laugh at it, and the people who wear masks and all that stuff. She did all that, but she's still young enough where the AI is going to get to her.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it just takes her knowing not to trust it. There's no way to know. There's no way to know what it's going to be like. It's already growing so exponentially, like, it's insane. That's why it's scary, because it's like exponential. Exponential growth.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about these very formative years that are also very influential, like where you, like I was saying, like, I guess with my daughter as an example, third grade and perhaps fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, like, they stop, they, before that, they really respect their parents. Once you get to that age, they start to consider their parents as just old, unknowing, and so on. And they want to just trust what their teachers say. Now their trust goes into them instead of you. And that's where, yeah, you're going to go ahead and say, like, homeschooling. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Such is life.
Yeah.
What?
But you know what I'm saying? Like, they're growing up with this technology. Like, we're bad, right? We're at fault, especially people like my age, Lou's age, a little bit older than you. So I understand, like, you're close to our age, but like, we took the bait as well, like our parents and us, as far as the technology. And it's like I think we had an opportunity to dial it back, but we were so excited about the technology that was coming, and now we've got to a point, like, so much of society is dependent upon it, and we're right on the cusp of literally everything being dependent upon the technology, that the technology is going to be oppressive and controlling, even more so than it is.
How would you dial it back?
How would I dial it back? How should we dial it back?
An opportunity to. I don't think we did. Once a technology is introduced, it can only go forward. So, like, we could have chosen to not accept it, but it would have only slowed its, like, improvement and its hold on society. We could have not stopped it. We couldn't have dialed it back. We could have only slowed it down.
Right. I mean, I don't know. Is it something we just have to figure out how to work around? I'm not sure, because, I was, you and I are similar ages, right? It got to the own computer, and it was like, awesome. Internet, dude, like, early internet, it's document colors, the full dress.
You're roboting really bad, but I'm getting most of what you're saying.
What? You must be drunk, man, because I ain't understand shit what he said.
In my back.
Anything? Yeah, he was saying let me say it then. He said that as we were growing up, that the technology was advancing, and we could have perhaps not accepted it, but it was so new and exciting. that we embrace and so on and so forth. Like that's basically what he was saying.
Yeah, I caught that part. I just didn't caught the part where he was roboting, and you said I understood all that.
No, I didn't say that. I said
back?
I understood. I said he was roboting, and I understood some of it.
Am I back? Can you hear me?
Yep.
No.
No? Okay, good.
Nah, I can't. Where'd that guy go?
So no, but you know what I'm saying? Like we had this introduction where it's like, all right, here's this internet, and it was like this new cool thing. And then we started to get cell phones. It's like, oh, okay, we can call people instead of having to find a payphone. And then it just started growing exponentially. And it's like by the time we had internet on our cell phones and cameras, like we were past the point. You know what I'm saying? But it was also awesome and cool to be able to use. It was like this cool new shit.
What kind of internet were you born on? I mean, like, what year? When did you start using?
When did you start using? When did you start taking heroin?
No, using the internet, motherfucker. Listen,
how old was I?
I just want to know. Listen, you're the AOL generation. I'm the dial-up, right? So my modem literally said.
I grew up not having a computer until I was in like middle school.
Oh, okay. I started with the Commodore VIC-20.
Well, I guess I had a Texas Instrument thing where it was like, it was our.
And before the World Wide Web, there was the board.
Do you know about the TI calculators that we had that you had to have if you were in advanced math?
No, I had this thing.
Instrument,
Yeah, it was this Texas Instrument thing where you had games, but you could also
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you could buy these cards, and you would have to type in all the code and then hit enter, and then like a Christmas tree's lights. You know, a Christmas tree would be drawn on the screen, and the lights would twinkle. But it would take you an hour and a half to key in the code. But it was cool back in the day.
Yeah, like 10 print exclamation parentheses comma parentheses period print 20 go to 10 30 go to 20.
Like nibbles on your calculator. Like
I remember Pong. I know where this shit all started. So I was born in 72. I watched the World Wide Web get built. I remember when we were on the board and they were trying to get other communities, townships, villages, cities, and counties to get on the board too. Because once an entire county was connected with the webbing of whether it be cable, internet, or telephones, then we could connect all that shit together worldwide. And that became www.com, worldwideweb.com. So people tell me, kids today, that the internet group was born on satellites. And I say, you're full of shit. Because it's the Southern Pacific cable systems and the Northern Atlantic cable systems that actually connected all the continents. And it all started right in your own town, whether it was on that continent or this. And people were sharing information. And when they hosted the internet, they interlinked all your computer with everybody else's computer. So your computer was an actual host to the internet.
that's really not what we were talking about. It's not about like it was more about how much we allow technology and the advancement of technology to advance us is like how much control
I don't think that the separation from nature has been an advancement in my ideal. Most you people couldn't go out, grow your own crops, raise your own livestock, or shovel your own shithole for an outhouse if you didn't have plumbing. So
yeah, dude, that's absolutely true. Like I don't know shit about agriculture, you know, like absolutely true.
It's not an advancement.
No, what I'm saying is you're not listening. So like I'm talking about how technology is what drives the advancement of modern. Like we were talking about like Gen Zs and Gen A's, like the youngest generations that are alive now. Like
I know, Lou. I'm just saying it's not an advancement. It's a decline.
not claiming it. Well, it's an advancement in technology, but not in understanding of the world.
No, our technology only connects us. It doesn't. There's no advancement in the world. People have been separated from everything they need to being self-sustaining on everything they need. Most men could build a home in the 70s by themselves.
It has to do
They
with
didn't need a contract.
the conversation you're jumping into has more about
Lou,
the reliance.
I got the conversation. I'm giving an argument against it. Why is this taking you so long?
No, dude,
I disagree.
I'm just trying to catch you up with where we were.
Oh, well, I just disagree with the topic.
All right. Well, you're going to come in and just tell us we're not allowed to have the topic?
No, I didn't say that. I was trying to have a conversation. Are you telling me I can't?
All right, dude, here's one that you and I might get more on board with. So remember when I showed you my new work truck a couple years ago?
Mm-hmm.
And you said, why is it that, or you said something about how new cars always come with shitty fucking tires. Like those tires are shit.
Yeah.
And I said, eventually I'm going to have to replace them. It's a heavy truck. It won't take long. Do you have a suggestion for what kind of tires I should put on that truck that's over 10,000 pounds?
Michelin.
Michelin. All right.
Yes. Michelin makes a work tire that's better suited than any other tire.
Nothing wrong with Michelin. I'm just saying, is there like a certain Michelin that you think that you would suggest for that car?
Well, I'd have to go out and look on them. I'd have to look on one similar, but normally the purchase department does that. They purchase the parts. I put them on, but yeah, I buy Michelin Work Series in whatever size your rim is.
Right.
Whether it's a 32R, 20 or whatever, you know.
Okay, so you're a big Michelin fan, essentially, right?
Yeah, and it's based on technology. And I agree people are more reliant on technology. I just disagree that there's any advancement in there. The idea of advancement is a false dichotomy because most people, if they say, okay, I cut myself. So now this fucker's Googling, what do? I cut myself. And he's got to read all this other shit where most people in the 70s would look at it and say, oh, I can bandage it up, or oh, it's going to need 3 or 4 stitches, you know? So technology isn't an advancement when talking about man.
No, look,
technology advances exponentially.
Dude, Michael, I'm essentially, I don't know if you've been listening to me over the last year or two, but like I'm essentially like what do they call that where you hate technology? I'm a
Luddite. You're a Luddite.
I'm a Luddite. I'm essentially a Luddite, man. Friggin' I hate this shit. So like I'm on board with you. It's not it's going to degrade us. But that's my argument. That's what I've been saying is that like the newest generations are so dependent on the technology and they're so disconnected from the real earth and real life. They'll never know how to change a tire. They'll never know how, in fact, they don't even want to learn how to drive.
Listen, I don't know what tires you should buy for that truck. That truck's fucked up, bro. Maybe we should park that. Just take their technology.
I was just using that as a segue, man.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying I don't know what tires to buy for that.
I thought you might say that.
That's terrain unknown. But where it can lead to, but yeah, the problem is we're on technology, dissing technology, so how do we get rid of technology, or how do we stay communicated without polluted technology? I don't need nothing peeping in on me, but I do need to communicate with others in the world. We need to be
Are there smart spy tires that I could put on my vehicle, like that tell me?
Well, I meant the vehicle of the technology racing down the road till it's out of hand. because the growth is exponential, and we allow it. Some of the things, though, that's how they get you. You know what I'm saying? Some of the shit with the phone makes your life easier. Man, it used to be the day when I was 13. If I liked a chick and I sent her that, that note at school, hey, do you like me? Check yes or no. Here's my phone number. Give me a call. Well, I had to fucking be at home and hope my sister wasn't on the damn phone or I'd never get it. But I had to be home to get that fucking phone call. Nowadays, I could go down to my homies. I could play some PlayStation, killing fat kids online while eating Doritos, and I could wait for that chick to call right there on my cell phone. That made it easier. Or for me in real life, as a farm kid, my mom could call out to the field and
If
say,
you
dinner's ready.
If you missed somebody, if they were going to work or something, and you didn't catch them before they left, you had to wait all damn day to call them before they got home. And if you called, dude, remember, like if you called and somebody was on the phone, you get a busy signal. You can try back 10 minutes later.
Yeah, so the first advancement on this problem for the sister on the phone and you missed a motherfucker's phone call was a beeper.
How about the fax machine where you called at the wrong time and you got a beep?
Yeah. The one I like was a beeper because everybody and their mom would put 911 at the end of their phone, everybody's phone call is a fucking emergency. I've just got to climb off this barn roof to call
or how much you wanted, dude. Like a quarter sack, you just put it at 25. My phone number at $25, 911.
Yeah.
When you were trying to download a fucking set of tits and your mom picked up the phone on the other end.
Oh, my mom walked in and I was about areola on the printout because the picture came down, and I was on an Apple IIc home business computer that went for like 8 hours for me to get this picture. And then that was the upload. Then I had to download it to my computer. So for 4 more fucking hours. I'm at areola and my mom opens the door and unplugs the computer. I'm like, damn it. That was a 12-hour workday, Mom. These kids will never know our struggle. I get out my 8.222 floppy disk. Now, Mom was sleeping. I spent 14 hours and I downloaded it to disk. In 3 hours, I'm going to see areola again. Because every time you do it, you got to upload it to your computer. That bitch didn't have no memory. That's why everything's on floppy disk. I had a room full of floppy disks. You motherfuckers got a phone with twice as much shit on it.
I remember the floppy disk, dude.
I'm like, fuck, I spilled my Kool-Aid. Damn, that was 10 titty pictures I just ruined.
A room full of floppy disks.
I'm not quite that old. Like floppy disks for me, like video games.
Are you calling me old?
No, sorry,
kidding, I'm kidding.
Kind of. But
like I remember the floppy disk. To call them video games, I don't know that, bro. They were games.
No, like the floppy disk was had video games on for me, I think. But like I remember trying to get onto the internet. And it made that noise like like crazy noise. And you went
struggling
the phone. It put you off. It's either you're on the internet or you're making a phone call. It was
Hey, and another thing I had to worry about is I got my phone sitting on the modem while the modem and the compressor is going and so is the damn modem. It sound like a damn emergency room.
Well, the internet
sound like digital fucking break. Sound like digital breakdown up in that motherfucker.
Also a printer. Like a printer makes mad noises.
Porn. That's absolutely true. Like I agree with that. Like I've heard that said before, and I agree with it. Porn drove the advancement of technology and the internet.
Of the internet, yes. The first shit that was sent was a titty pic.
Dude, I had a fucking Moody computer, bro. Like I literally had to take the disc out, turn the bitch off, and fucking like turn it back on, put the disc.
Nowadays they can send a
was it
dick
Alan
pic in
Turing
under
or someone?
15 seconds.
Just send a dick pic by email.
seconds.
Let's see if it works.
What are you on?
Here's a picture of my dick.
What am I on? About 325 acres smoking a joint. What are you on?
I'm just saying, my dick pics go through faster than yours. Maybe your dick's bigger. I don't.
What?
Yeah,
services
just so
do
much
I
more
have?
data. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was just
But I mean, back to that.
Thank you, Witch. That's a problem. See, yours are quicker because there's less data. I got so much more data to send in 15 seconds. That's sharp, Witch. Thank you, Austin.
As long as we prop you up, it's all good.
No, that was pretty crafty on the fly, man. Come on. He said Mike got more data this way.
Yeah, but I said basically the same thing. I said.
Dude, what's going on? I robot. I come back to the conversation and we're talking about dick pics.
Yeah. Oh yeah, robot made us remember the 70s when we were trying to hook up to the internet to a phone line. And her sister had to call her boyfriend, but we were only at Areola on the download.
Even it didn't take the 70s. That was all through the 80s and even the first half of the 90s.
My best computer
process of what we did, right? We were like, okay, everyone hangs out in person. It's like, oh, maybe you have the beeper, but maybe you send a letter. But it's always just hang out in person. Then it evolves to you have the phone. So then it's like, okay, my sister's on the phone. I want to be on the phone. Oh, my mom's on the phone. And my mom, she'd be pissed if I heard a beep and I acted like I didn't hear it, dude. Bro.
Yeah, but that was call waiting, bro. That came way later.
But I'm not.
Cell phone.
But what I'm saying is think about the process, right? And so it goes to like, I'm so excited to talk to my friends on the phone. And then it's like, oh, we have cell phones, but we still talk on the phone. Now you can't be bothered to talk on the phone. It's like, just text me, bro.
Yo, just text, dude. I don't even answer my phone no more, bro. If you do, I just put, sorry, what's up? Text me.
Yeah.
Email me at idon'tplaythatshit.com.
Like, see, I'm still old school about that. Like when people text me, like real questions, or dude, if it's gonna take more than 2 sentences to answer them, I'm like, just call me.
Yeah, bro, I've got my business routed, bro. Where Google you get my phone number, right, and you get my business phone or my phone for my businesses. Text me the information, and the only people who I do jobs for are people who text me a little description. And dude, I've done so many jobs lately where I don't even see the fucking customer, bro. I've done this so long. They text a description of the job. And unless it's something crazy, then they explain, I'll price it through text message, and then they'll pay me with like either to leave a check or Cash App or something. Like I literally never even say a word or even see a customer. That happens a lot nowadays, more and more.
Yeah, same. The same thing.
But also, I was going to say, like, it's gone like full circle, right? So, like early days of text messaging, because you were charged per text message, and because you were typing on a keyboard of numbers. So to get the letter C, you'd have to press number 1 like 3 times.
Yeah,
that's why we went like 2 C U later. L8 did it.
Oh, that's when all the acronyms come out when people didn't want to type out the like WTF and LOL
exactly.
is when you were using your numeric pad as A, B, C, D, and F.
Exactly.
He left out ID caller inline. You had to plug the phone line into that and then run a phone line from that to the phone. And so your mama could look over and see that there's her boyfriend's calling right there on the ID caller, but you just talking. Yeah.
My 9-year-old daughter was just testing me last weekend on acronyms. She was like, "Do you know what this means? And do you know what that means?"
Yeah.
I was able to answer them immediately, and then I started testing her. I'm like, "Do you know what LMFAO means?" You know, like laughing my fucking
TTYL. I know the basics. TTYL. talk to you later.
Oh, but that was always one. Like,
where you at? WYA, where you at?
Yeah, TTFN was always, even before text messages, you go TTFN, ta-ta for now. Maybe that's just an English thing, but yeah, it was even before text messages. TTFN.
That's so good with the flip phone.
If you had a alphabetical pager, people could send you text messages right on a pager.
And ASAP, like ASAP was always a thing before.
Dude, I was in school. I would have the flip phone in my pocket, and I could flip it open in my pocket and do to press the each number the right amount of times to spell entire freaking like sentences.
Yeah, listen, my first
like on that movie, what you call it, Departed.
Yeah, my first pager was a regular digital pager. My second pager would print out messages. You could type it out on your phone, numeric pad. My third pager was basically an answer machine that was on my hip all the time.
Dude, that's a big one that blows fucking Gen Z minds. Is pager code, dude. Pager code will blow their minds. Like,
that's crazy. Austin could do that shit in his pocket, bro. Like, that's crazy. I could barely do it looking at the shit.
Dude, crazy fast. Like, it's like it was like, I had it all memorized. Like, oh, you have to press the 8 3 times to get to the third letter. But I use T9 Word, so it's like. Yeah, I remember that very well, and it's actually easier to get away with it in school texting like that than like a touch screen, right? So it's
yeah.
Yeah, it was like up with a dime sack at 2:00, meet at the normal spot. Like, it was just a number.
Yeah, meet me underneath the bleachers, bro, at lunch, man. Got a fatty.
I remember getting a 3210, a Nokia 3210, I think it was. And I was like, it was the best phone ever. Like,
my favorite.
Is that with my daughter when we were doing the acronyms, I told her, I was like, look, you think you're quizzing me? Like, this is new. Like, you don't understand. I don't know how old you think I am, but we are the people who came up with this code.
Yeah.
If you think you can fucking stump me, you're wrong.
Dude, 50 cent a minute phone calls, bro. Big old fucking cell phone, Cellular One or Nextel. 50 cent a fucking minute.
My favorite ones were mobile Nextels with mobile chirp, where you could just two-way radio. But of course, I mean, I'm a large scale contractor, so it helps out when you can talk right directly to the guy driving the
Yeah, they could not answer your call because you're gonna still get the message. Pick up the phone, motherfucker. Call me.
well, I made them keep my code.
I didn't know.
With Nextel, if you had my code in the phone, it didn't matter if your phone was sitting on your headboard. If it was on, I could key up and talk to you on a two-way radio.
Oh my God! I didn't know that.
So imagine your foreman, Mike, waking you up. Hey, man, get the fuck up, man. It's 3:00. I'm already high. I have 2 cups of coffee, and where the fuck you guys at? You're
I
out
was
fucking
shit
your
myself.
old lady.
The Nextel blink was like boop boop. It was like so I don't remember exactly anymore because I never had one, but like I remember doing all the time. Like and then just somebody's talking to you.
Yep,
that's fun because I know now, like with iPhone and Android phones, like you can download a walkie-talkie app.
Yeah, you can, but Nextel just had a mobile two-way radio along with your phone. No,
Oh
your
my
two-way.
God! That's amazing.
This was awesome for contractors because the two-way radio, if you're close enough to each other, didn't cost any money. It didn't take any data, any minutes, nothing. So right there on the job site, we can two-way each other.
Expensive, like minutes was expensive. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Then they had the biggest scam on earth, bro. They'd sell you like a certain amount of minutes. They sell you the certain amount of fucking minutes, and then you go over and you time, and next thing you know, you get a phone bill for fucking like $900 and shit because they charge you like a dollar something a minute after you ran out of minutes. That's the biggest scam ever. I don't think they do that anymore. At least I hope they don't.
Yeah, mobile phones for the business was one of the largest increases in 20 years for my business on overhead. material cost, but it was something I wouldn't do without, because the jobs are so much better when people are communicating with each other. You're on heavy equipment. He's in a dump truck. He's on a roller. He's on a paver. These people got to work together as a
Yeah,
symphony.
but you're right though. They had that with two ways though for business. You know what I'm saying? I remember that before cell phone.
Yeah, I had a business account where you did.
Yeah, you can do it without the Nextel phone with a two-way radio for it's like $20 for a pair. You know, you could get 4 of them for like, you know, less than $40, and you get 6 of them, dude. It gets cheaper.
Well, just to jump back a second,
But
I think
the convenience that Michael's talking about is that it was in your cell phone that you were already carrying.
Yeah. But I think Lou Lunatic and Michael were talking about pages, like beepers.
Yeah.
Earlier. And I remember my dad having a pager, but I don't, to this day, don't know how they worked.
Oh,
yeah! All you did is you dialed the number and then it beeped, and then you entered your number, pound,
but what would I
beep again?
I wanted to page my dad.
Back in the day when there was payphones everywhere, so somebody would page you, they would say, "Call me back." Essentially, like they would leave.
How would I? What number do I ring to go? Oh, Dad, like
the number that you enter when you page somebody.
Listen, I would have a
listen. I would call this.
I would have a home phone number, and I would have a pager number, a mobile number.
Yeah.
This is pre-cell phone, okay? But not completely pre-cell phone, but like before it was like readily adopted, right?
Right. Most pagers had a voicemail. You could leave a voicemail message. I could call the pager number, enter my PIN, and then listen to my voicemails. Like when I first got the Page Michigan one, that was essentially an answer machine on my hip. You know, it just beep, beep, beep. Somebody's calling it, and I'm hearing it as they're leaving the message. People would think they'd look at me all dirty in the gas station, you know, because I'm out working asphalt. And they're like, "Are you a doctor?" No.
That's funny.
Are you a drug dealer? Because
a doctor or a drug dealer, right? A doctor or a drug dealer, but basically it was a walk-in. Call me. Here's my number. Call me back.
Right.
But I still don't understand. So the voicemail, like, would you listen to that on the pager?
No, we never
ring the number.
It was there, but we never used it. So the key is that you use pager code. That's what I was talking about. So like, you would give a number to call you back at, or if you wanted to be discreet, you would just put 420-911, and they knew where it was.
Yeah. How about that? What was that movie, bro, that come out and they had Dolby surround sound in theaters? That one movie where the pager went off, dude, and like everybody at the fucking theaters checking their pager like it was their pager and shit. Y'all remember that?
Dude, but so 420 meant that you needed weed. 911 meant right away. So like you knew it was important, you know? Like, and it's
right.
Okay. Now, if the iPhone ringtone goes off, everyone in the room.
Right. Explain I have 5, right? So I want to message you, Michael, on your pager. So I know your pager number. So I have to get to a phone, bring your pager number, and kind of say, like, Mike,
you're not gonna
call me back when I'm at the pub.
You wouldn't leave a voicemail. You would literally just give a return number. You would give a return number and then type 420 and then 911.
Listen, every pager I ever had a voicemail number. So a lot of people didn't use them, but you had that option to leave a voicemail. And I had a pager I had a pager at one time that would play the voicemail right there on my hip, or give me a digital message, whatever you prefer. Or you could type out a numeric message. I had a pager where you could actually write a sentence with the telephone.
But most people didn't. So you typed in the number you were at and then how much.
Yeah.
Like 25 if you wanted a quarter, 25 or 50 if it was Friday. So and then you, not 420. They automatically knew that. Type in your number you're at and how much money you had, and then 911.
1/8 225 911.
What? Hold on, let me figure that out.
That means your boy trying to hook up with an 8-ball and he got 225. What the fuck's up? Remember, dope dealer or doctor.
Yeah, if you were dealing in drugs, you didn't want to leave a voicemail because even back then, we were worried about people listening and recording our voicemails. Like
you just give each specific person a number.
And here we are.
Your number's 13,
like
Lou.
30 years later.
So your number's 13, and every time you call and leave me a message, you're gonna mark it with 13. That's your number. If you're at home, you're gonna leave a 2. 13/2, and if you're at work, 13/1, so I know where to deliver. Then you're gonna play.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Those codes too.
Then you're gonna place your order. You might even give me a time. last break's at 2:30. You know, and
okay, yeah.
It's on and popping.
Yeah, and then you made sure to go to the payphone to respond to it instead of your home phone because you were paranoid about the government even back then.
I had a pager.
You remember your girl going through your pager? Your girl going through your pager.
I was selling asphalt.
Who is low cell?
Yeah, my wife. I was married since the minute I deployed. Like before I graduated high school, we got a special permit to get married before graduation so that we could deploy together when we turned 18 and graduated.
Dude, I remember having the argument. I remember having the argument with people in like 1996 about this idea that they were actually recording all of our calls and messages, and they were and most people were like, "No, do you know how much data that would take? There's no way that's possible. It'll never be possible." Blah blah.
Yeah, they got that. They got that. That amount of data needed in an ink pen with a clock on it. You just Bluetooth to it, you know.
Doing it this entire time and before that. Okay, like they've been doing it. All they have to do.
You've seen some of them flash drives, ain't you? It's like, man, I had 5 fucking stacks of shit to get not even this much with my IBM in 1986. It heated the whole room up. I used so much fucking electricity. But this little thing I'm about to stick in the UBS got more RAM than the ISS, motherfucker. And people are like, this boomer don't even. They tell me, boomer don't know shit about. Bitch, I know the birth and origins and destination of the motherfucking computer. I was doing this shit when you were shitting in diapers. Fuck are you? And yeah, we played Burger Time. What? Bitch, Pac-Man 2. Right? I mean, if it wasn't for us nerds that played those games, your games would have never had a need to be invented.
You know what? You know what's great about all those classic games, like those really old ones, is that they're still classics now. Like people still, as far as download, like they're amongst the top downloads, like Pac-Man.
Yeah. Listen, Duke Nukem. I said, I begged for that shit when I was 14. My mom said, all right, I'll buy it for you. I said, it's rated X, Mom. She said, so it's got some boobs in it. I guess I'm okay with boobs. And I'm like, all right. I go home, I download this shit, and here's Duke talking on the shit loud as hell, and I got these plug-in amplified speakers. And he's like, I came to chew gum and kick ass, and I'm all out of gum. And then my mom come in the room and said, what the hell did you say? And he says, I'm going to stomp you, bitch. I got slapped. I got grounded. I was like, honest, Dad, I didn't say that shit to Mom. It was Duke Nukem. He's like, who the fuck is Duke Nukem? They thought I had an invisible friend.
Man, we're about to do a whole new level. Have you seen this Real Engine 6 shit?
Yeah.
Total photorealism. Like literally looks realistic, like to life.
Yeah, my kid's got this headset, man, that you put on and you ride these roller coasters. It's got this plank. It's real high up on this building. So you can do a simulated suicide or something, I guess. I don't know. But I'll tell you what. I tell you what, man, I've paratrooped. I've jumped out of moving and perfectly good aircraft, and I was still pretty nervous when I had this headset on. I was like, "Holy shit, this looks fucking real," you know.
I went. I wish I'd tried it, right? But I went up the Shard in London. You know, the big, like the tall building.
Yeah, I know
And
what you're talking about.
yeah, like you can get to the top, you know, and look out and everything. And in there they had this like simulator. So like you sit on sort of this ramp, and they put a headset on you, and I think basically it's like it makes you look or think like that you're going on a helter skelter, like around the Shard. And I never went on it, but yeah, like that sort of thing. Like, like people were going on it and like, like screaming.
It doesn't take a VR headset. Hold on, I'm gonna upload a video to you guys. Like they got this game that's due to come out. It's from a developer where it's supposed to be like a body cam type point of view. So it's shaky but like the environment is realistic, and it's like, dude, like literally if it wasn't for the animations of your arms and like the gun and stuff, you wouldn't be able to tell. Like there's no difference between it and real life. It's freaking ridiculous. Let me get the link. All right. Yeah, real life graphics. Check this shit out. Like look at how nice this looks.
Hey, you know, on that topic of technology, you know, the police in my town, they got this old ass mainframe and shit, and their computer's slow as hell. I'm Mike Smith, so it's a long search anyway. And a officer had me pulled over once when I was in the truck, and I just happened to be on the internet. And I asked him, "Hey man, what's taking so long?" He says, "Man, our server's slow, our computers are slow." I said, "I can look myself up on d12.com quicker than this." And he said, "You got a laptop right there, do it." I said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah, you bring it up and you show you're not on the warrant list, I'll go ahead and let you drive away." And I was literally leaving like 2 minutes later. I just pulled up the Jackson County warrant list for the 12th District Court, sign in with your shit, bam. You can get a warrant list. You can know if your name's on the warrant list. And he even thanked me. He's like, "Man, this shit takes so long." He just told the dispatcher, he said, "I looked it up on d12.com on my phone. He's clean. I'm going to let him go." But I was getting tired of waiting on the dude. I had a laptop in the truck. I got more RAM in the truck now than we had. Literally, I had a room full of computer equipment. I mean, you might think, "Oh, Mike was spoiled," but the truth was, I was 14 and I baled a lot of hay, weeded a lot of gardens, and did a lot of farm work to buy that shit myself. Nobody bought that shit for me, not even at 14. I was buying used shit from City Hall. Most every phone nowadays has got 100 times, 1,000 times the data storage that my first IBM computer had. You can store enough data to have a an entire program on a disk and run it, but as soon as you was done running it and you exited it, your computer would dump it. So if you didn't have the disk, you didn't have it anyway. It had to dump it when it restarted, or it wouldn't have enough RAM to do anything. Just that simple. You got more virtual memory than we had real memory back in the day. I had bookshelves full of floppy disks. I literally started keeping some of my jeans and shit in a military bag so that I could have more room. I put it in the dresser drawers. But there was pluses to a computer. Now, I had every Nintendo game that was ever made on floppy disk. I had regular old Nintendo joysticks for my computer system. And I could game every gaming system right there. I had any game you wanted to play that was present in 1984, 1985. Duke Nukem was one of the funnest. When it started to advance, it was like Resident Evil, PlayStation 1. But even then, it took you 20 minutes to walk through a door. Go from one door, the end of a maze, to the beginning of the next maze. You had enough time to use the bathroom, get more Kool-Aid, grab some popcorn and fudge, and you better be back up there when it starts. Unless you got a buddy on the pause button. If I broke that shit out and tried to play them games with my kids before I ever even yelled for them, I would have to have all the downloads done and hope they want to play the game I downloaded. These kids nowadays, they're not, damn, Dad, why don't we just do it on the laptop? And I'd be like, we're camping. Imagine if I went camping and I took my 1984 computer system with me. Yeah, son, it's a Tandy. I got 500 games to go with my Tandy. It don't get Wi-Fi, though. I had a black and white screen, or more like a green. My monitor
But
screen.
you wouldn't be able to plug it in if you took it camping.
Oh, yeah, I take a generator camping, bro. I don't rough it like you do. Might take a gas can, a generator, and some extension cord.
So you're not camping, are you?
No, I do camp, but if I go to the lake,
it's cheating though if you take generators and stuff.
Yeah, well, it depends on what it is. If we're camping, we're camping. So I mean, but if
yeah, I'm only teasing.
If we're going to the lake, the lake campground for the 4th of July weekend, well, it's pretty much just a trailer park. So why shouldn't we have a TV? Everybody else got one,
Yeah, oh, for sure.
I don't want to say it because you'll just tell me I'm not camping then. But my
no,
RV,
of course I won't. No, of course I won't. No, I was only joking.
No,
the
generator's part of the RV, so you just hit a light switch and it turns.
Oh yeah, well yeah, if you're in an RV, but
yeah,
again, you're not camping unless you're in a tent.
See, I said you was going to say that. I called that. That's right. I'm not camping. I go out there and make sure my antenna got enough clearance. I don't care where we're at. We can definitely watch the cowboy movies from the 70s. Every town in America got a free station on digital TV that plays cowboy movies. Seriously, I've been to a lot of towns in America.
So we've got over here, I think it's TCM or Turner. TCM.
Turner Classic Movies.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
My grandpa is 98 years old. He's 99 next month.
I bet he still watches the lost episodes of Bonanza.
Yeah, mate, he wants TCM.
He said, "Yeah, man,
loves it."
He watches all the programming on Turner.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I grew up on this shit, so I enjoy Turner Classics too, but not all day. I gotta have some newer shit. Ronald Reagan was in a couple movies that they play on Turner.
Right on. Yeah, he was. Yeah.
He was the first Hollywood star to become a fucking a president, and we knew then that Hollywood had bought the motherfucking White House, and there was just an actor in the White House. Most of America knew at that time the president was just a fucking actor. So he was a prop. You know what I mean? Just a prop on a world stage, and we knew that. But the thing is, people didn't do anything about it. And that, your Declaration of Independence will tell you a little something, that people endure suffrage. So people are more prone to suffer for a long time under tyrannical rule, but then eventually that will cease and desist. People will no longer suffer.
But was it at that time? Did the people feel they were under tyrannical law, or like a tyrannical thing under Ronald Reagan?
No, but we felt like listen. If you got a actor as a president, then he's just playing a part. So there's a hidden hand.
And I do agree. I do agree with you, but also I guess from another angle, and again, like Donald Trump making president, it's like it is any man's game kind of thing. Like, it's kind of nice to know. Not that I agree with Donald Trump, or is it not getting political about that, but anybody can stand for president, and anybody, whether they're a politician or not.
The point is that America has known that our political system has been a fairy tale since that point. So I'm not really arguing politics, because I don't believe that there's any choice, especially if you have an actor filling the position we're voting for, and this is the one who's supposed to secure our civil liberties. Because see, government in America isn't private, it's public. And people in America aren't public, they're private. Citizens are private, and the government are civil servants. So it's public knowledge. We're supposed to know everything about them, and they're supposed to know nothing about us because we're private citizens. But it's backwards. It's ass backwards.
Right.
And we know it. So the point is, you don't have to. Suffrage is what tells you when you're under tyrannical rule. You don't have to be able to point out a tyrannical ruler. All you have to do is be oppressed by laws that restrict everything that any average American likes to do. Because then it becomes just a money system. Well, they're all partying and drinking beer. Hell, let's make beer illegal and make them pay us a fine, a debt to society. It's a debt system, law is. So you take the town drunk, and instead of letting him be the town drunk and getting drunk and passing out in the yard, you fine him $50 and put him in the jail for the night. Now you got positive income.
Right.
Which powers a tyrannical system. You don't need a ruler when the system itself is tyrannical. And that's what my point was with the Declaration of Independence, that when it comes to that point, it's not just our right, but our duty to tear it down, that system, and install a new one to secure the liberties of men, not citizens, because we didn't declare freedom for a citizen or a person, but men and women, as they were created in the image of their Father. We agreed that all men were created with certain inalienable rights.
But if I would argue, Battlebot, I would argue that you're pretty much spot on, but that the system is written correctly, not to create a new system, but to keep them in check. Like, it is our responsibility as patriotic Americans to hold those governing bodies in place, to make sure that
listen,
and to hold them to account.
I'm not talking about tearing down the system. I'm talking about taking out all the people who uphold the tyrannical system and repairing it, but on the rules that were first part of the social agreement. There's nothing wrong with the social agreement or the Constitution that it can't be fixed on, but you have to get rid of all those perversions of it.
Yeah. No, they will always find a way to find loopholes to subjugate us and to empower themselves against us. And it's our responsibility to always doubt them and to to be a patriot does not mean supporting your politicians. It means always doubting and always questioning them.
Yeah, and to me that's a democracy. And
we're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic.
I mean, Ronald Reagan, just to go back to that, Ronald Reagan getting in as president, it was not okay. He was an actor, and he may have been an actor, but he had to be voted in. So are you suggesting that the vote was corrupted way back then?
The entire system was. Did you miss that part? Voting is part of the system.
So we can't trust a democratic vote. The vote is manipulated.
Not under this current system. That was my point. No, it's not a democratic vote because we're not ensuring that each man only gets one vote and each woman only gets one vote. Valid people are voting. When dead men are found on the voter list, it's time to tear the system down.
But did that happen when Ronald Reagan was voted, or John F.
Well, nobody was even worried about it then, and nobody was looking into voter fraud. So we don't know, but we knew that was the beginning and the end. You missed the point.
No, I didn't. I'm just.
Nobody was calling Ronald Reagan a tyrannical ruler. I said people knew the system was fucked up the minute a Hollywood fucking star was voted into office. Because that's the insinuation. Would 9 million motherfucking, red-blooded Americans vote in somebody from Hollywood? When most people at that time were anti-Hollywood, anti-New York. What do New Yorkers know about this? What do them people down in California know about that? And he was a well-known actor, so
now the voting thing, you're right again. Voting is a big part of what's written into that. However, the real major choices we don't get to vote on. And the two-party system, they get to choose either unilaterally or bipartisan, together or against each other. They without us, we don't get a vote in the real decisions.
No.
Okay, right.
I mean, we weren't intended to be a democracy, though, so we shouldn't be trying to compare this republic to a democracy just because it has a democratic government that's voted in by the people. It's not a democracy. These people aren't in well, it seems, that they are in there for their blood, but they're not supposed to be in office just because of descendancy. It's not an inherited position. It's not given by divine authority. They're not kings and queens,
Yeah.
So they're meaningless in the equation. They're expendable. If the end result differs from the Constitution and the freedom that men were actually making a social agreement on, in the spirit of the law that the men were actually keep people safe. That's pretty much the law. So long as you don't harm other people, you haven't broken the law because it's a social community where nobody's getting harmed. Now, if you got lost, we got arbitration laws to get you back your money. Don't go over there and kill that guy. Just go to court and get your money. But we're south of the entire point of the Constitution. So it wasn't. Right. So when I made the comment about Ronald Reagan,
you don't have a choice over your president because it's the votes are manipulated and that's a conspiracy and whoever gets in for whatever reason.
I'm not advocating that at all.
Why is I would argue still tyrannical?
we have no reason to trust. We have no reason to trust the voting system altogether. Okay, but if it did work, it doesn't matter because of the system that we're in. Being a republic, the way that BattleMod is describing, you are only electing a representative, and you are trusting him to do what you want him to do. Okay,
to
like
ensure my civil liberties, not
he
to
doesn't have to do what you
benefit
want
the
him to do.
federal government.
And that is obviously that's wrong. If you,
Yeah, I wasn't getting into the voter conspiracy.
Right. But and it's a serious question. I'm not like disagreeing. I want to learn. But that to call
I
it
don't believe Ronald
tyrannical
Reagan
leadership.
was the
Hold on,
problem.
Michael. It's a real question. Call it a tyrannical leadership. Even if it's corrupt at the voting level thing, but you know, I don't know, you still live in a relatively safe country, you know, and all this, and it's like,
Really?
you know, so is it a
Have you ever been to
tyrannical
America?
leadership?
I live in Michigan. I can get carjacked stopping at a fucking stoplight. What the fuck you mean relatively safe?
No, it's hilarious because like in every other conversation, foreigners will be like, America thinks that there's like a gun shooting at every corner. Like everywhere you stop, you're gonna get shot.
That's true in Detroit.
Right.
That's true in Pontiac, Michigan. It's true in Port Huron, Michigan. It's true in Kalamazoo, Michigan. It's true in Battle Creek, Michigan.
It's true in Chicago. It's true in Milwaukee. When you get downtown, when you like at the wrong time of night, anyway. Like,
Now,
dude,
here's the motivating question: how nice of a car do you drive?
A Suzuki Swift. It's not a very nice, and it's about 12 years old.
yes.
Hold on now. We're talking about real ghetto and grimy motherfuckers here now. Does it look clean? It's got a decent paint job and 4 good tires? Because they will fuck around and shoot you if they need to get across town.
Yeah, no, the truth is if you leave your car unattended during broad daylight around Milwaukee, which is not even the worst, like Chicago or Detroit, like he's talking about, like, but we're similar. Broad daylight, you leave your car unattended for 45 minutes in the wrong neighborhood, you're going to be left on blocks with no catalytic converter or tires.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah. Point taken.
In California, if you go to California, there's not a spot in Cali you might not. Bullet ain't got no name on it when 2 gang members are going to warfare in the corner. Now they might not have meant to shoot you, but that bullet didn't have no name. So you didn't make it to the bodega that day.
You know, I feel a bit stupid asking the question.
The point. Listen, the point wasn't that Ronald Reagan was a tyrannical leader, but the point was it was the beginning and the end because 9 million Americans were, if there wasn't voter fraud, stupid enough to vote in a fucking actor. When an actor from Hollywood gets the president of the United fucking States, it's the end of any democratic anything, even though we were a fucking republic. These motherfuckers are so dumb they probably don't even know the Constitution. I.e., beginning and the end. At least for a grassroots constitutionalist like me who loves his fucking country and served it. I weep for what these people don't know. Freedom ain't free.
But I don't know.
It is to a bunch of highly opinionated people. I'm a farm boy, a country boys. This country was built on our backs. 90% of servicemen are country. Grew up on acres. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I want to make the point also. You know what I said, the example, which it's absolutely true in big cities, where they will steal your catalytic converter and tires within 30 minutes, 45 minutes, right? So, and what I said, though, I said if it's left unattended. Okay, so you have to be watching it. Now, if you choose to watch it, do you know what that means? You're willing to put your life on the line for your catalytic converter and tires.
That's right. Somebody's willing to take it for a crack rock, though. A catalytic converter ain't cheap.
You know, I'd be the worst criminal ever because, okay, I could get the tires, but I wouldn't know where the fuck to look for a catalytic converter.
Yeah, and that crackhead on the corner is already under the front of your truck.
I might as well be trying to find the
with
bloody
a rechargeable sawzall and a demolition blade.
I might as well try and find the bloody what's it called? The flux capacitor at the same time.
It's part of the exhaust system. It's generally right in between the motor and the exhaust system. It looks like a big box in the middle of a bunch of pipes.
What is it that it has a lot of that they're after? It's got a lot of it's got a lot of copper? Well, like what is the reason they're after the catalytic converter so much?
Titanium.
Okay.
Maybe they need to convert a load of Cadillacs. The Cadillac converter. Lol.
No, but I can make a hell of a chain out of it.
Yeah, but they're not trying to get a chain. They just take it.
No.
They take it to a scrap shop and get $30 for it.
It's not titanium, duh. I remember that when I said the chain. It'd be some bling. It's platinum. So there's platinum in Cadillac converters.
Either way, they're getting $30 for a converter, right?
And in your state, shit. When I take them to the company that redoes them, so I get the least I get is 65 to 70 for Cadillac. It depends on whether it's beads or honeycombs. So
all right. I don't know. I just came up with a random number. So,
okay. So listen, your average cheap car has a $60 cat on it, maybe two. So that's $120 if I lay under your shit with a reciprocating saw and a.
But what if the buyer knows? What if the buyer knows that you're a freaking bum that stole it off of a car? Like, how much are you getting?
They don't really care. You got ID? Scrappers get dirty, man. I ain't steal it. He stole it. I bought it. I don't know. It's your titanium mixed somewhere in that big ass block. You're fucked. I ain't giving up the whole block, but no, platinum. All right. But dude, on a newer Dodge Charger, so those are $500 a cat if they're brand new, and there's no sense in scrapping them. You can sell them to the salvage yard for way more because you got a couple Mopar, Hellcat Cadillac converters, which actually in real life cost like $2,500 per cat.
Get real. So like, how you go to the pawn shop and you get like 1/10 of whatever it is it's worth. Same thing goes for a scrapyard. Like you get.
Listen, that's why they're giving you the 60 because they're probably making $150 on you, if not more. I mean, we're talking about platinum. They're resourcing the platinum, non-ferrous precious metal. Platinum, bro. Platinum chain is like $3,000. It's like carbide, dude. The shit pays by the pound, Lou.
Yeah, I understand that. What I'm saying is, like, you're gonna get the bare minimum when you're stealing the shit because they know you're stealing the shit.
Listen, the scrapyards. If you went and sat in front of a scrapyard in Michigan, you'd see a bunch of dirty men. All of them look like they work at a salvage yard or a junkyard, and they work on cars all day. How would you distinguish from the crackhead and the fucking?
I would just always lowball them to the lowest amount possible.
Yeah, so that's why I go to that's why I go to the manufacturer. Well, a big shop in Detroit where they just buy them from you. It's a company, but I also have a salvage license and a scrap license. You know what I'm saying? So I get top dollar, and that 60 is top dollar. So the average guy is probably getting $35. You know, down here at the scrap yard, $35. They're all drunks. If you live in a junkyard your whole life, you got to be miserable and drunk. You look outside and you see nothing but shit cars, oil everywhere.
That's enough. That's enough to steal one per day and get your beer.
Oh yeah, you know, and well, you know, and probably pay somebody $5 to recharge your sawzall. Look, I had that sawzall, man. I'll get 100 cats on that one blade. Them demolition blades are like fucking $35 a piece, bro.
I'm a surgeon with a sawzall. In fact, my side hustle is called Sawzall Surgeons. I'll remove your kidney with one. I'm fucking.
Hey, listen. What do you think I use when I dress out a deer? Seriously, I use a demolition Milwaukee blade, and I use a corded sawzall. I don't use that cheap rechargeable shit. I want the the one that jerk your arm when it hits in, because I got them guns to hold it. So I cut my name out of your roof with a sawzall. I'm with you. I cut a car up quick too. I'll make a motherfucking 2-door hardtop into a convertible in 15 minutes. Now, it might take me 6 months to make it a finished, functional convertible, but it'll only take me fucking 10 minutes to cut that bitch off. I always leave more than I want out there too, because I fine cut it I make cutouts. You tape the cutout on the car that's symmetrically perfect, and you made it that way with a tape measure so that your convertible top will meet to a surface, a mating surface that seals. But I do that with the plasma cutter. And then you finish it. That area. It's easy with Duraglass. I don't like to use Bondo. I use resin soaked tapes, and then do a lot of grinding. A lot of people don't like that to do it that way because it's more grinding. But for me, it's the only way to do it properly. So why wouldn't you do all that grinding? You know what I mean? But I put a French sunroof on your S10 if you want, and that's just a removable top. You can take the whole top off. I'll cut the whole top off your S10 and then seam up all the seams and make it to where you latch it down so you can take it off and leave it in the yard. I mean, these tricks I've learned over years. I hang out with the type of people get drunk around the night and be like, "Hey man, can you make my S10 into a convertible?" And I'm like, I'm drunk too, like, right now? Like, yeah, you got the equipment. Well, we might spend the 6 months fixing this up, you know what I'm saying, with all the shit we fuck up, but we can do that right now. I'm drunk too. Fuck it. And there's been them times where I got lucky. Everything worked out right. Perfect. It's normally not that way, though. I smoke a lot of weed. No, I can do a museum quality restoration from the oldest piece of equipment that you could bring to me, from a tractor to a bicycle with a fucking motor on it. They called a motorcycle in 1914.
I want to send you a picture.
But
right, it's so I told you
nothing ever goes as planned with any of that shit. That's what I wanted to get out. It never goes the way you put it on paper, ever. Fabricating ain't like that. Fabricating is more like, well, I fucked that up, but I can make it work. No one will notice it because I'm gonna hide it. I got that 63 Corvette done. Lou, you want to see a picture? I think I outdid myself this time. I actually did a car that I can't believe I did.
All right, if you outdid yourself, I seen lots of good ones. Let me see this.
I did all the body restoration and modification, sprayed all the paint. '63 Corvette don't come with the louvers or the air fins.
Split window.
Yeah, here, check it out.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the good one.
Damn it. Keep clicking on ADL.
You were telling me like years ago you were gonna do this one. Actually, yeah, good dude.
I've been working on it almost 2 years now.
I was telling you, like, this started like years ago over in 24/7. I was telling you how my dad always talked about like how his favorite like classic car of all time, if he was going to get one, would be the 63 split window Corvette. And you were like, I'm going to do one.
I made that motherfucker look space age. I impressed myself. But I can lay the house in black paint. We did. So my buddy helped me, but we did some modifications that we didn't think we'd pull off, body louvers and shit. Put a nice newer motor in it out of a 2018 Corvette. New suspension. I was gonna keep it classic, but now that I'm done, I'm fucking happy. This motherfucker is sick. What the hell?
You got this as a file I got to download. What the fuck?
Is it a file? What the fuck? My shit is glitching. Let me restart my router. I'll be right back.
Ain't that. You just got to fucking upload it in a different format. Like, you got to do it the right way. That's all. I mean, I could download it, but I don't necessarily want to. Yeah, that's a badass mic.
Yeah, I had to fucking exit Discord and rejoin. What the fuck?
That is a sexy fucking shape. That year, dude.
Ain't it? Ain't it? Hey, that motherfucker handles like it looks too.
Man.
Independent suspension, 4-link rear end, 4-wheel disc brakes, tubular A-frames, coil over all the way around, Ford 9-inch. It's a 454 fuel injected supercharged turbo out of a 2018 Corvette, a Super Vet. It was wrecked. I bought it from a junkyard for $5,000. 30 grand worth of motor and trans. 5 G's.
Yeah, it's a lot of motor and trans.
Oh, my buddy said, "Hey, Mike, I think you want to buy this. They only want 5 grand." I was like, "Get the fuck out of here." It was total, though. It looked like somebody was going so damn fast that they just drove right up under.
That's the thing with that 63. Like, in fact, so many of them, like, they're almost all gone, man, because they all got wrecked. They all got destroyed.
Yeah, the 2018 I bought, it looked like somebody drove it up under a trailer of a semi and then got ran over. Like they forced it right up into the rear tires. Just tore the front end off, the whole top. I was like, fuck.
Oh, but that is a good looking fucking vet. That's dude, I'm not like a big vet fan, honestly, myself, but like that one is a fucking pretty car. That is fucking gorgeous. I love its stance. It's lean, like it's proportions. It's fucking gorgeous.
My son said I should airbrush when he seen it. He said, "You should paint on the back in red letters, all evil looking bitch getter." And I was like, "No, I'm too old for that, son. You can do that when I'm gone." He just stares at it.
Tires. Do you like my meme? You've probably seen it before. That's
Yeah, I spent almost 2 years building that.
No,
but
that's
man, you got to get that shit perfect. So like when you start, the beginning of it is cutting to add the body modification. So you literally critique yourself. Well, I did. I was so picky, man. You want to make sure they're symmetrical. You know, that they're even on both sides. The exact same spot.
You want to get your weight distribution even everywhere. In fact, since it's a front engine, you want to try to get it far back. Try to get it more like as much like mid-engine as you possibly could. You know, like you want to be, because you want to put your weight on those back tires where all that traction is as much as you can.
Look, man, dude, I just kill most things with that. It's not even a competition. It's fun. That is the first time it ever came out of the barn. It's been in its own little corner for like 2 months short of 2 years.
You know, for that car, I don't listen to me. You know what you did. I'm just saying, mainly like that's the kind of car you want to rehab. You know, you want to restore. Like it's such a good fucking body style.
This is every gearhead's wet dream, bro. Shit, that's my wet dream. I got 40s and 30s. I got a 1918 Model T. You know what I mean? A Tin Lizzie. Not one of them tickled me so pink all the way down. But when this came off the trail,
as soon as you pulled it out of the fucking scrapyard, you were like already having dreams about what it would be. Like,
I found it in a barn covered with dust with 65,000 original miles on it. I got the original motor, trans, suspension, all those parts.
It had 5,000 original. That's it before it got destroyed.
No, this had 65,000 original miles on it. It wasn't in the junkyard. It was an old lady's barn on a farm. Still title. It's not a salvage car. Just a barn find.
Gotcha. Nice find.
I got a 64 Porsche with that too, convertible Porsche. Have you ever seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
Of course.
Old boy was driving the Porsche I got in that movie. My buddy's got it right now because he's a like Volkswagen expert. It's pretty much that. I want a turbo on it.
I gotta go back and rewatch the movie to remember the car exactly. But like, yeah, I've seen the movie. Fucking damn.
I'm not gonna paint that Porsche or nothing. I'm just gonna have the motor beefed up and sell it the way it's it. I don't want Porsches in an all-American collection, but
give me a break. Come on, don't be a snob. Have a Porsche and a Lamborghini and a Ferrari and a fucking Bugatti. Get yourself a Bugatti, man.
No, I'm an American boy. It's an all-American collection, Lou. I'm serious. I tried to trim my land to look like the state of Michigan, Upper Peninsula and Lower Peninsula, bro.
It just wouldn't be right.
Union, baby. You know what I'm saying? I'm all American, man. Fuck that. It's a nice car, you know what I mean? I'm not knocking the car at all. I just don't think that they get that car will get a high enough return that it's worth putting too much fucking money into. You know what I mean? I'd put $8,000 into it and sell it for 15
that's one thing for yourself, man. Like if you're doing this shit all the time, restoring vehicles and stuff, like I'm sure you got a bunch that like that you don't really drive that much. Like sell them, keep this one. Like this is a good one.
I'm keeping that bet. That bet ain't never getting sold. I'm talking about the Porsche that came with it. I'm just gonna sell that. This you couldn't buy off me for $250,000. It ain't happening. This is my car. And my kids, well, over the last 2 years, they've looked at it in the corner like, that's got really sexy body lines. I see why Dad likes that. So there's probably going to be a sibling fight when I die over who gets this fucking car.
It's funny how, like, honestly, you might think I'm fucking crazy, but like the rear end, the back half of it, does it kind of remind you of like the Datsun, like 240Z?
Yeah. Yeah, bubbled out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. It does. But there was also a split window Riviera. I got one of those. Split window Rivi. That was my Uncle Ray's car. So a lot of cars in the family, they just come out here to die for multiple generations. My sister, shit, she's probably put 30 cars out there. I just sell the parts. That's why it's easy. Like, it's why I help my family members out. Like, oh, you need a new motor? Well, I've sold 20-year junk cars over the last 10 years. I get you a new motor. Every car got a couple $1,000 worth of parts on them. When you got a U pull and say that's Mike's hookup. You know how to pull it? Here you go. Over there. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Over there. The Hondas. See them all? That's where you want to look. Over there by them Hondas. And I'll tell you apart cheap. As long as I ain't got to do the work. You know? Get heads, intakes. There's a lot of wrenching people in Michigan, so a salvage yard is profitable. Most people would rather buy a used car and trick it out in Michigan, you know, except for women. Most men will. Most men will buy car parts.
I know there might be a big market for it, but come on, anywhere you go, like it's kind of the same everywhere. Like most people want something new, something shiny, something like they don't want to do work to it.
Yeah, that's true. So, but I mean, if you got a lot of it's 2023s and you got a lot of 2018 and above cars, your parts will sell. But if you in the same year, 2023, if I got parts from the 80s on down, those will sell for more. 80s on down to the 50s. So we have both spectrum. I go to farms in the UP where they don't have scrap yards up north, so you can still go say, hey, this guy's got fucking 2070s vehicles on his car. And he wants to sell them all right now for $100 a piece. Well, I'm the guy that can actually buy that order, have it moved to my back porch. You know, just sell parts.
Hey man,
You need a bump
up to the UP and cross. Like, dude, you and I gotta meet up one of these days for real. We talked about this a million times, but like, we're not that far. We just got a big old lake in between us. We gotta meet up.
Right. So, yeah, sometime. You know, the most popular cars I sell from the 70s are like Cutlasses from the 70s and the 80s, Regals. People love the Regals, the Cutlasses, the Monte Carlos. I went up north, man. I got a whole bunch of cars, man. I had like 1,078s that were Monte Carlos and Cutlass Supremes and 442s. I said, I can't believe this guy is selling all this shit to me for $100 a piece, you know? But the truth is, the guy died, and the wife's just like, well, at $100 a piece, you know, that's like $675,000. That's enough to live off of. So she just sold it all and wasn't living in a junkyard no more. And Mike likes round numbers, so I was like, how about a clean 7? Because I feel guilty taking this shit for $675.
I just thought of something aside from the car thing. Like, you know how, I mean, we're in the United States and like, you know, each state is the size of a country in Europe. Like, I don't think Europeans that we talk to get it. Like,
I
don't think they get it. Like when I said we only have a lake between us, like that lake might as well be the Mediterranean Sea. It might as well be.
It's an inland sea. Yeah, that lake is a country unto itself. Yes.
Yeah.
360 miles in length. At its furthest point, widest point, maybe 67 miles in width. It encompasses 3 states. They all corner at the end of it. Indiana, Ohio, and Michigan. Called the tri-state area.
They don't really get the scale when we talk like this, you know? Like, until.
I know. I'm thinking, yeah, we can fit Yorkshire, Birmingham, and half your other English countries right here in my state. And guess what? Ain't none of you making it out of here alive.
Literally, England is almost the exact same square footage as Wisconsin. All of England is almost the same size as Wisconsin.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
and you were talking about lakes. Like, I'm like, oh, Lake Windermere. Oh, yeah, it's really big. But yeah, your lakes are the size of, I don't know, well, England almost.
Lake Michigan, yeah. Some of them are.
Lake Michigan is the size of like 4 Englands.
Which one is?
Lake Michigan or any of the Great Lakes are at least 4 England.
Oh my God, yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, Lake Michigan's pretty big.
Oh, my little Windermere looks shit then. What the... yeah.
Yeah, so like when we're talking about when I say to him like you're just across a big old lake, it's more like saying like you're across the fucking ocean. Like that's what it is saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad. Like I think a lot of us like don't appreciate how big America is, because like I mean a long drive for me is like 2 hours, but in 2 hours I can get to Manchester, probably Edinburgh.
Yeah, in the Midwest where I'm at, it's not really like it's considered to be a long commute to drive 1 hour to get to work and back in the day.
Right.
If you go out west where things are really spread apart, they're really sprawled, like pretty much every city is like 3 miles or like 3 hours apart minimum, like 3 to 6 hours apart. driving at like 80 miles an hour.
That's insane. Yeah, it's insane. We're like, I don't know.
America's bigger for me than it is for Lou, though. My America includes Canada. I don't need a passport to go back and forth. So for me, America is Northern America and Middle America.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. But you're talking about North America versus Central America and South America. But whatever. I'm talking about the United States. Like, it's just very big.
That border,
I know.
the
I know.
US Canada border is
I'm
the
just
longest
saying.
in the world.
I got family. I got family from Kentucky all the way up to the top of Canada. That's all I'm saying.
So basically, Battleborn's trying to dwarf what I was talking about how big this place is.
Listen, I can take 2 days and drive to Florida, or 7 days and drive to California.
Like, dude, we drove straight to Florida from Wisconsin with no stops, just change drivers. 21
hours.
21 hours to get to fucking Tampa.
I'm trying to think where I'm going to Google.
The best I've ever heard a person from Michigan is 19 hours. That's the best I've ever heard. But they drove nonstop, straight through. 21 hours, that's a good drive.
Yeah, dude. Our best ever, Milwaukee to Denver. It's 1,000 miles. Our best ever was 15 hours. Our worst was on the way back. One time we hit snow and shit, like 23 hours, 1,000 miles. But yeah, we did it in 15.
Yeah, like I've drove all over this nation, so I hear you. I'm not trying to minuscule what you're saying. I'm saying, yeah, you might be able to go from one side of England to the other in 4 hours, but it'd take you 12 hours to drive all the way to my state.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like literally, Wisconsin is the same square miles as England. It's like it's a very small discrepancy. England is slightly larger, ever so slightly. So, like, but we're talking about one of 50 states. That's
it's insane. Yeah, it is insane.
Ohio is like 7 hours on the trip from here to Florida. Ohio is like 7-8 hours, isn't it? See, you gotta from Wisconsin, you gotta go through Illinois, but I don't, because our state covers from the top of Wisconsin all the way down to the middle.
That's fine, because Illinois is flatland and fast driving, dude. You just fucking hit it through Illinois.
Ohio.
You just fucking
fuck WKRP Cincinnati.
My state's so big, we got the fastest speed limit in the United States, just so you can get across the damn thing.
Nebraska, Montana. What do you got? Texas. Oh no, dude, I don't care what the speed limit is. Nebraska is the fastest, fucking biggest state. Dude, there is nothing there. It's one straight road with nothing but tumbleweed in your way. You just fucking hit that shit. You fucking go from one end to the other. You don't go up a hill or down a hill or around a turn the entire time. For like 9 hours, straight road. One straight road, 9 hours straight.
Yeah, you know, the area of your state and my state and all the Great Lakes, Lou, is greater than 6 states put together, right? I did book reports on this shit.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, that's the thing about the maps too, is because the Mercator, like, for some reason, like, our states are actually bigger than they're like projected in the projections on the maps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we dwarf Mexico. Canada's pretty fucking big, though. Makes you wonder how they got that big of a royal chunk of the Americas.
Because it's useless.
because most of it is considered uninhabitable. Like 70%, I think. Sorry, I'm sorry. 90% of the Canadian population is within 500 miles of the U.S. border.
Oh, I know. Believe me, I know.
I thought it was 100 miles U.S. border. 500?
It could be as low as what you said, but yeah, I'm saying almost all of the Canadian population hugs the U.S. border. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of cities are right there on the opposite side of the U.S., bro. Inhabited. They stay out of the northwestern passages, you know. They don't go in those areas. You know what them are? I can show you a map.
There's moose country right there. There's moose, goose, and there's moose and goose on the loose right there.
Oh no, this is a couple clicks past. It's over. It's over there. You know, way past the clicks where we're just talking about. Way out there. We don't know if it's a moose or whatever it is. The natives say the First Nations people, they might be able to. You should talk to them. They might be. They might know.
You got a moose loose about your hoose. A moose loose about your hoose. Eh?
Yeah. Canada is big though.
Oh, it's huge, but it's unpopulated for almost all of it. It's kind of like how they talk about Alaska, but Alaska actually is more populated than most of Canada when it comes to that. Like, it's your people who want to run away, like they get away. They just, you did some crimes, you killed a family, and then you want to disappear. You fucking go up there.
Chop a lot of wood, eh?
You go up there and chop a lot of wood. Yeah, that's it. Maybe play some ice hockey.
Some fishing, eh? You want to ice fish too, eh? I got some marijuana. Come on, buddy. I got some tapioca. We'll fish. Yeah, we have some salmon for dinner, eh?
Tapioca, man.
Boy, it doesn't freeze into an ice block, eh? You didn't know that?
Don't be a hockey puck.
You gotta have a little vodka in your tapioca, or then it will freeze.
Hey, by the way, the Milwaukee Admirals in the IHL are in the finals this year. We're going to the finals. Fucking
yeah. Yeah, I still like hockey. That's one sport I keep up with. But yeah, Canada's pretty decent, but most of the major cities are right there over the border. We just go hang out,
Yeah.
There's a lot of most people don't know that Canada is connected to Greenland.
Yeah, but nobody's up there. Like hardly anybody. There are people, but hardly anybody.
They're called Inuits, eh? Are you making fun of our First Nation brothers? They're Eskimos, eh? They eat that. They live on the whale blubber, eh? So they eat blubber so they can have enough blubber to live, eh?
I'm making fun of you dumb Canucks and the fucking Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia.
And when the Chinook comes through, eh, we run naked in the streets, eh? Because it's like warm weather, eh? Just blows right over that mountain there. You should call it Chinook. We throw a party, eh?
Dude, it's funny because even in Wisconsin, you've been to the UP.
It ain't that far above us, bro.
You've been to the UP. Dude, come from Milwaukee. I drive a few hours north and go up north way into the deep into the deep north. And,
yeah. Hey, they're Yoopers up there. Hey, they start talking. Hey, are you lost?
Dude,
you hungry? Hey, you need some help?
everybody's average size becomes like a beluga whale. They're fucking like you're skinny if you're 250 pounds. Like you're skinny.
He said we get so far north that it becomes north. Yeah, you're north, eh? Hey, what brings you north, eh?
In the Great White North. North. N-O-R-T, North.
Yeah, I know. Hey, so what brings you north, buddy? Eh? You look old, eh? You need some spirits?
No, but dude, like cost of living, like the jobs, what people do, like everything is totally different. It's like a whole nother country just going a few hours. Like they literally like they pay like $400 a month rent versus like, $2,000 a month rent. Like just by driving a few hours. But there's no job. There's no jobs. Everybody either works at like a paper plant or a meat packing company, or they're doing forestry, or they're like literally doing nothing at all.
He said they're running corrugate, cardboard plant. Corrugate?
Yeah, corrugate board. Yeah.
What do you do, eh? I mean cardboard boxes, eh? They're like in a row, and then I make these other ones that you gotta fold up, and stack them up, We sell boxes, eh?
Yeah, they just got trees. The trees. We live in the trees, and we live off of the trees.
You need a box, eh? I got a nice sturdy box, eh? I wouldn't live in it though. Yeah. There were some Inuits that got on the other server and talked to us all the time, but they were on an island way north in Canada. And he would be so offended if he heard me right. And I wouldn't blame him, but
Yeah, but you're not wrong either. Like it's totally different like way of life. Like everything's kind of like when you go down south and everything slows down. You know how they're like there's no see.
They're
It's kind of like
damn, it's too
north.
hot. It's too hot for all that fast movement, boy. Sit down, catch your breath. You get up there, they're like, "Why are you sitting down? We need to chop wood. The hell up!"
No, like Michigan, Wisconsin, Great Lakes, as far as around like Lake Michigan, like this is like the industry capital of the world, and we're in a pretty fast pace,
Yeah.
But if you go a little bit north or a little bit south, all of a sudden it's like everything slows down, and you're like, "Am I on a time warp? Like, what's going on?"
Yeah, the further you get up north, the longer it takes the gas attendant to come to the counter. You're like, I go so far up north that like the bell jings, and 10 minutes later, you still don't see anybody in the store, and you're like, is there a fucking doorbell or a buzzer or something?
Yeah, and 5 minutes later, hey, I'll be with you in a minute, and like 5 minutes later, you're like, okay, that was a good long.
You're like, damn, motherfucker. You smoking weed back there or what? Let me hit it. I got my sandwich 20 minutes ago. Fuck, I already ate it. Here's the wrapper. Scan that up, will you?
They're like, grab another one. I didn't see it.
That's Claire. So that's like Claire, Michigan, Ludington. I'm like, no shit. But the women that come to the counter, they're fine. And they're like, you're not native. The further you get up, it's overpopulated with natives, and I mean, I can say that because my dad was full-blooded native. So, but there's a lot of Cree and Choctaw and Ojibwe, Chippewa, Mohawk. Those women are beautiful. They're beautiful. All the women up north are beautiful. But that's why the men are dicks. Unless you get them real white youpers, and then they're like, "Oh, hey, buddy, are you lost? Are you hungry, eh? You need some help?" But some of them people, when you get to a certain point, they're just like, they can spot the city boy on you. I say I'm country, but I still look city boy to them. You know what I mean? So they're like, oh, you like to ride Harleys, huh? You got a Harley hat.
Milwaukee, Algonquin for the good land.
Yeah. Yeah. Algonquin.
Yeah. Algonquin, whatever, yeah.
Oh, I'm just picking on you, but yeah. These are all these names around the lakes are native names. Ontario's a native. Huron, Michigan, it's Michigan. It's land of many waters. Erie, the place of the canal. So there was already a natural waterway there anyway before we built the Erie Canal. But
Well, almost all these tribes that you're speaking of, actually their name has to do with the fresh water, again, from this area.
yeah, so Lake Erie is where the Iroquois people lived. You know.
Yeah, like Milwaukee or Milwaukee is like the good land, but then like Waukesha, which is known for its natural springs that like people used to 100 years ago like travel on horseback for like across the country to come and collect the water because they thought it had a healing property to it.
Probably did.
It's where Les Paul was from, but like yeah, that means like I guess it doesn't fit to the water. It means like little fox, I believe. But like, so it's the Fox River, the Milwaukee River, the Wolf River. They're all connected, and then there's like it connects to the Mississippi and leads into Lake Michigan. But
yeah, that's the Iroquois Highway.
Yeah,
and a lot of those places, their names are like the place of camp, place of landing, the place of portage, because you would portage from one river to another to go either one heads north and south, the other goes east and west, or east and western, southwestern, you know. Because a lot of them roll down to the bottom of the state, but they'll head east or west for a moment.
yeah, the Chippewa Valley and the Menominee Valley and the Fox Valley and the yeah, all that, whatever. Yeah, it's all Indian names. There was a comedian. There was a comedian years ago who came on the radio that was really funny. That he's like, so I noticed you have a lot of Indian names around here. You got like Milwaukee, Waukesha, Oconomowoc, Menominee, and then right in the middle of it, you have Brookfield. It's like, who the fuck invited the Jew?
You know what Chippewa means? I know, because Ojibwe are Chippewa, but it's the puckered moccasin people, because our moccasins, most natives didn't wear moccasins that tie. You had to pull them on and pull them off, but we started lacing ours around the ankles. That made it pucker, and our moccasins were bigger, so we could wear 2 or 3 pair. My grandpa told me that. That's because we lived in land where it fucking snowed.
You totally missed the joke, though. Like, it was all Indian lands.
No, I got it.
Indian lands, and then in the middle you have Brookfield. Like, who the fuck invited the Jew?
Yeah, Brookfield, like Mel Brooks, his Jewish ass. I got the joke exactly because I know the Jews you're talking about. Mel Brooks. And if you watch the Mel Brooks movie, The History of the World Part 1, at the end it says, stay tuned for History of the World Part 2, Jews in Space. If you haven't seen that, just go to YouTube right now and type in Jews in Space, and it'll show you that portion of the movie right there. You'll get the video. I know, I've done it 100 times. I laugh every time they say Jews in Space. It never loses its humor to a flat earther. It's funny as fuck. You live in a fiction, cartoon fucking character. Yes, Glovers, I'm talking to you.
Yeah, but it's not just Brook, but like Field also. Like almost any last name that ends in Field is a Jewish last name.
Yeah,
like if
and
it
then we can
has Brooke or Field in it, it's a Jewish last name. Or like Gold or Steen, it's a Jewish last name.
Yeah. And then we can go from the Jews. Listen, we'll go from the Jews in space to the car in space, which was seen on the 1984 hippie movie, Heavy Metal. It's called the Soft Landing Skit. You can go to YouTube and look up the Soft Landing Skit too. And they took a 63 Corvette split window and threw it out of a shuttle and parachuted it back to Earth. Another cartoon that Glovers live in, because that's part of your dialogue for your fictional movie or cartoon. The stage performance that's going on in the United States of America by all actors involved in the fiction known as the United States of America, not the U.S. That's a corporation and only exists on paper. You live in a fiction.
Not that there's anything wrong with being a Jew, other than you just kind of don't belong. You know, like it's just that.
I heard somebody tell a joke earlier. They said either you agree with us, there's a whole lot of pedophiles, or you're a Nazi. And so do you get the joke that you either agree with the pedophiles actually, or you're a Nazi? So do you get that joke? Because
I do.
Yeah, either you agree with the pedophiles or you want to kill all them sons of bitches and welcome to the Nazi party.
It's fucked up.
Yeah, somewhere in there it names all them pedophiles.
Oh, dude, about that. Like there's a comedian, Jimmy Dore. He had a video that I watched like yesterday or the day before that it's gone now. I cannot find it. But dude, there's I bet if I went to Odysee or Library or like Rumble or some shit like that or BitChute, I could probably find it. But there was a dude who was at one of these meetings with all those philanthropists. This one's led by the chairman of the board is who Walton. Who's the guy that works with Bill Gates all the time? Not Sam Walton. But,
is that the one where they said they were going to test people with toxic chemicals and they'll start in Africa because those people are deplorable?
What's great about it is that one of the people who's like, part of their like inner circle, he had a chance to speak and he spoke out against all of them to their faces. And he called them all out for their fucking crimes and shit. And Bill Gates was in the audience and all this stuff. And he literally like brought up like his connection with Epstein and all this other stuff. Like, and they had to cut his mic and they escorted him out with a
yeah, I seen that. The dude ran until they took him out.
Yeah, dude. I'm sure that dude's dead. Like, we'll never hear from him again.
I seen that video a minute ago. He probably is dead now. Come on, you're going up against a world-connected mafia. The Pope.
He started talking about how the philanthropists are he said that like the philanthropists are like pretty much the problem funding all this woke agenda and how they're destroying the world and people in general and then he begged for more time and he was given it, and then with his time he took it to a whole nother level. Like he took it to a whole nother level, and then they cut his mic and fucking escorted him out.
Yeah, the Pope's the Godfather. You got to kiss his ring, right? El Bordorini crime family. That's the Vatican.
But yeah, it was kind of funny too how like he mentioned how Bill Gates like was good friends with Epstein, and all of a sudden the whole crowd booed and were like, "Get him the fuck out of here!" And they're like, "Just boo, boo." Like, dude, what kind of person do you have to be, to like boo truth. Like, we know that, like, this isn't like hidden anymore. It's an absolute fact. But you're not allowed to speak about it.
We let one of those measly ants.
I've seen a few videos recently of like people who actually had a chance to like speak face to face with, like to tell Bill Gates to his face what a horrible person he is. Like, oh, I'm so jealous. Like, how to be able to be like face to face with him and just say those words to him. Like, that's something that you're not likely to get a chance to do, But you will be booed and escorted off stage, possibly arrested, possibly suicided if you do it.
Everybody gets scared because I start talking about Jews and Nazis.
Dude, talk about them all you want. Joke about them all you want. This is America here. We have freedom of speech. We're allowed to parody. We're allowed to laugh. We're allowed to make light of situations, insinuate things all we want. There's no such thing as dangerous speech. There's not supposed to be anyway. Like, I understand some people will be offended by just about anything that is said.
Take offense.
No, you might not.
You can't actually be offended. You can only take offense.
Yeah, well, somebody can take offense to anything that is said. But it doesn't mean that the person who said it is wrong. It just means that you have taken offense. In order to try to say that you're not allowed to say what you said would be taking away freedom of speech. And you would be stifling discourse within society or freedom. So like that's why like free speech is very important, even if it's not valued by the masses, or if it's not if it's not comfortable. Like that's not how the rules work. You have the freedom to speak what you want. It doesn't have to be comfortable.
Where do you hang out these days, like Discord wise, Lou?
I've been here mostly. I haven't been on actually all that much other than here. I left 24/7, and I don't really feel like I fit in much at like Tartaria or the A whatever that is. But I mean I don't really spend much time there. I've been mostly coming here every few days.
Okay, move please. Thank you. Not by yourself. Sorry, I can't give it a second.
Oh.
Yo, yo, yo.
Hello, how you doing?
Doing all right. Gym server's pretty quiet right now. There's only like 16 people there. It's fucking.
Yeah, the Americans are fast asleep. They're the most talkative. It's a nation of talkers.
Yeah, I suppose.
Actually, this time there are the Aussies come online because it's evening there now, evening time.
Right.
What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. I was about to crash, to be honest.
Okay, you in America or Canada?
America.
Okay.
Hello, welcome. Did Witsit just join?
He's deafened.
I don't know for sure if it was Witsit, but
Yeah, it is.
he joined
He's
for
a
the
regular on
cloud.
the server. So, what do you think the Earth is then? Is it flat or is it a ball?
Neither.
What's the what's the other alternative?
I'll show you. Go to Livestream 1. I'll post an image.
Yeah, you've just posted the torus field.
Yeah.
So where's the ground?
What do you mean, where's the ground?
Can't see the ground, nor the oceans.
In the center.
Right in the center with that circle.
Yeah.
So the ground and the oceans are level, and you got a torus field around it.
Right. And it's in like a cone cylinder going down and up.
Yeah. So from our perspective, the sky moves, right?
Yeah.
The luminaries.
That or we move. Who knows?
We move. The whole Earth moves. Can you prove it?
No. I'm not trying to prove it. I mean, I'm just saying, like, everything could revolve around us, or we're turning and we're revolving within, like, a encompassing universe.
No, we can prove the stars are moving. We can prove the oceans are level. And we can also disprove the globe math using the Pythagorean theorem. So it's definitely not a ball, and we're not spinning.
We're just stuck in space, bro.
Sorry, man, there is no space. I mean, no outer space. Starships, spaceships go.
Well, I believe there's space. I think there's like a ether. Was it called ether? But like, I think it was just like the only reason why it's there is because God was like had a relationship with a man that was on Earth, and then the man looked up in the sky, and then God like made a star appear, you know, and he just continued with that process all around the world until it became the universe all around us. You know, he told a story through like time. I don't know. That's my theory on it.
Oh, if you believe the scriptures, it says the sun, the moon, and the stars were created for man.
Right. But I think a lot of people like think that Adam and Eve were the first people. I don't necessarily think that. I think they're a select group of people. But whenever Adam and Eve have children, their children go out and explore the world, and there's already other people on the planet because they left Eve. But I don't know.
Yeah, that's just assumption. Do you believe in the scriptures?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you can't make that shit up then. It says clearly that Adam was the first human created, and from him, Eve was also created, right? So from his rib.
Yeah, first humans. What if the other people that their sons and children went to go adventure off into the other villages where there was already other people, weren't necessarily human, but some other class of being?
Oh, that was later, much later on. It depends if you believe that watchers, you know, the angels who came down to teach humanity, they mated with humans. If you believe that story, then
What if everyone else that was on the planet were just NPCs? Just like a consciousness that, you know what I mean? They just weren't real. And it was just God's gift for, you know, Adam and Eve's children.
oh, there were other entities created before mankind, right? For example, the jinn.
Isn't that demon?
Well, yeah, the jinn are a race. They were created before human beings, yeah, and was like their leader that tempted Eve to eat the apple from the, you know, the tree of good and evil.
Right.
Thing is, like, you either believe the scriptures or you don't. You know, I mean, God tells us that it's okay to disbelieve, but there are consequences.
It's not about disbelieving, it's just pointing out that they left their little village where Adam and Eve raised their children and then found new people. How does that happen? Well, I'm asking you, sir.
That's not in the scriptures. That's what I'm telling you.
In
You're
Genesis.
making up stories. Point me to the scripture where it says that there were other people already there. If you're saying that, that means that the scriptures are a contradiction, not real. On how you doing, man? Dawn with a girl's name.
Sorry, I had to plug my mic in. I'm doing fine, thanks. I'm on my second coffee.
What I do, man, I have one coffee in the morning, and that's it, and one cup of tea in the evening. That's all you need.
That's very
and
good of
drink
you.
water when you're thirsty. That's it.
I'm a bit of a bad obsessive to coffee. I probably have 5 a day.
Yeah, you're an addict.
Yeah.
Caffeine dulls your senses, man. Stay off it.
I'll do my best. I've got to cut down. It gives me indigestion, heartburn. Is Dacian dissing the scriptures, Tom?
Well, he's making up stories. Stories that are not in the scriptures.
Oh my God! How dare he?
I think he was confused with the story that comes later on when I think it was the Israelites, right? When they were wandering, they go somewhere, and they come back and say, "Oh, there's already people living there," that kind of thing.
Well, it's a bit of a mystery where everyone was and at what period. I don't even know where the land was properly.
Well, the correct order of things is that God created Adam, okay, and from his rib he created Eve, and they had children, and their children had children, right? And then there were 200 watchers, apparently, like angelic beings came down from heaven to teach mankind about God and scriptures and life and whatever. And apparently they fell in love with the human woman and mated and had children that were an abomination. And
half reptilian.
Yeah, so that's hence the flood.
I mean, personally, I thought Adam was man in general, so loads of men. I don't know if the number 200 of watchers is enough. I think they might have needed a few more. Know what the story's about, yeah.
The thing is, like, you have to remember that at that time, humanity was just starting, right? It was a small community, one community, and don't forget as well. Like, I think Adam was still alive. Apparently, he lived till 930 years old.
Right.
So
93, bro.
930.
I mean, you believe that, but you don't believe 93 million miles to the sun.
Well, it's in the scriptures. Not only just one. It's in the book of Jasher. It's in the book of Jubilees. It's in Genesis.
Yeah, I have heard. Well, I've heard through my occult studies that man used to live too long, and the archons did a little gene manipulation and made us less immortal, so that we die quicker, so we forget things.
Well, you believe in God, but can't believe that Adam can live till 930.
No, I mean I don't know what the old people. I'll give you, even in my model, it could have started with a small community, and they could have lived for ages. I've got no idea.
If I'm not mistaken, Abraham met Noah and his children. So I think he lived a long time as well.
It's possible that the ancients used to live ages like gods.
Yeah, that's my understanding too. That they live very long lives as well.
It would explain like some of the king lists where they seem to have reigned for centuries.
I think one of Adam's sons lived up to 777 years.
But it could all be symbolic, these numbers.
So you don't believe the scriptures then, Dawn?
No, I don't. I believe some of my own scriptures. They're not about the Arabs or the Hebrews.
Well, you make up shit and it's okay. You want people to believe your shit rather than that's from God. What is from God, yeah?
I offer my shit as an alternative, but I'm very fascinated in your shit.
Yo, Don.
You want to?
Don.
Thing is, Don, we don't know jack shit. You know, we don't know what happened in history, and the scriptures are, it's a record of what happened, and not only that, but it's directly from God Himself.
I know you believe that. It's cute, but I don't believe that.
Yeah. So when you well, now I have to ask Tom a question also. What do you think, from God Himself means?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, when you say it's from God Himself, right? What do you think from God Himself actually means when you say it?
The words that are written on the scriptures.
Right. And so from God Himself.
Yes.
What does that mean?
We need a bit more detail, Tom, about how it comes from God to the page.
Yeah. What happened was, as far as my understanding goes, what happened is God, through Angel Gabriel, right, chose men to be His prophets and messengers, and through visions and even meeting the angel directly, they're given words, and these words are written down by man, obviously in their own language. Well,
right. Exactly.
Originally, my belief is that originally it was Aramaic. All the prophets spoke Aramaic, and it was it was recited. It wasn't written down until possibly Enoch. So originally, I don't think written letters were created for mankind. It was recited. Stories were handed down. Then it was written down much later. 3-4 generations later. So
you'd be happy calling that channeling, if channeling means possibly from God through the spirit world.
Well, channeling to me means it's from the devil, from Satan.
But it's the same method, right? You talk to God through the spirit world. Hopefully, it's Yah, the real, or Allah, the real God.
Well, yeah, I mean, God and angels are spirits, right? Although the angels can take human form, we're material, right? We're material, and material beings can't obviously get in touch with the spirit world. It's the other way around. They get in touch with us, but we can't get in touch with them, in my opinion.
And you believe these Arabs really felt like this message was from God? They really believed. They knew it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they were given visions and dreams, and even Angel Gabriel visited them, right, directly. For example, in the case of Prophet Muhammad, he manifested himself as a human being and talked to him as a man. It was a man-to-man conversation.
Yeah, I believe if spirit world is real, it can sometimes manifest. So I believe it's technically possible.
It is real. The spirit realm, however far you take it, right? I mean, if you, even at the level of like ghosts, right? All of that is real. But the level of ghosts does not explain God. Or like a cohesive understanding, a cohesive like bond between everything, right? That's something different, right? So even with language, right, fallible language, a book that is written for a purpose, right? That still has. It's not necessarily that like it might lead to that cohesive bond, right, which is bringing together all things, but the words don't. The words are divisive. The words have a purpose. The words have a point. Just even the Christian religion, right? Even just saying like there is one God, right? and another religion will say, well, there is one God, but it's our God, right? And he wrote our book in the same way, that you're saying that he wrote your book, and we disagree with you, right? That's a point of contention which only exists within, the fallible humanness.
The thing is, right, there are no ghosts. Like we occupy this earth, another creation called jinn. They're spiritual beings, and the scriptures tells us that on the last day, barrier will be lifted between us and the spirit world. And in the Bible, it says there'll be like locusts, like throughout the earth. They'll outnumber the human beings, and that's when the world will end. So you can believe that or not, but
I think you're living in a dream there when you imagine that. I don't think that will actually take place. But
They act like ghosts, so they could be the same thing.
No, there are no such things as ghosts. When we die, right? When we die, we turn to dust. We can't communicate with anyone.
That's not correct.
These
That's
beings.
not
saying when people go ghost hunting, are they accidentally going jinn hunting? It's all actually
These beings called jinn, right? There's spiritual beings. They can communicate with us. They can influence us. They can whisper in our ears, right? Do evil. We can follow them. If you're weak in spirit,
sleep paralysis and all that stuff.
If you're weak in spirit, right, it can get you to do things like, for example, kill another person.
Multi-Tom, you're completely wrong on that subject. The ancient Egyptians have explored this much more than you have, the afterlife. And
the ancient Egyptians are pagans. They have nothing to do with.
It doesn't matter whether they're pagans or not. Like,
they are smart though.
For example, my friend, right? He's seen his dad died at a young age, and he used to own a auto body shop, right? He had red hair and wore a certain pair of sneakers. Every single employee at this auto body shop has seen this entity, this person there walking in the halls. And you're saying that ghosts don't exist. The ancient Egyptians understood this faculty of life, right? Which is that after you die, right, your spirit can stick around, if it wants to, for a period of time.
That might be a jinn, though.
But okay,
you can believe that, but let me give you an alternative, right?
No,
when we die, let me give you an alternative.
You're going off of a belief, right? I'm presenting other evidence to you, right? And you're saying that I choose not to believe in that.
Yeah, you can believe what you want, but let me believe what I want. Yeah, the scriptures clearly says, when you die, you turn to dust, and that's it. Your consciousness, your
you
spirit,
can believe whatever a dusty book wants you to believe, good sir.
Listen for a minute, right? So when you die, the angels come and take your soul, and they're collected in an area in heaven, right? And your body turns to dust, and you have no consciousness. And when you're resurrected, it's like, let's say 1,000 years or whatever. It's like you just woke up from sleeping overnight. You don't know how long you died. So.
Sure. That's your assumption, right?
I'm going by scriptures.
Okay, sure. And
I think we can come to a compromise that the ghosts you see could be types of jinn just using the form of humans to fuck with people.
Yeah, I can go with that, yeah. Human beings cannot haunt anybody. When we die, like I said, when we die, our bodies turn to dust, yeah? Our souls are collected by the angels and put in stasis somewhere. I don't know where.
That's not the truth. That's not the truth.
You don't have to believe it. You can believe any. I mean,
no. There's plenty of other evidence in the world that you live in today, right? That contradicts that. It's not belief. There is other evidence in the world today that contradicts that assumption that you just made.
If you believe in ghosts, then that's on you. That's up to you. That's fine.
It's not a belief, man.
No problem at all.
It's not a belief. It's an understanding.
Or you can prove the existence of ghosts.
I'm not proving. I'm not saying you can prove them. I'm saying that what your assumption is wrong.
And you want me to believe your assumption?
Well, no. I want you to have a broader mindset, right? Rather than just being assumptive.
I am having a broader.
Actually engage with like the information that's here in the world.
Yeah, look, man, I believe in God. I believe in the scriptures, right? It's handed down through generations, and I believe in it.
Okay. Well, I mean, is everything in it, is everything truth just because it's written down?
Well, I mean, it's up to you. You know, you're given discernment, right? You can discern what is right and what is wrong.
I am. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I'm asking you, is everything truth? I'm asking your discernment, right? Is everything truth just because it has been written down?
No, not everything. I'm saying scriptures are different.
No, I'm talking about the scriptures, though. I'm talking about the scriptures.
You can't judge the scriptures with any other book.
I'm talking about the scriptures and what's written within it, not other books. I'm saying,
like I said earlier, scriptures, the words that's contained within, are the words of God.
And what does that mean that they are the truth?
Of course it is.
How? Why?
Truth is from God.
No. The truth is the truth.
Are you saying God can lie?
No, I'm saying that people can lie. The scriptures can lie. Your imagination
probably
can
corrupted over time, certain bits from the scriptures. But that's what I'm saying. If you have discernment, right, you can discern what is right and what is wrong. Your soul tells you. If you read something that's false, you'll know instinctively.
Why?
Right.
I can't agree to the reasoning that only that book is divinely inspired and no other book. Because any logic for that book being special could be applied to some other books.
That I was going to ask you, Don, PhD, which is, what do you think of knowledge?
That's a very good question. I think knowledge is a personal set of information that you agree with personally inside. You can try share it, but it only becomes someone else's knowledge when they understand and agree, and they have to come to that on their own.
And ultimately, any knowledge, right, is a measurement, right? And in that like simplistic measurement that it claims, it's also in terribly ignorant.
Are you a solipsist or something?
What do you mean solipsist? No.
Where you don't trust any of your own knowledge.
No, this is actually what the Bible said in Genesis, right? Didn't it? Which is that
I don't follow the Bible, so that doesn't matter to me what it says.
I'm joining these two conversations at trying to, but like somebody says, right, you partook of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, right? And that's why, you've been cast out of like the Garden of Eden, right? Out of paradise.
I believe that means that I was born into ego.
Isn't that knowledge? Isn't the self knowledge?
Yeah, knowledge of self. Know thyself. Christ even said that.
Right. So can we put knowledge in its correct place?
What do you want? You want to bring knowledge down from being a fact, just an opinion or something?
Well, I don't think knowledge is a fact. First of all,
it could align with facts.
It can.
Some of your knowledge could be thinking something is a fact.
But the essence, the material of knowledge, right, is
it's not material. It's a thought pattern.
Right, which is the thought is based on matter in the brain, right? Which is
agreeing to an understanding that you had.
It's based on experience, memory, right? Collection of information in the brain cells, right? Which it determines through this like adding up of this collection, right? That this is a knowledgeable fact. But that knowledge, right, is limited. And
trying to learn.
Well, that's all my point is that knowledge is limited. And when somebody
What
says
about
that,
people who
that
believe in
knowledge,
the globe, right? They
What?
think that's knowledge.
What?
I do, yeah. I think that's part of my knowledge is Earth's a globe.
No, it's a belief. It's not knowledge.
Yeah, but knowledge is a subset of belief. So when I'm sure about something, it means I believe it and I know it.
That's fine. I don't care like who believes in what or who knows whatever they think they know, right? All that I'm talking about is seeing, right? I'm not trying to change anybody's beliefs or knowledge. I'm just saying, like, look at what knowledge is, right? Look at what belief is. And
to me, they're very similar. I actually put them very similar. So there's no point in me believing something if I don't know it to be probably true. You know what I'm saying?
Or
when
believe
I
whatever you
confirm my
want.
beliefs to be definitely true, I still don't know certainly. It's just me that's decided. Yeah, I've got enough information now to decide that's definitely true. So most of my beliefs are already knowledge.
So look, imagine if you were a kid, right? And somebody told you this in grade school, right? They said, look, knowledge is inherently limited. No matter what you do, right? You're just collecting things together, right? You're building libraries, you're writing books, filling these libraries, and no matter what, like, you'll never know everything, right?
I agree to that, yeah. You can't
Yeah.
know everything.
So that's one thing, right? And belief, right? Look at belief, right? It's just like they're told, look, you know, you can believe in anything. And where does this belief come from? Actually, that's the most important part, right? It's just seeing where these beliefs come from. And it's an innate nature of human beings to want to believe in things, right?
Yes.
They want to have hope. And what that hope is necessarily, right? This is a hard pill to swallow, but it's necessarily connected with fear.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's because you don't want something to go wrong or you think that it could, that you believe in something. Okay. I mean, imagine like the strength of voice and personality and, you know, spirit that these kids would have if everyone was taught that at an early age as a human being. We're not.
You're edging on solipsism. You want to tell kids that we can't
Why do you
know
think
anything. If you know something, it's just your opinion, mate. You can't be sure. It's a little bit dangerous, slippery slope.
No, I think that the nature of knowledge is that it is mechanical, right? And it only can deal with mechanical things, which is that, like, you can't know what a tree is. You can't know what love is. You can't know what, you know, I mean,
why not?
Because if you do, it's not that. It's
a tree. I know a tree is the earth sprouting up towards heaven and waving flags, little green flags. I know
so
that's
you
what
know,
a tree is.
so you know what a tree is.
Yeah.
Or you just think that that's good enough.
Well, that's me understanding that word means that thing.
But
So
you're
I know
wrong.
I know what it is.
You're
It's
not
also
correct.
a noun, isn't it? A tree. No.
Yeah, but a noun is not the thing, right? It's like just trying to describe a pizza based off of like a menu that you're reading.
Well, I know what a pizza is. It's dough in a circle.
No, you don't.
With cheese and tomato on it.
No, because
You seem very confused, Santiago.
I'm not confused, multi. Are you listening?
I'm listening. You seem confused, though.
Why do I seem confused?
We all know what a tree is.
I'm asking you, do you know what a tree is?
Yep, I do.
Okay, tell me what it is.
All you have to do is go outside and look, and voila, there's a tree.
No,
That's
because
a
you
tree.
said look. You said look. That's different from thinking that you know, and that's different from thinking. Looking is different from
You can
thinking.
know things by looking, right? You see.
No, seeing is different
You
from
see the
knowing.
tree. You know that's a tree.
seeing is not
It
knowledge.
takes more than that. You need to know the meaning of the word, and then decide that's going to be true for a while. So I'm going to stick with that as a truth.
Well,
You were taught.
That's my
You were taught what it is when you were a child. So
it's a good way to learn. Being told things.
Hopefully that was the truth.
Yep.
What was that?
It doesn't matter if the word actually meant something else and we've been tricked. It doesn't matter because to us it means wood sticking out of the ground with leaves on it. That's what it means. Now,
Sure. And you might be that might be a fragmentary view of the actual wholeness of what it is. The truth of what it is.
It's a simple explanation of what it is. It's not every detail about it.
It's not everything of what it is, that's for sure, right?
Yeah.
So it is
everything in words.
It is only for sure that it is a fragmentary view of what it is, correct?
Yes.
Correct. I agree. That's all. I'm not trying to. I don't want to like butt in this conversation because I can talk about this forever, but like,
You're going deep into metaphysics.
It's not metaphysics, my man.
When I say I know Earth's a globe, that doesn't mean I know everything about Earth and how it's a globe, does it? It just means I know that simple fact that it's round like a ball.
You can know facts like, okay, my table's flat, the light is on, right? It's not off,
level,
right? That's okay, right? The engine is on, right? The engine is made up of these components, right? It's a mechanical thing. Knowledge fits in those circumstances. That's what it's used for. But when you apply it to something that is non-mechanical, like for example, a child, right? Or a human being, or somebody that you love, right? Your knowledge is your mechanical knowledge, right? Has nothing to do with it should not get in the way of what you actually see.
Get this back to the Bible somehow and to Scripture. So if we know things from reading the Scripture, what does that mean?
Well, I think in a large way, I respect the Scripture, right? Because I think that in my own way, right, what Multi is saying is that this is God's word. In my own way, I think that this is, for us to learn from, right, as a collective consciousness. And
let me ask you this: do you think
a
the
bad
scriptures
job.
are
We're
written
doing
by men?
a bad job when we just flat out say like this is God's word, and I think that means more learning.
It's like you're influenced by demons than the truth.
What do you mean by that?
Oh my God.
You're just waffling on about metaphysics that that can't be proven. Like for example, Greek metaphysics, right? Outer space and that kind of thing. You're equating that with the scriptures. You're saying are the scriptures the truth? I mean, you don't have to accept it as the truth. But to me, right, as I said earlier, it's words of God written down by men. You can either believe that or not. It's up to you. But to me, that's what it means.
Right. I wasn't arguing, that's fine if you think that. I'm just giving my own opinion. And that opinion has questions, right? Like what is thinking, right? What is knowledge?
I mean, if you're talking about specific things that we're claiming we know, I don't mind you saying, so can you tell me more about it? How do you know that? What do you know about it? And how confident are you? All of that stuff. But you're just saying people can't be sure about things over and over again, basically. And we're all men, so we're pretty sure about our things by now.
I'm saying, okay, yeah. If that's the point that we're at, be sure about them, right? But be sure also that you are wrong.
Seems to me what you're saying is that a human being can't know stuff. if, for example, like you said, the tree, we can't know what it is because we haven't been told what it is. You can learn. Like when you're a child, your parents tell you, that's a tree, it grows from the earth. And, you can cut it down and make log cabins or whatever. You can use firewood. So you know what a tree is.
How do you know what something is? You measure it, right?
No. Well, with a tree, you don't have to measure a tree, do you? You just have to understand the definition of the language.
That's the same thing, man. You say it has waxy leaves, right? It's got this type of bark, right?
Someone else looked at it in detail, yeah. That could have included measuring, but we're basing it off everyone seeing the same thing over and over again.
Okay. But I contend that seeing is different, right? Seeing brings in a different type of intelligence than measurement, right? Which is like garnering something that one single aspect that you see from that and using that as knowledge, right? Which is measurement. But seeing, right, the essence, the nature of seeing has nothing to do with stopping, right? It has nothing to do with measuring. Seeing continues.
There's
Measuring breaks it down.
Different ways to know things. You don't have to measure stuff. Measuring is part of the science method, but there's other ways to know things.
Let's say 8 billion people all around the world knows what a tree is, and you don't. That means you're the odd one out.
Well, no, you can say that, but the reason why I asked the question of what is a tree is because that you can't answer it. And you're going to say that 8 billion people know what it is.
We've simplified it, but we've answered it. The simple answer is even better than the long answer because you haven't got the energy to listen to the long answer.
There's no long answer. The longer the answer, the worse.
That's what I'm saying. So you're lucky we gave you a short answer of what a tree is and didn't tell you every detail.
Well, it's not everything exactly.
But no one claims, when they say, I know this thing, they don't claim to know every detail of it.
So they don't claim to actually know what it is.
Yeah. Knowledge is still...
But they do. But
knowing
like
the simple
what you're doing
details.
right now.
If I claim I'm God, you'll ask me all the questions in the encyclopedia. Do you know this? Do you know this exactly? Do you know this one exactly?
No, I wouldn't do that. I would ask you the first question, which is, what is God?
I am God.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
It means I'm speaking for the whole universe now.
Okay. And so, you're equating God with the fact that you think that you're speaking for the whole universe.
Yes.
All right. That's on
If
you.
I tell you, Don,
because
there
you're
is no
probably
universe.
wrong, right?
Well, by universe, we just mean everything that exists. It could work on any model.
Santiago, do you believe we're living in a simulation?
I think that the simulation that we're living in is composed of thinking, of thought.
You a nihilist?
I'm a what?
You believe in nihilism?
Nihilism? No, man, no. No. It's. I don't know why you go there, but literally, thought is the simulation, right? That's society. That's the society that you live in. It's based on other people's thinking and how they perceive reality, right? And the reality that they perceive, right, is through their experience, their memory, and their knowledge, and their thinking.
I think you just bring up a good point. That
but hold on.
Human knowledge is very
One more
fallible.
thing. One more thing.
It makes us
One
behave
more
like
thing.
lunatics.
One more thing. And that thought, right, that memory, that knowledge, that thinking is never the truth, ever.
Oh.
So what's wrong
What
with
happens when you die?
you end all this bullshit, right? All of your thoughts, all of yourself, all of your things you've been holding, they end.
It's
And
called
you
solipsism.
become one with the truth.
It's called solipsism when you can't be sure anything else is true or factual or existing.
No, because on the other hand, Don, you know, you're saying that what I think is true, right? What I think I know is true. And I'm just saying clearly, flat out, that should be obvious that that's not true. And that's just a simple thing. It's not solipsism, it's not nihilism. It's just saying that, like, look, be humble. Like, you're not correct.
We are.
Your thought can't actually be true.
We're
Even
correct
if you invest
to a
it
level
in a book.
of meaning. We're correct to a level of meaning where it's worth saying what we think still.
That's fine, but it's not okay, right? It becomes a problem when you say, like, you know, when you go beyond that boundary, right? When it's not
Let me
just
ask
like,
you this, is Earth a planet, a round circle planet?
yeah.
You know that.
Disagree.
I don't
Do you
know
it?
that. No, I don't know that.
You just think it. It's a belief, or
That's right.
How confident out of 100? If 100 is definitely a globe,
It's not. It doesn't matter to me, man. That's not the point.
no, I'm saying I'm at 99%, nearly definitely a globe, but 1% I could be wrong and stupid. What are you at?
Sure. Okay. If you're giving me that friendship, then I'll you know, engage on that level as well, and I'll say that, like, for me, you know, first of all, you know, I see the model that has been created, right? I see the evidence that has been put forth, right? And I see also the sort of like, you know, shaky, sort of weird evidence that's being put forth from NASA. Okay. And I studied physics, right?
How confident are you on a scale of 0, definitely not a globe, to 100, definitely a globe, on just the Earth being a globe, nothing else?
I'd say probably like 99 and 1.
Oh, sweet. So, can't you just call that knowledge with me? Even though we both admit we could be wrong, that's the 1%.
Yeah, you can't prove that shit though, can you? You can't prove the globe yet.
We did to ourselves.
You're 99% sure.
Not to you. We did to ourselves.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me whether it's a globe or not, though. That's the thing. Because I understand like the faultiness of measurement.
It wouldn't matter, like, spiritually. I'm not going to die or break into pieces, yeah, if I find out it's flat. But it would matter, as in, I would feel very annoyed that they've lied about it.
I already know they're lying about a bunch of shit, man.
Too, but it's an extra one, so then you feel annoyed again.
It's not extra for me. It's like irrelevant to me at this point.
I don't think that's true.
It is.
Isn't it funny that we can prove flat Earth, yet the globe can't be proved?
Tom, you proved flat Earth to yourself. We proved globe to ourselves. That's what proof means. You couldn't convince us. We couldn't convince you. So there's proof for different things at the same time. That's the fallibility of proof.
See, this has nothing to do with the nature of truth.
Well, me and you think it's true that Earth's a globe, don't we?
No. That's not
99% sure, but you don't think it's true.
It can easily be disproven, Don.
Well, to you, not to me. No one's ever done it in 6 years.
I'm saying that even though you think, you know, the nature of the globe is whatever it is, right? That is never the truth. Because it's
still true. It's
no,
truth,
no,
capital
no,
T.
it's not. It's not. It is a
Why do you believe? Why are you 99% sure if you still don't think it's true?
Because it's just random, you know, assumption, right? It's not. It has nothing to do with.
Why are you saying that something you're 99% sure about is random assumption?
I can be sure about whatever I want to be sure about. There are things that I'm 100% sure about, right? But they're still not the actual truth. I don't think you see how I'm using that word. Like the truth
what
is
does truth mean?
the truth is all encompassing.
Brain in a jar
It's everything.
person.
Yeah,
It's everything.
it's solipsism.
Why is it solipsism?
Because you trying to say nothing is really truth. Truth is
That's
impossible
not
to
what
get
I'm
to.
saying. I'm saying the truth is objective. It exists, right? It is a beautiful world of truth, right?
The
And
truth is
no, when you
objective.
engage
Yes,
with
the
it,
truth is
when you
objective.
engage in it by measurement,
Truth
right?
can
By
be
thinking that you
proven.
know something, right? That is not the truth ever. I know that. That is something that I can be 100% sure on. That you can never know, quote unquote, the truth.
Can I just explain your position? That there is an ultimate truth, yeah, where every detail of reality is aligned with, and you understand everything like God, yeah?
Yes, absolutely.
But no human can get to that. So we settle for a lower t, small t truth, where we're pretty sure this is what it is, even though we don't know every detail. We can make statements that we agree with. Yeah, that's what truth is.
It's only to say, right? It's
Small
only
t
to say,
truth.
right? You're making a lot of assumptions, right? But it's only to say that you
I'm
absolutely
explaining
can't
your
get to that.
position, where you allow everyone else to have their own small t truth, as well as there being a big, huge, objective, impossible truth.
No, it's okay. But you can't ever get to the actual truth, right?
Yeah, but you're not allowed to take that word off us. We still think things are true. That's why we make statements. If you're allowed to give up on that word, but we're not going to. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Just because you say the ultimate truth can't be found, it's too elusive. That doesn't mean we're going to give up the word truth and stop saying things are true that we agree with.
Truth? What does that word truth mean to you then?
I just told you there's two types. There's a super truth that we try to look for and we come close to, but we never get to.
Do you do that?
Yes, I try and get to the capital T truth, but I know that's a wasted effort. So I just come close and settle for lower T truth, which is things I think
You
are
don't think
true.
that's not a waste of effort?
No, that's not a wasted effort. That's just called learning.
Why do you think that's not a waste of effort?
Because as you learn things that you think are true, you can use the knowledge to do actions
that lead to where?
Lead to more options in life and opportunities and luxuries.
Right, exactly. But do they ever lead to the truth?
Yeah.
Really?
Finding the truth of myself and the world, duality, up and down, good things, bad things, it's helped me progress in life and have more luxuries.
You have those luxuries, man. Go on.
If I gave up all that knowledge, just went back to the jungle, it would be a long time till I get back to the luxuries by learning everything again.
Well, you wouldn't know. You really wouldn't know what would happen if you did. But you're instead saying that that's not worthwhile. So you go
saying
on.
it would take
You go on.
ages to get back to this point.
It doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. Well, the only thing that actually matters is that the fact that you're blocking yourself.
What?
Santiago is living in the matrix. He's a brain in a jar.
Yeah, I can't work.
He doesn't know what's real and what's false.
He's not sure about his 100% sure things. Not sure.
Well, you can ask me the same thing about a tree, man. And I would give you the same answer, which is that, you know, my descriptions of it is what I know of it, right? It's not the truth of it.
You've got a weird outlook on life, friend.
I don't think that you've heard this outlook enough, my friend.
I think you to this time when you asked the simulation question. So how do you talk to other men if they already know this about you? How does anybody trust you if you don't know anything?
What do you mean?
If you think knowledge, the words knowledge and truth refer to garbage that humans can't do. Yeah. A garbage concept that humans think they can do but can't. How do other men trust you?
You're using those words, but explain it to me. What are you saying? Garbage?
Yeah. You said the word truth is impossible. You can't get there. And you
That's
said
not what I said.
everyone thinks they have knowledge, but they don't really know.
No,
So
see,
you
you're
basically
putting
said
a lot of
what we
words
think truth
for,
is and what we think knowledge is garbage.
You're putting a lot of words in for the things that I implied, and that's on you. That's not really.
No, I listened very carefully to what you said. I'm trying to sum it up.
That's okay, man. All right, look, guys, talk about something that you guys find interesting. Yeah.
You're more of a philosopher, Santiago, than a realist. You philosophize everything. It's like I think, therefore I am kind of bullshit.
No, I'm the opposite of that. I don't. When you say I think, therefore I am, right? That is true, right? But that's not the truth. It's not like the truth that you are this Spider-Man, right? Whatever you think. It's just the truth that you're thinking. And
He's right. If you don't know what's real
wrong
and
also,
what is
and that
false,
you're
how do
wrong.
you get through life? It'll be very difficult.
Yeah. How do people trust you? How would a woman trust you if you don't know what you know?
What do you mean? It's the same. It's the same as
Say you get to know her and she starts loving you, and you're on your 5th date and she's really warmed up, and then you tell her, you know, all the things I said I know, and all this life that I base myself on.
No,
none of it's real.
I know them. I know them just like you, but it doesn't mean that I can't question what it is to know something.
Yeah, but you went
I don't
further.
know what a tree is, Santiago.
Right. So let's say a tree is a ficus tree, right? I know it's a ficus tree, right? It has waxy leaves. I know it has waxy leaves. That doesn't mean that I know it's a tree. So I'm tempering knowledge. I'm understanding the fallibility of knowledge. You guys are saying like I'm questioning like the foundation of all knowledge. I'm just saying that knowledge can never know. It's never the actual truth.
Never know what
It
knowledge
can.
is. Knowledge is an entity in itself that can't know it now.
No. It's never the truth, right? It's fragmentary.
You seem to be very confused about life.
It's a simple fact. It's a simple fact.
You're just confused, mate. That's all.
Why did I confuse you?
Because everything you say, you don't know what the truth is. You don't know this. You don't know that, and you assume things. You think assumption is greater than knowing the truth.
Yeah.
You can't go through life like that.
No. So there's a process. There's what's called negation, right? And you negate the positive, right? The positive assertion. When you say like I know the truth of something, right? You can either sit in that and bask in that knowledge and think that you know something, right? When you will be wrong. Or you can negate that, right? You can see instantly that is not the truth. And that's all.
Yeah, that's right. That's being wrong. It's like leaving the globe. They're just wrong, plumb wrong, right? They haven't looked into it. They didn't use logic to go through what's true and what is not, and they have a belief.
I think
as a
you
human
guys are
being,
attacking
it's
me
okay to believe
for
in
no
things.
reason when we all should be having like an actual just good conversation together.
I give you that there is some type of mystical truth that no human gets to, but I won't give up the words knowledge and truth for what they mean colloquially.
Okay, so let's not use the word truth and let's not use the word knowledge.
But
How's
you don't know, right?
Which I don't know. What?
You don't know anything. You can't know anything. Everything you know, it's not good. Why is that? Why is all the things that you know not good? Because they're not right, and now you can't know anything.
Well, I don't take.
Tell me why. Is it because I'm saying it?
I don't
Is it
take
because I'm saying it?
an approach to it, Snacks. But like, if that's what you're garnering from what I'm saying.
Because I'm saying it? I'm saying it. I'm letting you know.
What are you saying?
I'm letting you know what I said because I said it. Just like you're letting other
What did
people
you
know
say?
that you can't have any information and you can't know anything. I'm just letting you know that you can't know anything. You shouldn't have any problem with that. You should agree with me.
Yeah.
You don't even know how to agree with me. That's how little you can know.
Yeah, you're confusing me, man.
Or are you confusing yourself? Thank you.
Yeah, Santiago and Dawn are 99%ers. You know, they know everything at 99%, but they're scared. Jump to that 100.
Snacks, I welcome you into this conversation, man.
Hey, dog, I've been in here for try to rejoin 3 or 4 times, and I'm in here for only 30 seconds, and that's where I'm at with this conversation. Am I still in the right place, or am I fucked up?
No, if you want to change the conversation, dude, feel free. But that's you're not giving me real, a good chance to converse with you.
Tom,
Yeah,
my
I'm dishonest.
99%. I'm sure about my 99%. I'm only unsure on the 1%. He's unsure about any percentage he gives himself.
So look, I'll respond to what Snack said, right? Which is you can't know anything or whatever you wanted to say. That's not my point. My point is that you can know things, right? You can know that the table's flat. You can know that a carburetor, right, works in your car in a certain way, whatever, right? These are mechanical things, right? You can know if I
I couldn't know what was going on with the conversation while I'm not hearing it, right? And then I did. So what now?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Snacks. Join the conversation, dude. It's all arms open. Join the conversation.
I have joined the conversation.
If something that I'm saying is annoying you, right? Express that. You know what I mean? If you want to change the conversation, go ahead. But that's not. But
I'm working on all that.
All those things. Right? Let me say for myself, that was not right. The correct assumption, right, on or the correct encapsulation of what I was saying, which is that you can't know anything. Which is I'm just saying, look at what knowledge is, right? Look at its correct place. Look at what thought is, right? Look at the correct.
Oh, this is the problem. Absolutely, yeah. This is the problem. Is you're thinking too fucking hard.
No, I'm not. I'm just seeing.
You can't even know what you're saying is accurate. You could know that it's probably not true, though.
What do you mean?
You could know that. You might know that about what you're saying. Why would you think that it's possibly true? The things that you're saying.
Could you not say the same thing? Could you not say the same thing for yourself?
I mean, for so many, for so long, that is a constant thing.
What?
That it's so difficult for you to say that you can't know everything, and then drop that. Because clearly you must know something if you can tell people that they can't know a thing, or they can't know a thing to 100%. They can't know it for sure. I mean, aren't you just fucked up because you don't have confidence? That's what it sounds like.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, dude. Literally.
You don't have confidence in being able to know something.
Confidence in being able to know something.
Right. You sound confident that you cannot know a thing, that you will not ever know a thing in its entirety or possibly in its true nature.
No, I'm talking about looking at the nature of knowing something and looking at how fragmentary and how limited it is.
Right. That's your other constant. You're fragmentary and you can't know anything. And I really hope that you can reach regular human levels of cognition.
Oh, wait, on the same line, you're saying that I'm not fragmented and that I know everything, right? Or I can know something fully. And I just don't think that you're agreeing with me. It's a simple thing to agree with, man. It's a human thing. It's just that you're wrong.
My assumption is that you're going to say a bunch of syllables and I'm supposed to respond to that too.
It's just that you're wrong, man. You're wrong. And you're.
But I can't know that you know that.
No, you're still sitting here claiming,
because of what you already said about your own knowledge.
You're sitting here claiming, I'm right and you're wrong. Which is,
believe me, I would love to trust you that you're more correct than me. It just can't.
It's not about trust, man. It's about sharing a life, together, right? We're both here on the same planet.
Yeah, we can get married now.
We both have a brain.
I think I'm ready to tie the knot with you.
What are you gonna do?
Or I'm ready to like throw you off a bridge or something like that. Intellectually speaking, of course. I can't. You're not helping me to know anything better than I do, and I'm conversely
Dude,
knowing something to just tell you
okay.
about yourself.
Let me ask you.
And it's like maybe you could use an analyst. I don't know.
Yeah. Analyze me, whatever you want. But let me ask you a question. What do you know?
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever had an analyst before?
No, man.
Are you trying to psychoanalyze everybody you talk to because somebody put you in a therapist room? Or am I wrong?
Dude, you've been wrong with your whole energy in coming in here.
Energy or whatever, but factually, am I wrong?
Yeah, you're factually wrong as well, man. You're not even you're not even engaging on the correct foot.
That's what you think.
No, you're talking to yourself right now. And I can see that clearly.
Well, I'm trying to change the topic like you asked me to.
Go ahead then, man. Change the topic.
Have you ever been a psychologist or an analyst in your life?
No, man, no. Not for me.
It just seems like you're talking everybody through something. I don't understand exactly why. I don't know why this is like a... I don't know. I don't know why you even talk, I guess. So, yeah, there are mysteries to me, and I won't know that. Like, I won't know why you need to make, like, a similar case pretty much all the time that I'm hearing you. But maybe that's just your core philosophy. But if I disagree with it,
It is my core philosophy. That's correct.
But, like, that's your decision to make. Like, you decide that, and you decide to create something in your mind, which you can use to mitigate any kind of stressors. This is like a therapeutic model I'm drawing for you right here.
Mitigate what?
Stresses that are linked to knowing things or having any real ability to do anything in one's life. If you can't know anything, it's really good if you are prone to inactivity or unable to change anything in your life.
See, this doesn't
I don't think you're capable of a proactive approach.
Like everything that you're bringing up has no value to me whatsoever. I'm just talking about the nature of knowledge itself.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that it's opposite day, and that I'm actually cutting right to the core.
It's not. Like you're bringing up. You're hung up on like that you can't know anything, right?
I'm hung up on the way that you just decide to speak to people. I guess that's my hang up. Is your certitude of being? That's my hang up. Yeah.
I'm always that way. Yeah.
And I'm trying to take a deep dive into why the hell are you like you are. That's it.
Okay, and I'm trying to take a deep dive for the rest of the people into what actually is knowledge itself.
Right, and you're capable of elucidating this for others. I see, in ways that other people are not, because I don't really hear anybody ask like, "What is knowledge?" With such like expectation that someone else is going to take you seriously. So if I take you seriously, that's like my bad, right? Because I don't necessarily take you seriously. I don't put like you're not pre-stamped with some kind of like I should take you seriously.
It's not me, man.
Label or something.
I don't know why you have to take me seriously.
No, you expect people to take you seriously. That's like your time. I'm a goofball. I'm also serious sometimes too.
No, I don't. You're projecting. You're projecting. I'm asking a question about knowledge itself.
How am I projecting?
Because I'm asking the question about knowledge.
Why am I projecting?
You're attacking.
What are you talking about?
You're just attacking me, right?
I'm dealing with you. I don't think it's attacking.
If you want to attack or deal with me, right?
If you feel like attacked, then I probably shouldn't be talking to you. You might be a fragile person, and I don't want to.
Let's move on. Because I know he doesn't know anything. No, it's very dangerous to the conversation to talk to these people, but we can move on.
I don't know.
No, you don't.
What do you mean? I didn't hear what you said.
You said it. You said I don't know. I said, yeah, no, you don't.
Before that, though, when I said I don't know, I meant I didn't hear what you said.
I said it's dangerous to talk to people that don't know anything, but still talk about everything.
See, you guys are
They
positioning
can say,
it
they could say
in the wrong way.
anything at any time.
It's just a question about knowledge. It's not saying that I don't have knowledge.
Right,
Yes,
right. But
you
also, I
guys-
could talk to
pardon?
you in ways you wouldn't appreciate either. I guess if other people don't appreciate you and your input, I guess because it's like basically you, not to say like you're an intellectual scumbag, but like it's just like your idea has an intellectual scumbag hat that it wears in the meme that I write about, and I'm not directly insulting you, but like I just don't
Fair
feel
enough.
like you're giving reality a fair shake. Is my thing.
Fair enough, man. And I'm like, gracious for that, man. But like I'm not gracious for just like the continuous personal attacks, like if that's your feeling about it, then just convey it in some
Stop
simple
asking
way.
what knowledge is then.
Me?
Yeah. 'Cause you keep bringing up the same question and we've all rejected it.
We've talked about this. We brought it up before. Knowledge is your memory, right? Your experience, your thought reflecting it, and sorry.
No, knowledge could be reading a book and agreeing with it. That's not
Every
memory.
thing,
Memory,
right?
is it?
You read a book, you experienced it, you agreed with it based on your past experiences, right? If your past experiences
yeah.
were different, you would agree differently.
It's not memory though.
Sorry, what?
It's not memory. That's past experiences influencing
I'm
another
sorry,
decision.
that's not memory.
Knowledge isn't based on memory. If you just align some new information with past experiences.
Right, and that new information is translated by what?
The book, I was saying.
It's by your past experiences that is translated by.
You might use that to influence.
That makes it knowledge.
I don't know what you're saying again.
No, it's an interesting distinction because if it's not translated by your past experiences, right? If it's just new information, right? That I would use a different word for that. I would call intelligence. But the fact is that we translate that intelligence, that new experience, into our past by knowledge.
What?
And that is, my friend, the problem.
I'm not translating anything into my past. My past doesn't exist. It's just now.
Everything is fragmentary. It's not that.
Snacks. You
You
can't
understand that?
actually. You do you actually look at yourself in the mirror?
Personal reflection now.
No, when you say something like everything isn't fragmentary, right?
You're ready to. You're right there, ready to assert that it's true. I just don't think so. Things exist on their own without any relation to other things.
I'm not asserting anything, but show me something that isn't fragmentary.
I'll go with like everything.
Everything, right?
Is everything connected to another piece of something? Whoa.
And does that make it whole? Snacks?
Does it make it fragmentary? Dunbar?
Brother man. I don't think this is a healthy conversation.
No, I said that. It's dangerous.
Yeah. Playing with fire here. Unknown fires, unknown temperatures, undependable relationships to other things that may or may not be connected to it in a direct causal manner. This is difficult. Welcome to the machine. What do you expect that physical reality is to tell you, Dunbar? You exist here. What do you expect it to tell you?
Snacks.
Yes.
I don't think that like
anything I could say to you would be received in like the correct mindset.
Okay, then you're probably correct. Or you're not. Man. It's like we're off on the wrong foot. But we can't really say that. Cuz I'm pretty sure I'm on the correct foot and you're on what you think is your correct foot. You just can't dance on this thing.
I'm
That's
chilling, man. I'm chilling. I'm not on any foot.
He's sitting down. Not on any feet. Gotcha. Yeah, you as a person, I shouldn't want to attack you. Your position, I do want to attack, you know, with the utmost that it deserves. And I think, yeah, I think I'm in a good place. I don't think I'm trying to be, I don't know, any kind of terrible to you. But I don't think we're gonna really ever come to any kind of accord, like where we're gonna be like, oh yeah, same, you know. I think we're just at opposite ends of perceptual, you know, harmony or what have you. Whereas, like, I'm pretty much content with how I do things, and I'm content with even the imperfections. I'm content with that, and it's like for you, those are all reasons to be discontent with the nature of all things. And
No, I'm
maybe
not.
that's just
Yeah. Okay. First of all, like,
go ahead.
In my spirit, right, in my heart, like, I'm not discontent, right? I'm talking about these things, but it's not that I'm discontent with them. Okay. But I mean, in a sense, like, also, right, you should be discontent a little bit with what's going on. To be content with everything that's happening, like, in the world, and you know, not really have a grip on it, not understand it, that's something wrong there. To be content, you know, is not the answer.
All right. I posed the question. I'd like to let somebody else like take from what you're saying, because
I think he meant you're discontent about your knowledge about the world. You're saying, I thought I knew that, but it's not good enough. I'd like something better than that.
Sure. Yeah, take anybody, right? Like, somebody learns something, right? It's corrected, right? Whatever it is, right? They learn something else. They're trying to find the truth, right? They can't. They should be discontent.
And you're at the top of the food chain, and you're thinking, this is pretty lousy. I'd like something better than this.
Well, it's like what is, you know, ask the right questions, right? Like, find the right question and ask it. Because, and you're discontent, right? But you know, that's why I like, you know, applause discontent in like a large way. I think that like people who are
not happy with the world how it is. I'm happy with my epistemology about knowing that. Maybe you're not happy with your epistemology about knowing.
Right. And I have been, right. We all have been, like, at certain stages, and I'm not saying like the state, like the current position that I'm at right now, like with my current epistemology or whatever, right, knowledge of the universe or whatever we live in, is like, you know, can't be, you know, completely wrong, right? But what I do know is that I have asked serious questions, And it's when people throw out the word truth in a room like this, right? They mean it's like a ping pong ball. They mean totally different things all over the place. And for me personally, like I feel like I've taken a step back from that, and like my word truth, the word that I use for truth is totally different from like this ping pong ball that's like that gets thrown around. All right, like in the world, not just in Discord, like in society. You know, like when we're talking about our assumptions about the world, or you know what's happening, even. You know, it requires something to pull us back from like actually realizing that that's the truth, because at a simple state, at a simple frame of mind, it might not be the truth whatsoever. It might just be an opinion, right? That's has a lot of energy behind it, and or an assertion based on like some facts, even, right? And those facts can be very heavy. They can be very heavy politically, you know, especially, right? Like,
Would you say you're still going through this with yourself? Still checking your own facts with yourself in case it's an assumption?
I missed the beginning.
Is this where you are now in life? Rechecking all your knowledge to make sure it's not an assumption?
Yeah, of course. I do that all the time.
Yeah, you don't want to get stuck on that. If you can't find the answer, you need to just tell yourself, I'm not sure. So I'll just move on with not being sure.
Well, no. I see a different direction, right? And I still do what you're talking about, right? Check your facts and be like, you know, you're not sure, right? You can't be sure, that kind of thing. Blah
What
blah
I'm
blah.
saying
Blah,
is that's
right?
great, but do it to yourself.
No, yeah. But I'm saying that in my conversation, which I like to have, is that I found a different direction, which is very intriguing to me. It might not be intriguing to you or to somebody else, and I don't mind. That's okay. But I'm exploring that other direction.
What is the other direction then?
It starts by not, you know, thinking and blocking yourself by saying that you know.
Right,
And
so
I'm not
being
saying to
unsure
do that
about
here.
everything.
Like, no. Like you and Snacks, I'm just saying you guys can do that here, right? To me, you can say that like, I know this about you, right? Or I think I know this about you, right? And you can say it out loud. That's fine.
No. We're repeating what you said about yourself to
Right.
you.
Sure. You can do that also. But I'm just saying in life, right? There are things that you cannot know. And there is a beauty in that direction.
Yes, agnosticism.
Why do you say agnosticism?
That's the spiritual version of settling into not knowing.
That's not what
the
I'm
knowledge
saying.
of God. The knowledge of God through not through the veil of unknowing.
No, see
agnosia.
you're translating it in a completely incorrect way.
That's literally what the word agnosia means.
No, you're saying, you know, the beauty of not knowing.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm just talking about beauty.
You said there's a certain beauty to not knowing.
No, I didn't.
That's why I said it.
No, I said I'm exploring the beauty of this direction.
Right.
Which is not the beauty of not knowing or thinking about knowledge or whatever, right? It's just seeing that it's actually like, if you take that picture, the beauty of not knowing, and you inverse itself, right? And instead the picture is quote unquote the beauty of knowing, right? And in that picture of the beauty of knowing, right? Whatever inverse colors you see there, right? If you negate that,
knowing through not knowing,
knowing
about knowing while you don't know,
just negate the beauty of knowing.
Yeah, well, I understand this, but I don't think we should get stuck on it.
What that means when you do that, right? There's a different beauty.
I think it's also very weak to say I don't know on every subject.
That's not what I'm saying, man. I'm saying I fully understand, knowing, and I know things, but it's not weak because I actually understand the the material of knowledge.
If we're at war together, I say let's not go across that field, even though it's shorter, quicker, because I know that's a minefield. Would you trust me?
Well, it depends. I mean, if we're at war and you're my friend, yeah, probably I would.
Yeah.
Depends.
That'll be worthwhile.
Yeah.
You're out there trying to collect gold. A bunch of people run into you. You got to take a landmine, drawing on some stuff. Am I right?
Yeah.
I didn't see the movie, Don. I didn't see that movie. I just saw the trailer. Okay, sorry.
It's brilliant. You got to trust people's knowledge sometimes. Go with the flow and negate the fact of being agnostic.
That's what we do all the time, man. That's what we do all the time.
But isn't it sort of like a buffet? Like I could run into a bunch of different people. They might tell me 100 different things, really. Like some of them I might just throw away. Some of them I'm like, that's right.
Yeah.
Don't we all have that? We're all permitted to refuse things that may be true, maybe right in front of our face. Maybe we decide to not pay attention to them.
Oh, definitely.
Right?
Yeah, it's the freedom. If you
emotions are totally like real, right? Emotions are totally real. Do I choose to ignore them out of the fact that it makes my life a lot like easier to not get hung up on emotional things that I can't change? Totally.
My example was Snacks. If you get some information and you think you're sure about it, and you're using that practically to survive, there's no point in running around while you're trying to survive thinking, yeah, but this might not be right, this might not be right, this might not be right. If you've already decided, this is so right, I'm going to use it to base my actions on. You're just wasting time, double doubting yourself.
It's just not use. It's not doubting oneself all the time is not useful.
It's not doubt. It's not doubt. But like people have like in war, right? When somebody says, "Let's go this way," right, and they say, "Okay, I'm listening to you," right? We have done that. Millions and millions of people throughout history have done that, and it's led us to this point. It's not insight. It's not like anything other than just cause and effect reaction. There is something much more than thinking that you know something, right? Or just reacting and giving in to something, right? That exists in the universe, that we all exist in. And I'm saying that like exploring that's the other direction. The only other direction is just saying, oh, this person seems right, yeah, as my knowledge depicts, and this person seems wrong, and so I'm going to go in this direction.
So I mean, you made a lovely cup of coffee in the morning. Right. Would it be sensible to spend 40 minutes in the afternoon wondering if you really made a nice coffee? Would it be worthwhile?
That's not what I would be hung up on, my friend. If that's what you take from this, and that's where you draw your mind to, you have to see that.
I'm pointing out that sometimes you just stick with what you know, because you loved that coffee, you enjoyed it, it perked you up. There's no point in questioning it for 40 minutes later. You already know it's nice, right? It's only worthwhile questioning some things that you might actually doubt, not everything.
I question all of that.
So would you spend 40 minutes questioning your own coffee skills?
No.
No.
Absolutely
not. So you don't question everything, do you?
No, because I question all of that, what you just said, right? Which is all of your discourse about like questioning your coffee. Okay? No. You had your coffee, right? You should drink it like it's the first time that you ever drank it before. And afterwards,
no, you drink it knowing you've already made the method and you know it's going to be good.
It doesn't matter if you know it's going to be good. Drink it like it's the first time that you've ever experienced it.
I mean, you could do that, but
that would be beautiful.
You'd be lying to yourself, wouldn't you?
Absolutely not. No, because it's your senses.
Why not?
Why? What do you mean lying to yourself?
Well, have you ever drank a cup of coffee before?
Yes, I
The
have.
one that you made.
Yeah.
So then it is not the same thing. But yeah, well, he's saying like you'd have to be lying to yourself to pretend that it's the first cup of coffee, or you'd just be pretending. But that's not lying
true.
to you. That's fine.
That's not true. That's not true. It's only thought that makes that distinction.
Oh, stop it!
No, it is. It is. Your sensation, right?
You're gonna use a word like thought in this combo and just be like, that's what changes it. You know, like, oh no, it's your memory. And like, oh no, it's your thinking. Like, stop. Like you're already gonna like challenge the definition of these words.
Brother
regardless.
man. Just drink something like it's the first time you've ever done it before.
That's crazy.
Don't think.
How do I remember the first time I've ever done something?
If you think about like think about
something?
drinking it like it's the first time you've ever done it before, then
like a sippy cup, like I'm like where I take deep breaths in between a small gulp of something. I'm like I don't know that I can swallow it all the way. That type of first time I drank something. Is that what you
actually
like I might choke on it because I don't know how to swallow correctly.
Actually use your whole body's sensation, to feel it.
There's a certain sense to it. Going back to this is the moment right now. Of course, it's good. It's a good technique, but I was referring to not questioning everything in your head because you don't have time. That's all I was saying.
I know, man. I think that would be a waste of time. Don't question, what's in your head at all.
No, you're not getting me. I said don't question everything all the time because you won't have time. Like your coffee making skills.
Yeah, but okay, that has a certain place.
Why don't you pretend it's the first cup of coffee ever made and make it poorly every time? Why not do that?
Yeah.
Snacks.
Man, just to appreciate the fact that you could learn it.
Yeah, apply
that knowledge.
Yeah, just throw everything in the cup and hope for the best.
From somebody who's like imagining the first type of.
I'm trying to experience life. I'm like, this is beautiful. This cup of coffee is terrible, right? I'm like, it's beautiful.
Start there.
Right?
Start there. Actually, do that. Right?
Have you had a beautiful shit cup of coffee before, where you're like, oh my god, it sucks, but this is the best?
Sure, man.
You had that?
Yeah.
Cowboy coffee. You're camping. You're like, oh my gosh, love it.
Yeah.
Picking grinds out of your teeth. You're smiling at your friend. You got all kinds of shit in there.
That's
you don't
right.
care.
Right. That's right.
Okay.
Now, do that with anything.
At a 7-Eleven.
At a 7-Eleven, whatever.
I don't think so. Yeah, it's just not the same.
Do
There's nothing the same about
this. Do it with a cigarette, right?
Oh yeah, no. But anyway.
No, you could.
Yeah, you can tell me how to enjoy things. It's cool. Like, yeah, we're definitely compatible that way.
Works with orgasm. When you have an orgasm,
right. I try to pretend it's the first time, and I'm surprised.
Yeah, the last few seconds, you just forget yourself, and you go back to being a teenager for a moment.
You have senses, okay? And the point is like when you do something over and over and over again, right? Your thinking and your habitual nature of what it's doing takes over. Mostly, like, your senses are inactive; they're unconscious. Bringing out those senses is bringing in intelligence. It's not to say that it's the actual first time that it's been done before, right? But it's just saying that, like, you're bringing out all of your senses for that one moment, right? And you take in a lot of information. You take in a lot of intelligence from doing that because you're not being dull, right? You're not being habitual in nature. And when you do that, your body reacts in a completely different way. It's not reacting in the way that you're reacting, Snacks, or just saying like, oh, thought,
like, it's okay. Like, I understand you're trying to use words to talk to me.
Yeah,
I get it. I can't even hear you anymore. Honestly, like, I just hear a couple words together and I'm like, the mute button is in the brain part. I can literally not hear you.
You should mute me and just
like my tinnitus will peak up when you're saying something. I'm just like, I don't know, man. Like, I definitely can't vibe with you on these concepts. As you say them and as you speak your logic, I'm like, no, don't agree with that. Don't agree. I wouldn't draw that conclusion. Hey, but it doesn't mean I'm bad at logic, right?
You are what you are, man. But You know, you stay to yourself, dude. Don't bother about me. I'm trying to like talk about some deep things here, but you know, you guys, I don't know, don't seem to enjoy it very much or whatever. You know, you're pulling it in different directions. That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't find what you're saying to be useful to me. So I guess it's like I find it annoying to have to kind of like listen to it.
It's not useful, Snacks. Could I ask you that?
It sounds like it sounds like wasting time is what I infer it to mean.
Why do you feel like that?
Because I've wasted enough time.
No, I know.
I just fucking know. I just know it's a waste of my time.
Why do you know? Why do you know?
Because knowledge is fucking like grabbing the nutsack of my brain.
Yes,
that's knowing. That's holding it in my hands. Like I got that shit. Like I know that this is a waste of my. I know it's a waste of my time talking to you right now.
You're triggered. That's what you're saying.
No. I'm just saying like certitude is a certain place that people come from, and you can say that certitude might rely in your mind. It may rely in your knowledge. It may rely on a test score that you got in 4th grade. But to me, certitude relies just about like in somewhere in the gut instinct, fortitude intestinally, somewhere around there is where the security of the knowledge is actually checked. And you know, that's all we're really talking about. Is I'm just saying
that's cool.
Your philosophy seems to lack a point of confidence that like I'm gonna already be drawing from, and it's difficult for me to suspend my confidence in order to listen to you talk about at minutiae levels the degrees of confidence you do not possess and are incapable of knowing, right. And that also that I should be incapable of knowing, and that I'm not better than you, which is like a thing that you say, and that basically I should like kind of submit to the way in which you're perceiving your reality so that I may better understand mine, but that's not true. And that's why I feel like this is a waste of time.
You seem like you're triple attacking yourself. You know, like you're just
no, I'm more like trying to triple attack your point of view, I guess, if you will. I've hit it from all 3 levels. I'm content in my my critique of your work. You may continue to.
You're confident. You're confident. Yeah, go ahead. What are you confident in? What's your point of view? Let me hear it because I haven't heard enough from you. Let's hear it.
Like security, certitude, confidence. Yeah, these are sorts of words I might use to describe like making toast. Right. And yet for you, this seems like a 15-minute diatribe you might be able to have exploding this subject and tell me like, what is toast? How do you know? Like, what degree of toast are you putting on there? How do you know it's really toasted? How do you know that you just have an idea of toast that other people don't would say that this is not toast? This is just like warmed over bread. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, there's a way that you could drive all this stuff and explore it. And maybe that's like a wonderful gift of perception. But for me, that would only cloud and weigh down my thought process to where it was ineffective. So that's why I think I have a difficulty trying to restrict myself to, to your line of thinking. That's all. You get that, right? I just lack patience for what you're going through. Maybe in life, but certainly philosophically.
I wanted to listen to everything you had to say.
You did. That's okay, man. We don't have to talk. It's cool. I'm not trying to bother you. Right? But I'm also not trying to be bothered. So I guess that's where we're at, man.
Good, man. Good.
Good talk. Yes, this was great. I mean, my opinions is like we really use a lot of these words to mean a certain thing as well. Educated, intellect, knowledge, right? Somebody could just be smart, right? All these different things. You know, they got subtle meanings to them. You know, and you say something like an idea or a thought or thinking or perception. Sometimes perception is active, and sometimes perception is part of active thought. So, you know, you try to like fragment all these things up, and you're going to wind up with something that really doesn't seem to make sense because you've already established it to be of such disparate function. I think that's possibly why I want to let you know that I disagree about the fragmentary version of nature that you feel like, or reality that you feel like you're in. And yeah, I'm sure a lot of people do experience reality in this way, but is that the real nature of it? Go ahead.
Well, I'd say that that's you know, insightful of you, and what you're saying about, you know, the word fragmentary, right? That I agree with, and you know, that's insightful of you to say that you could use this word about thought, for example, but you know, you could also draw into other areas where it may not be, it may be an excuse, right? It may not be necessary to use. What may be more, uh, you know, predominant to listen to or to see is actually the nature of your thinking, right? Whatever it is, not just like label it fragmentary. So, man, you know, that's good on you. Like, I'm not, you know, I'm using words.
It just sounds like a philosophical concept, and I feel that I'm not sure exactly where it stems, but just mathematically, I don't know. I think like to a degree of certainty, I can describe and demonstrate for you what I think. There is really no chaotic element at all, that they're integrated into holistic elements, and that they play a sort of role together to create everything that is inconsistent and consistent in what we see. And but it all follows structure. It all follows to pattern, and it follows pattern that you cannot perceive in your frame. You cannot perceive it with your sensory tools, all the reasons of why things go on. But I can say that computationally, I can take an infinite set of numbers and force them into infinite, almost random numbers. But they're all not They're all not random. In Fibonacci, the largest Fibonacci number, which is like infinity or approaches infinity, is absolutely forcible into a real order that cannot be seen by looking at the number itself. I find that to be cool, and it's a philosophical base point for me, to not accept that the world is fragmentary, but to understand that there are pieces that may seem to not comport with what we think, but they do play a part in a whole. There's a cooperative relationship.
I didn't understand that, but what do you mean about like sets of numbers?
There's no such thing as chaos, really. It's what we call it. But everything is order.
Okay, let's say I agree with you, right? Let's say, okay, I agree. But why do you say that, right? How do you know that?
I'm just saying philosophically, I will claim that because I can computationally do it with math.
Okay.
And it's something that I found and that very few people work on. And there's no reason for me to have found it, and there's no reason for me to have persisted with it after being wrong, but then to keep persisting until I realized I wasn't wrong.
All right, so
and I didn't even have, there were no Wikipedia articles about what I was looking at until maybe 10 years later.
Was this where like your energy is coming from? Like do you not think that there's any such thing as order? Or do you think that everything is order, even if it's chaos?
Yeah, chaos is something that we would call it, but it's order just in a way that we can't perceive.
Okay. So somebody thinking whatever the hell they want to think, right? Just throwing it out there. right? People do that all the time.
Saying that they could think about whatever they want to
No,
think
I'm
is
saying
its
they
own
do.
thing.
Right. I'm saying somebody thinking, right? Whatever the hell they want to think, right? Is that order?
But is somebody making a choice to think whatever the hell they want, or are they obsessed by something that they're in a pattern?
Doesn't matter.
Right?
Either one. Yeah, either one. Is that order?
Yeah, sure. Everything's order. Everything has order because everything is that is. And because it is, it relates to something else. And because there's else. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, okay. Now you seem like a little less caring, a little more nihilistic than you guys have been calling me.
No. I'm speaking to nihilism with this understanding that I have attained some amount of decades ago.
Right, but you're saying it doesn't matter, you don't care, right? Well, it doesn't matter what anybody thinks.
That's not what I'm saying. No.
What
I'm saying is that any seemingly the most random occurrence has no, we're just calling that random, but it's not actually random in the whole system of stuff. Nothing happens randomly. Things happen. Things are tied to things. There's all types of things here. They all have causal relationships to each other in ways that we don't necessarily understand all of the ins and outs of this. That's what I believe.
That's absolutely correct. You do not understand all the ins and outs of it, right?
Morning, guys.
We agree on that?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to say real quick, and I'll mute. In my opinion, there seems to be chaos into order originally, and then from order to disorder. Like everything seems to be going to disorder right now. Like everything's becoming disorganized and less purposeful.
That's right.
Existence itself. So there seems to be a sort of entropy, decay that wasn't part of the order originally.
Yeah.
It's like there's an infection. There's a virus that's infiltrated existence itself, and it's basically spreading throughout all of existence, and it's every generation it's becoming more disorganized. We don't see it because it's been hundreds of generations before us.
No,
but I believe that we're going to disorder.
That's right. And I think in my words, I think it's the truth of the nature of thought, right, showing itself to us. But yeah.
I'd like to speak on that. I do think order comes from chaos. So originally it had to be chaos. I think nature does order ab chaos, and so does man. So hang on. The old religions tried to find their order in the chaos of nature because they didn't quite understand the order of nature. And now the new world order is trying to make their new order. But to have the new order, they have to dismantle the old orders.
No, they have to. It's all chaos. But how does order come from chaos? Could you tell me that?
Patterns emerge.
Okay, good enough description. So those patterns emerge in time, right?
Yeah.
And timelessly, do you think patterns don't exist?
I don't know what that means.
Meaning before the chaos that you saw that emerged the order, right? You don't think like that this order previously existed?
I'm saying there was a time of chaos. If it was a big bang, let's say hypothetically, a big God bang that went boom, that would have to fit on the globe model, not the flat Earth model. Then that would have been the moment of chaos when everything was shooting out, and eventually, as it shoots out, it finds order and pattern. It falls into the order. But I think what Lion of Yah was referring to is the breakdown of the Christian order, like families, going to church, spirituality, community, understanding God. That is all breaking down because evil people want to make their new order of solipsist, atheist, mind control victims.
Yeah, that too. But no, like actually, like in the physics, in the physical laws of nature, there was, I believe, an original state of bliss, of perfection, of total harmony and homeostasis. There was no chaos at all. There was no entropy. There was no death or decay. Something happened in our primordial history that infiltrated our existence through the laws of nature that the creator had set in place. There were hypothetical probabilities, theoretical possibilities, and theoretical potentials, energetic potentials that were there in the system pre-built. And you didn't have to necessarily tap into it, but something decided to tap into it, and since they've tapped into it, it started to spread, and it leads to entropy and death and decay. But that wasn't originally part of the system.
I agree if that's talking about some of humanity's old traditions, but I don't know about the physics of reality falling apart.
No, yeah, the physics of reality itself are being pushed to their limits. Like I do believe that the earth, the heaven and the earth are going to be renewed due to um, a, a cataclysm that's beyond our understanding. Like they talk about the universe expanding, right?
Do you think it's kind of like environmentalism, but spiritually? We've messed up the garden so bad that we're going to have an environmental apocalypse spiritually.
Yeah, there's going to be an environmental apocalypse, but it's more than that. It's more than environmental, right? It's more than habitat. It's literally with the fabric of space and time. If you believe in the Einsteinian theory, it has to do more with that, or the ether. Either one, there's going to be a breakdown of the ether in the future. How long in the future, I can't tell you, but that's what at least that's what the scriptures teach. That there's a breakdown of the laws of the universe itself. We don't notice it. We don't see it. We're in it. You have to be outside of it to really. We might sense it. We might see certain like they talk about redshift and this and that. You might be able to pick up on it, but it says that if the days were not shortened, no man would be left alive, and it almost seems like time is speeding up. But I'm not sure if that's an illusion, right? But there seems go ahead.
Socially and environmentally feels like end times. Feels like some type of acceleration is happening, but I don't know about physics changing.
Yeah.
But also, what you said reminds me of the Kali Yuga. So you have a period where it builds up and it gets great, and then it falls apart again.
Cycle.
But yeah, you can still have a flat Earth with the Big Bang theory. It's just not like that's what Genesis is about, right? It's about there being a black void, darkness over the deep, and all there was water and darkness, and from that water appeared land, right?
Yeah. I agree. Metaphorically, you can have a divine spark that turned into all of what we have now on a flat Earth, but it wouldn't be an explosion in the middle of a universe with planets coming out.
No, yeah, it wouldn't be that.
I mean,
I think it happened in heaven, and somehow Earth was made like separately to that.
I kind of wonder what the observation point for thinking that might be, and I don't know. Like, is it possible that ancient people could have seen some kind of volcanism, some maybe island form, maybe land be made, and start with this concept?
Yeah, I think that.
I might just have volcanoes on the brain. Saw some article about like the Indonesian the largest volcano is like showing signs of waking up.
I think he's saying like it's more than just a nighttime and an island coming up. It's a huge cosmic event where God made a garden.
That could be a fractal of it, right? Like the island popping up through volcanic means. But no, I'm talking about, bro, like the actual existence itself, right? On the in the bigger picture, right? We seem to be surrounded by water. Like existence itself seems to be mostly water, even though we can't really perceive it. And then we are in like this cosmic egg or like this bubble of air, right? With in an ecotarium, and then underneath us is water, and above us is water. Like he separated the waters from the waters. That's what Genesis says. He separated the waters from the waters.
I don't think
We're in the spark gap of creation here.
I'm
No
not sure there's
underwater
much
life.
evidence of water in the sky if you go past the clouds.
Theoretically, there seems to be some type of water. What kind of water it is beyond me. I can't tell you, but you know that there's different states of matter. For all we know, that water might be in a completely different material state.
Well, it's got to be loaded the fuck up with some nitrogen, right?
You know where the idea of water in the sky comes from? It comes from Egypt saying Nuit, the sky goddess. Is the Nile in the sky because all of those little stars of the Milky Way run across in a line over the sky. So they said she was a river in the sky. So I'm just saying the idea of water in the sky comes from before that book as well. Femininity above earth.
Hey, y'all, did you catch any of that? Did you see that map I sent you? Thought you might enjoy that.
I vaguely remember seeing something.
Yeah, it's an interesting map. It's pretty old by a Australian anthropologist, and this is his. Basically, it's like a FE projection azimuthal, but it shows different his idea of the spread of people, which definitely does not comport with anything I'm reading out of history books. No. I think it's pretty interesting. Well, I mean, I guess it shows like where migration patterns were gone. Yeah. Yeah. It's cool stuff. I don't know. I was talking about some diaspora events and stuff. I just thought it was interesting to look at that map. I've been thinking about that map, I guess, for a couple weeks now. And then I finally remembered where I had it. Like, did I need to remember it then, or was it just good timing? What, I tried to throw something in a garbage can just now, and I missed it, but then it hit something, and then it went in the garbage can anyway. So, like, my intention is for it to go in there. It did. I mean, do I need to question if it takes a rebound off of something else or ricochets off of something else? You know what I mean? Some amount of luck to everything, Like, I do believe in luck, but I don't necessarily believe in other things. Oh man, I'm all fucked up. Nobody gives you like
every thought all day.
I'm all fucked. Don't believe anything I say. It's just that, like, we're only given these words, simple words, to fucking try to pin these high concepts to, But luck, I think, defines a lot. I don't know. There's probably physicists that believe in it too. I mean, but that's just. But then define it, right? And then it's going to sound a lot like random chance, but I don't think.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's going to sound like random chance if I describe it, but I don't believe that to be what it is. So it's like it's.
There's more to it than just random chance. It's like a paying system that you can pay into and get stuff back.
If you flip like a coin, right? Coins don't have equal distribution of metal throughout them. So there actually is not a 50-50 chance of a lot of coins. And depending on like what type of coin or what year it might be, or an imperfection in the coin, I've heard it been asserted that if you flip a penny, it's more than likely going to land on heads, which will mean it's tails up. So then whenever I have to flip a coin, I just say it's always tails, right?
You might be getting a 2% bonus. And it's worth
I am.
It, yeah.
I am, but it's even more if I declare it. it's always tails. I say that before I flip it, and it usually can be tails. But it's because other persons believe in it too. It's affecting all of these things somehow.
Yeah,
Like,
when you have an emotional response afterwards, it's a nice feeling. Like maybe I made it happen.
I was in a real good zone one time. I was on like a group call, and I was just flipping this one quarter. And I flipped this quarter 12 times for heads. Never flipped it tails in a row. And then I stopped flipping it. So I'm 100% heads on this. Probably threw that quarter away. Probably like a quarter. But in any event, I mean, you know, odds are made to be broken.
Yes.
But
It's in Darren Brown where he does 100 heads in a row. And it's amazing and it's for real. But then he shows how he spent like 9 hours flipping it. And he got to 97 and 98 a few times and then messed it up. I had to keep doing it and eventually managed to get 100 heads in a row. So the luck had shifted to the point where it was 100 in a row because he kept doing it.
I got you.
Also, the I Ching is Chinese. I can't remember exactly. But instead of us tossing a coin, they throw lots and then read the I Ching, and it's got 64 answers instead of only 2. So it helps them. It sort of pushes you to the way that your heart thinks or whatever.
Right. Yeah, it's like will and desire. It's seemingly the same thing, but they're not, I don't think. Because sometimes will doesn't necessarily have to go your way. Will doesn't have to be your desire. Your desire is what you wish. But your will might be that you might have somewhere deep down in you that says like, I don't deserve to have that thing, therefore you won't. Like, your will is that you are willful to who you believe yourself to be.
You've heard of the idea of true will with the capital W. Do what thou wilt is God's plan for you. So it's determinism. So secretly inside, there's a deterministic spirit trying to be God. And if you don't align with your true will, you'll just be getting everything wrong forever. But over time, you can learn to be in line with your true will.
That sounds cool. Man, I found it so interesting. I was at this like retreat with like a lot of the specific Northwestern Indian stuff there, and I really never like gotten too far into it. But it's like you don't need language, and I don't really need the historical accounts to like read images because I'm okay with that. Like I feel like I just get information out of images. Like I'll read more in the image than a person trying to write the book. I mean, these pictures really illustrate their animistic understanding of all creatures that exist, or all a portion of the being that we all are, which is the living animal, the living thing, and like in their honor of like when they kill something like a bear, they're like, it's not that they're killing it to eat it or what have you, but it's that they're freeing the spirit of the bear back to the creator, and there's nobility in that, and that they try to like take that energy, that life force in, and then manage that. That concept is just right. I didn't read that though. I'm just looking at pictures where they show like it's a mask, but you can open the mask and you can look inside the brain. It's weird, but they must have done this, and the shaman must have done this to make the mask. That's what the shaman does in the village. He just does this kind of stuff. And inside, you can see right where the pineal gland is, there's like a little picture of their sun deity. And so they figure that the sun deity lives inside of each being.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just their pictograms are telling me that.
Reminds me of Men in Black with the little.
But that's kind of like the will, isn't it? It's like that will is an interior thing to all beings. Yeah. And it's bound to that thing, which is like a part of not you.
Do you think I mean, I don't mean to be like a thorn in the side of this conversation.
Go ahead.
Do you think that you have free will?
You do. Go on.
I have the will to perceive everything.
Right.
As I see
will
it. I
will
don't. Are you asking me if there's a predestination?
Where does your will come from? That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, right. Divinely created, just bestowed to every living being.
You think it's divinely created?
Like of the source of all things conscious. I cannot science that shit.
No,
so,
like when you will something, when you want something to happen, right?
I don't know if I can will something to happen. I mean, probably the only will that I'm capable of. Well, maybe just through anger. Like that's the willpower. I can definitely make something bad. I can make a bad situation worse. That's the willpower I have. Like I also can have patience. That's a willpower to see if something might go my way. Right.
You can create anything humanly possible.
It's possible too.
Right, but patience is not will.
It can be will to exercise patience.
It's an interesting distinction, but
if I'm trying to speak to you and I feel like no, you're not always irritating me, okay? I'm not trying to target you, whatever. But it's like, yeah, it would be my will to like try to exhibit patience enough to like bridge a gap, You know what I mean? And like at a certain point, I'm like, oh, that's not effective. I'll try a different way here. But that's my will is to
let's say
connect.
like somebody that you despise, right? Like
I don't despise you. But
right?
I try not to despise anybody, man. It's like
I'm
it's
talking
hard for me.
Let's say somebody decrepit, right? Like somebody like Dianne Feinstein. You've seen the recent pictures of her, but like or like George Soros, right? Or some evil person like Hitler, or like if you don't believe Hitler's evil, or whatever, like some evil person, right? Their will, right, ongoing in the world. Do you think that's God, like divinity?
Yes, I do, but I would splitting it into will and true will. So will is the free will of the human ego. True will is the things you should be doing aligned with God, your angel self.
Yeah, but anything going on bad is not God's work. Like with the current situation we're under now, tyranny, dictatorship, and slavery, we cannot attribute that to God at all. That's got nothing
What
to
about
do with the
tornado,
creator of
Finn?
the
Is
earth.
that God?
Sorry?
What about a tornado ripping someone's house up? Is that
Again, that would not be God. That would be the weather
Okay.
conditions that are creating that.
Weather
On
conditions?
God's creation, God created
No.
the earth.
In my opinion, it is the Elohim of creation, because he's sovereign over all things. If he wasn't sovereign, right, he wouldn't be Yah. So he allows these things to happen. He is the one who sends plagues and storms and weather. He uses storms to his benefit.
Well,
He
look,
does.
anything. Let me just state this clearly, properly, so you understand. All the evil things that are going on earth, on God's earth that He has created, that's man-made. So if you're saying He allows, what He has that right in that He has made the perfect world for us to live in. If we choose to kill ourselves and establish a slavery system on God's beautiful flat earth here, and we want to start killing babies, blowing them out of their diapers and nappies for the freedom to eat a hot dog and a bloody piss water known as Budweiser. Well, that's our problem. God's not going to come and clean that up.
Oh, I agree
after
with that.
making a perfectly good world. Thank you very much. Please don't blame God for any of that stuff.
No, I'm saying there is a philosophical position to saying God started all this, so He's partly responsible for what happened. But I agree,
He's
Jim.
only responsible for the good stuff, the stuff that is beautiful, the fruits, the vegetables, the nuts, the berries, all the living stuff, the air, the
Poisonous
snow,
weeds.
everything we experience life on earth in its positive and its negative. This is beautiful, but anything that's man-made, going to the stars and we can't go there, satellites in space,
Anything
wasting our
that's
money,
man-made,
that's not good. That's not God.
That's okay, but God is not God. Nature itself, right? Is like, nature doesn't give a shit. Okay, nature itself, like it throws things at itself. I mean, there are thorns. There's not just like berries and flowers. There are, you know, terrible things that a human mind
nature
would
is
perceive.
what nature does, is what you're saying. Nature is what nature does. That's what you're saying, and I agree.
Nature is our environment that we learn from, right? But a human mind perceives it, and a human mind being separated from God, right, from nature, says, I don't want that, right? That sounds terrible to me, right? And it tries to work out a way around it. That's all. That's all. It can't actually do that, but it can do what it's doing, right? It can say, I don't like thorns, right? I don't like bushes, right? I'm going to clear all these out. I'm going to make a civilization, okay? It makes a civilization. Then there's new thorns, right? There's new problems that arise. It can't separate itself from, the lessons of nature, but it can try it forever as much as it wants.
Yeah, I understand that philosophy you're explaining there. Yeah, and I can partially agree with it, of course. Yeah, sound
And
words.
that's kind of what we're doing, right? We're saying we're kind of like separating ourselves from nature, from the basic facts, right? And we're kind of paving our own way, and the wrong part about it, right? It's the only right thing to say is that this way is wrong, right? It has in its deep, essence, there is something wrong about it. But the thing that people hope is that it'll continue, right? That it will become better and better and better and better, and we'll escape into something that, like, essentially, I guess, is godless, right? Where we are the one controlling, where we are the one determining, what all of our environment, right? Including, the idea of God. And I don't
Well,
think
that road is clearly established, because we can tell that by the way people are not realizing that they're on a flat earth. They're carrying the belief through the indoctrination of the globe, for example. Then
Sure.
space travel is possible. So that side is well established, because it is kind of like godless, isn't it?
Yeah,
In that
yeah.
way, the heliocentric.
Yeah, it is.
So it's well
We might be
established.
passing up things like in the dust, right, that have gone actually much further than us. And we're claiming through knowledge itself, right, through our own exploration in knowledge, that we're greater because of it. And that's just against all of natural law. That's against, like,
Absolutely
it
correct.
is.
Yeah.
It's
I've always
against
put
it's
I
against
myself personally.
the pull and tug of the universe itself.
Yeah. Well, me personally, myself, I've always put Earth first and foremost as my foundation. And I've never put myself above or superior to any living thing that's on this earth. I realize that I'm a custodian. That has to be part of my role. As we were given the power of speech and the intellect to formulate and make things. So we have that power, and it's being used wrongly in certain cases. But I've always tried to live in harmony with nature where I can, and I've always looked back. I don't particularly like the concrete jungle at all. I'm more at home in the jungle itself.
Absolutely. Or I could say I don't like poison ivy, right? And so I'm in my environment where I want to go, right? I'm going to clear up that poison ivy. There's no problem with that. But it's a matter of, like, how far you extend it, right? And that extension of where you bring things to, there's a pull on the other end of, like, how much do you actually understand? How much do you actually comprehend? And that's like that's a
Cause and
constant.
effect.
Yeah, it's a constant cause and effect. I don't like the word cause and effect, but it's a constant, like, pull and tug of, like, the truth, about the capability of what we're actually doing in the present moment. And usually what
like
we're
I
doing in
said,
the present moment
currently,
is way too far to the right or to the left or whatever.
currently we are under tyranny, dictatorship, and slavery. The earth has been hijacked by the 1%, And we, the 99% cowards, are allowing this to go on. We are hastening our demise that is a terrible mismatch. That's what's actually going on God's earth today, right now. That's what's going on now. Let's get to the now situation, yeah?
Yeah,
that's what's currently happening. We, the 99%, are allowing the earth to be hijacked by the 1% and allowing the 1% to dictate to us and usher in this technological prison that's coming, that's being ushered out, rolled out as we speak. Okay, that's what we're under. Be under no illusion. That's exactly what's going on now. And we need to address that.
I agree with you. That is true. It only matters in addressing it, the plan of action.
Correct. And the plan of action, basically, number one is stop voting for your demise when you know the system doesn't give a shit about you. You are a slave, a number. That's all you are. So stop that immediately. There begins the revolution already. Unite
I think the revolution is much deeper.
Oh, it's going to be much deeper. That's just a surface thing. That's stop paying your taxes. So cut away, remove access from the banks to your money. Remove all your money from the banks.
No, because tomorrow the Fed could crash. All of your money could be worthless, and your taxes and your plan of action of taxes would be meaningless.
Well, currently, I'm talking currently. If you remove your money from banks, it means that we have to unite together and trust one another and not go around robbing each other. It's a big ask. It can be done, though. Stop using the banks. Then the banks fail immediately. They become weak and the revolution has begun. We are now in power.
When's the last time you paid taxes?
Oh, it's been, the other day when I bought something in the shops, of course.
Well, income tax.
Say that again?
When's the last time you paid income tax?
Oh, I can't remember.
Have you ever?
Oh, I paid. I have paid. But not in recent years. Not in recent years.
And
only a brave man would speak like this. Because like I said, I walk the walk, I talk the talk, I dance the dance, I drive the drive. Registration 911. That's my registration plate in the name of those who died. Yeah? So when I say to you, have a revolution, I mean what I say. I do what I say.
What is the penalty for that?
I couldn't give a shit about that. I am not scared of the penalty. The penalty is not going to stop me. Why would I give my money to an entity that doesn't care about me? Why would I do that? Only a fool would do that. Only a fool would do that. So when you lot start to grow some balls and stand up, you might do what I'm doing. The revolution begins.
I don't think that's a revolution.
It is. It is. You ask anybody that's got any sense at all that's down to earth on the flat earth, they're going to tell you that's correct.
Yeah, but I'm going to disagree with them.
What I'm doing is correct. What I'm doing is absolutely correct.
Jen, do you take advantage of what your taxes would be?
We can't
Again,
really
you're
make out
breaking
what
up.
you're
You're
saying,
breaking up. Really, your audio is shit at the moment. Can't hear what you're saying.
I don't think. I think you should pay your taxes. I think you should walk on.
No. I don't think I should. That's my decision to make as a human being in a system that is dictatorship, tyranny, and slavery. I decide that. You cannot tell me or advise me.
That's correct. That's correct.
Your
I can't tell you what to do.
words are falling on deaf ears.
Fair enough.
We are not benefiting at the moment. They're creating medicines that are trying to kill us. They're creating weapons that are destroying innocent children. They're creating technologies, they're lying about technologies that can go to space. Why would I give them my money? Don't be stupid.
That's not taxes that are doing those things. But do you take advantage? Do you take advantage of the things that taxes pay for in your country? Such as roads, healthcare.
You tell me. No, I haven't been to the doctor. I haven't been to the doctors in over 42 years.
Schools.
My children go to school. We pay for that, don't we?
Through
our residential tax.
Oh, you pay residential tax. Got it.
Occasionally, not all the time.
So sometimes you pay for their school, other times you let other people pay for it for you.
That's correct. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's how nice of you. What about police? Do you ever use the police out there?
Remember, the education they give us is shit anyway. It's shit education anyway.
Your audio is really crappy right now, Jim.
Yeah, I'm not near you.
Why would you do that?
Let's have a look.
Now you're mumbling under your breath.
Right, here we go. I was out of the room. Sorry. Basically, the education is shit anyway. So you're giving good money. You're giving good money for misinformation. Yeah, that's shit education. Not good.
You think Japan has a shitty education system? I think
I think all countries have shitty education system because it's misinformation. It's inaccurate. The histories they teach, the sciences they're teaching you, it's all setting you up to fail, to keep you as a consumer and in the slavery. So you're a very good slave. You sound like a really good slave. That's what you are. A very good slave. I'm a rebellious one. I'm a rebellious slave.
Okay, why do you think I'm a slave?
Well, because
why do you think
you're a goody goody. You're paying all your taxes. You think you're benefiting. You seem to feel that the earth that we're living on currently, there is no tyranny, no dictatorship, and no slavery going on. That's the way you sound.
Jin.
I don't think that.
I'm not agreeing with you here, but if I said, right, I was a better slave or a worse slave, or I don't know, not as much as a slave as you are, right? Because I don't drive on the same side of the street that I should have. What would you say to that?
I mean, well, basically, I mean, that's just being silly. You're being silly with that straw manning there. That's just ridiculous. Because, you're offering up yourself to causing harm to others. If you're not driving on the same side of the road as everybody else, I mean, you're just going to end up having an accident, killing people or killing yourself. You want to do that? Good luck.
Yeah, you've conflated slavery with rules on the road.
Yeah, stupid. That's what I mean. These people are slave mentality is still there. They like this tyranny. They don't want to have a revolution. They don't want to stand up. They got no balls, no backbone. They're nothing. They're liquid.
So, Jin, have your kids or wife ever used the hospital system or doctors?
Use what? Use what?
The hospital system or doctors?
Well, I mean, it's free for the kids anyway when they were growing up. It's free.
No, it's not free. It's not free. It's paid for by tax.
It's free. It's free. The word is free. Don't tell me what it isn't. It's fucking free.
How is it paid for? How is it paid for? It's not free. They're not working for free.
It's free. The word is free.
No.
It is free for children.
It's paid for by taxes.
That's what you believe, Chucky, but you can't prove it.
Let me tell you something. It is free.
So who pays for it?
You can't prove any taxes go to hospitals.
No one pays. It's free.
You can't prove any taxes go to hospitals. Absolutely, you can.
Go on then, try it.
You can look at the budget.
Oh yeah, and that's proof for you.
Yes, if the people getting the money, why not?
Because someone's budget isn't proof of what they actually did to me. If I already think they're a psychopath liar.
So where does the money come from then? You think they work for free?
It comes from the Rothschilds.
Oh well, thank you, Rothschilds, for paying for our hospitals.
Yeah, exactly. Free medical care is good until they offer you poison and try to suggest you should inject it over and over again. Then it all fits up.
Exactly. What a top.
Who are the Rothschilds in Japan?
72 vaccines.
But Chucky supports all of that for some reason.
Who are the Rothschilds in Japan?
Well, I mean, I
They're
don't know
black
who they are.
nobility.
I don't know who
You
they
don't
are.
know who it is.
Yeah.
Do you know who it is?
No, but I know
I
that
don't know who it is.
it's not the tax that goes straight to caring for people.
Wait.
That's not how it
So-
works.
So we have budgets that aren't, but you have a proof that's nothing. You have a feeling.
Look, you have the one of the worst health systems on this planet Earth, by the way.
I do not. How so?
Yes, you do. Because when you look at the American, hang on, let me explain. When you look at the ranking of America, they're down in near the 40th position, down there.
Yeah. And we're in the top 20.
That's not good. That's not good for
I'm not American, jackass.
Right, so you
Jen,
have one of
I'm
the
not
worst
American.
medical helps. Hang on, you have one of the worst medical helps, and then you are the world's. You consume 25% of the world's prescribed drugs, not the illicit drugs, the prescribed drugs. The United States alone.
I do not live in the United States, Jen.
Well, I'm talking about the United States. You're a
Well,
North
I don't
American,
give a
aren't
shit.
you?
When
You're
you
a North
tell
American,
me
aren't you?
you-
Are you North American? Are you a North
Yeah,
American?
North
Yeah, well, then you're a North American. Never mind.
Okay, you're Asian. You have one of the worst human rights.
I am an African. I am an African who was born in England, living in Japan. I don't touch anything to do with. I don't touch anything to do with their medicines. I haven't had a single medicine go into my body.
Okay, well then you, as an African,
24 years coming up.
you as an African actually have the worst healthcare and the worst human rights of any.
No, we don't. No, we don't actually. The worst
Okay.
human rights are coming from the United States, actually, especially when you look at Pearl Harbor and how Roosevelt allowed 3,000 people, personnel to die, with 65 civilians to die at the hands of the Japanese when they need not to. Don't talk about fucking morals.
Do they jail people?
You've
Do
got
they-
9/11. Hang on. Then there's 9/11. Then a week after that, you had anthrax. Then you got your GMO. You got your fluoride water. Shut up. You're in a toilet.
Yeah,
We're not talking about the United States. We're talking about Africa. They jail people for being
The
homosexual.
medical industry of the whole world is a poison.
They jail people, Jen. They jail people for being homosexual. They jail you for being having a different political view.
That's correct. That's correct.
Well,
The
that's
same in
good.
America. the same
More
in the
evidence
United States and in North
why
America.
governments
Really?
are shit, isn't it, Chucky?
Who's been jailed for being homosexual this year?
You can get jailed for not for being homosexual. No.
Okay, so just
Again,
Uganda then.
promoting
You can be
homosexuality
jailed
is
for
wrong.
calling someone the wrong
Promoting
gender now,
homosexuality is the wrong thing to do anyway. It's a contradiction to God's natural earth. So that person's a toxic maggot anyway and deserves to be in jail.
God is gay. God is obviously gay.
No, God is not gay. Sorry, God is not that. No.
He fucks himself all the
That statement itself certainly alerts me to your delusionment, because you're deluded at the moment.
I'm deluded because I believe in the sky theory.
This particular system we're living in is okay and worth rescuing. You damn fool. Shut up.
No, it's worth improving.
It's not worth improving. It's only worth destroying completely, obliterating.
Wow.
I totally agree.
Wow. You guys think we should destroy society?
Yeah.
You must be at the bottom of the barrel.
What we must
Right.
do is, I'm not at the bottom of the barrel by anyone's standard. Remember that. I'm not at any bottom. You're actually not even in the barrel. You're the scum gunk that's underneath the barrel that doesn't even have the right to be in the barrel. That's where you are. That's
We're in the top 5%. We're not a top 1%.
At the end of the day, you're speaking from the bottom of the barrel, outside, underneath. That's where you reside.
Isn't this cage great? That's what Chucky's saying.
No, I'm not. Did I say that?
Yeah.
So
You did.
basically,
For the last
this system
few
has
years.
to be obliterated. Yeah. Gintopia.
No, what did I say? What did I actually say, John?
You support communist education, bad medicine. You support governments making up the rules for you. You're a total slave.
Wars around the world, blaming others for 9/11s and things like this. No Muslims had any part of that, but yet, you're in for all.
I agree.
You've got no idea, sir. You're a problem. You're a spanner in the works.
Well, the governments work for me. I hate that I mean, I understand they don't work for you, but they do work for me.
Yeah, you see, they work for you because you're a
they don't
slave
work
to the
for you.
system.
No, it's the other way around.
It's not the
It's
other way around at all.
I don't work for
I don't
them.
know how they work for you.
You work in a mine, remember, mate. So you work for them.
No, I don't. I do not work in a mine.
You work near a mine, and you have to drive to the mine every day.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're working for them. That's what that means.
Yeah,
not the other way around.
responsible for the earth being raped.
Digging in the dirt
I work
like
for the
they
mining
did
company.
8,000 years ago.
It's soil. It's rock, number one, not dirt. And it's also called
You're
soil.
8,000 years in the past.
Yeah. You are responsible for the earth being raped, and then the minerals being used are being used for nefarious means and not benefiting humanity at all. You're
That's on you,
contributing
Chucky.
to that.
Lithium batteries aren't used for you.
I don't know. You ain't got any news for me, mate.
Ask your wife if she uses lithium batteries. Oh, sorry, she uses some.
Sorry, I didn't hit your audio shit again. What are you saying?
Yeah, no, he just had a brain fart. He didn't mean to say anything.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Don't bring my wife into it, please. If you don't.
So are you using a cell phone or a computer right now?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I love this
Of course I
argument.
am.
Where do you think the minerals, the gold and the nickel and palladium comes from?
It could be worked in a better way. There is a better way, though. There's still a better way.
So you're,
Okay, so
you're
where does
admitting
the
you worked
copper and nickel come
for
from?
them. You're admitting you worked for them to get precious metals out of the ground now.
Yeah.
They're not the government. I work for a mining company.
Yeah, that's worse.
Well, I work for an EPCM and
that's worse.
Full on slave. This guy is. The guy's a full on slave. He doesn't want to admit it.
Literally,
You're a slave to the system.
literally, physically.
You're part of the problem, sir. You're not part of the solution. I don't hear anything you say that is going to resolve the tyranny, the dictatorship, and the slavery. That's where we are currently.
You're benefiting
today as we speak. As your audio is shit with your drilling and your mining, we're under tyranny, dictatorship, and slavery. This is
We
where
all are.
Right
We
now,
all are.
sir. Right
We're all
now.
slaves.
You slave, yeah.
We all are, because we're all in servitude. We're all in spiritual Babylon.
So when you get your mind around that, you might decide to want to be not a slave and think of some solutions. But you're not bringing any solutions. I am living it. I am trying. Yeah. So don't try and make me feel guilty for not paying my taxes. That's the last thing. I'm just going to piss and shit in your face. That's all I'm going to do.
I don't think you're a good enough human being to feel guilt.
As a mug slave, you're just.
I don't think you're good enough. I don't think you're a good enough human being to feel guilt, Jen. So I would never try to make
again. That's you projecting your toxic, maggot, shitty self. You are less than sand, cow dung, rhino dung, and crocodile shit. That has more value than you will ever have. You're just
sound like you're triggered, Jen.
You're a pimple on humanity that we don't need. Okay?
You sound triggered here. So you.
Ever. You don't even.
Sorry, you dropped out there.
You don't even have the stamina, yet alone the mindset.
For what?
I said you don't have the stamina, yet alone the mindset. You will never beat me. You will always come a cropper. You will always be under my foot. Always will be.
Oh yeah? I don't think I'm under your foot right now.
You will be.
Are you in Canada right now, Jen?
Metaphorically speaking, you are now. You are a nothing in my life.
So how does that make me under your foot?
Well, that makes me under, metaphorically speaking, you are under my foot. That's where you will always be, metaphorically speaking.
I thought you said you weren't above any creature on this earth.
Yeah, I may have said that, but then again,
but you were lying. You were lying.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying at all. I'm not lying at all.
Am I not a living creature?
I'm not going to allow people who want tyranny to continue and not realize it, not realize it's wrong, to get away with not being pulled up on that. And that's what I'm doing. I'm pulling you up.
What's tyrannical
I'm trying to gauge where your integrity is, but you don't seem to have any.
So what's tyrannical about my government?
Well, you tell me what's tyrannical. What isn't tyrannical about your government?
I don't think very much
Tell
is.
me how good your government is. Tell me what good your government is doing today for you.
I certainly see corruption or incompetence in my municipal government, and a little bit in my provincial.
I asked
But
for the good. What is the good? Where's the good?
The good? Roads. I just saw them fixing the roads. That's good. Now they're going to do a shit job. That's bad.
That's your
But
local
at least they're
government.
trying.
Isn't that not your local government where you live in your area?
Yes, and then because I'm on a municipal road right now, but soon when I go onto a provincial road, that's going to be the provincial.
But you paid for that, didn't you? Didn't you pay for that? Didn't you?
Yes.
Didn't you? Well then, so
yes,
that's nothing. So they're doing what they're supposed to do. They're doing what you paid them to do. So that's not
exactly. They work for
Anything
me,
else?
and you're getting it.
Anything else? Anything else? Anything else?
Yes.
Road
The
tax that you paid.
The hospital that saved my wife's life.
Oh really? What did your wife have? What did your wife have?
An ectopic pregnancy.
What?
An ectopic pregnancy.
Oh, what's that when it's at home?
Do you not know?
No, I do not know. No, what is that?
Oh, it's when the zygote implants in the fallopian tubes and not in the uterus.
No, first time I'm hearing this.
Oh, well, that's sad.
It's not sad at all because it's not a common thing, is it, really? How many of you in this server heard about this particular type of pregnancy? I'm sure most of us never did.
Because it's not common doesn't mean it doesn't matter.
No, I didn't say it doesn't matter. I just said that it's not a common thing. So it's not sad that I don't know that. Thank you.
They also saved my mother from cancer. She had
So
a cancerous tumor removed, and now she's cancer.
We've only got your word on that. So you say, but then again, I still think that the government has killed more people this year and last 3 years than wars combined. Yeah. With the drugs and shit that they pushed out of late.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
For example.
Well, for example, all the drugs that have come out recently that they're getting people to take. Lots of people thousands upon thousands of people have died shortly after they.
Or billions that took it and didn't die.
But anyway, anyone fighting for this system is a lunatic. There is nothing good currently.
You bring up something.
Slavery, tyranny, and dictatorship. Yeah, I have my sources. Yeah, I have my sources. Independent news media. I have my sources where I get where these doctors who have been banned from the mainstream media go up to other platforms. There they provide me the sources. Okay. So there you go. You people want to be slaves all your lives.
To be fair, medical malpractice is supposed to be like the third leading cause of death in the U.S. after heart disease.
Yeah, death by doctor is the third biggest killer of the human race. Death
Corrupt
by doctor.
pit of hell. Medicine is a corrupt pit of hell. It just happens to work sometimes for some people.
Yeah. But to want to keep this system of enslavement going is just madness. Got to be mad. You know, where guns are being used to kill innocent children. You know, men with guns, women with guns as well now. Stupid. We're living in a shitty time. This is not God's making at all. This is man wanting not to be aligned with God that's created this shit. And then they hide behind their drilling, I'm a miner. You're living as a slave like everybody else. And in actuality, life on Earth doesn't have to cost any money because God created the Earth for us to live on for free. So economies need not exist. Economies devalue the Earth in that sense, and every living thing on it. We can all do good and still live for free with no problem. You don't need money. You are the money. Your labor is your money. So you just work and you live for free and you're living. It's easy. Then you won't have these regions where housing and building structures are not structurally sound in earthquake zones like in Turkey, Syria, Morocco. Yeah, they could have. Say that again?
Okay, so you're talking about structurally sound buildings. You know that governments that give a shit actually put in codes that would make those buildings structurally sound and hold home builders accountable, right?
Yeah. My point is that because the world at the moment is divided, the technologies that I'm nearly there, the technologies that some countries have acquired to build sound structures are lacking in other countries, should be shared, but because this is a divided world, that's not happening. So I'm saying when you remove money, you remove the economy, then these ideas can be shared. Doesn't cost anything now. Now you can actually go out to Morocco, Syria, and Turkey, for example, and show them how to build their houses better than they are currently being built.
I can look up the U.S. or Canadian building. Why can't the Turkish government do the same?
Well, like I said, there's corruption going on, obviously, first and foremost, and perhaps they don't even have the inclination to do that.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the technology being kept. It's something else. Okay, so that wasn't your point.
Well, yeah. Well, no. Well, I mean, that is a case as well, because if the so-called country where you come from wants to help the world, they should go over there and introduce their technological prowess regarding building structures and help them to try and do the same. So there's something wrong there, isn't there? There's obviously something going on there.
It's just the codes, Jin, not prowess. It's demanding that to be built a certain way. And that's part of what our taxes go to. And what your fees go for when you get an inspection. You have to pay for an inspection. They don't 100% pay for the inspection.
Like I said, only a fool pays his taxes at this point because you don't really need money. Remember, the taxes are also going to the to weapons of mass destruction, for example, and wars.
So my wife has a
waste of money. And it's a gross waste of the taxpayers' money. And then there's money in space when we know no human being is going to space, when there are no satellites up there.
So my wife is an actual teacher, Jen.
A gross misuse of.
You're not having a conversation, guy. My wife is an actual teacher.
I'm bringing out things that are important for you to realize.
I realize all these things without you telling me, but except for the space not being real. But my wife is an actual teacher, so she gets funded by the provincial government. Is that a bad thing?
Well, no. I mean, that's cool.
That's like cool she teaches mathematics, so you think she teaches wrong math?
No. Of course not.
Okay, so I thought you said the education system was horrible.
Then we're still living under tyranny. It's not escaping the fact.
Okay.
We're still under slavery and dictatorship. So paying your taxes is not actually helping the situation at the moment. I say that if everybody stopped paying and bring down the system, then we can rebuild it better.
So it's not the entire education system that's bad. It's just
certain aspects of it. Of course, yeah. I've always said that. Yeah.
Mathematics is good. Biology is good.
Well, mathematics is being used in nefarious ways, by the way. The maths are being used in a nefarious way as well, yeah?
For example?
Well, for example, it's being used to perpetuate the idea that satellites are up there, for example. We know that satellites do not exist the way they're being described in a universe that we haven't been proven to exist yet.
How do you know that? How do you know? How have you used...
I know that because it goes against natural law.
What natural law is that?
Oh, that's God's natural law.
Well, that would be supernatural law.
If you don't know that, go and do the research. If you don't know
is God just nature?
Go start doing some research. Stop digging holes in the earth.
No. I'm asking you.
Digging holes in the earth and go off and do the research and learn about God's natural law.
Well, no, I'm asking you because you know about it.
That things don't float in space. Man-made equipment will never
float in satellites don't float. Satellites do not float. So that is correct.
Oh, yes, they don't float because they're not up there.
No, they don't float because they orbit, and orbit is not floating. Floating has to do with buoyancy.
You haven't proven that the Earth is a globe, so you might want to prove that first before you talk about orbit on a globe.
No, I want you to tell me which natural law because it's not.
I'm telling
floating.
you the natural law that we live on a flat Earth. That you haven't proven the Earth to be a globe.
That's not a law, Jen. That's your opinion.
It's natural law. It's anything that God's created.
A natural law is a phenomenon of nature that always occurs.
God's laws.
It's not your opinion about what is.
Is God incapable? Is God incapable of building a globe?
That's a question I will not answer there because we're living on a flat Earth. That's where we live at the moment.
I didn't ask you for living on a flat Earth.
A globe is hideous. We cannot live on a globe.
Why not? Is God incapable?
It's not natural. It's not natural to be living on a globe.
It is if nature created it.
It's not natural to live on a globe because
I didn't ask you about.
There is no gravity. You would have to consider the Earth's curvature and spin when you are constructing or flying or firing your weapons of mass destruction under this tyranny, dictatorship, and slavery. But
that is not an answer to my question, Jen. I asked you if God was capable of.
To your question, it is not natural.
The answer.
To live on a globe.
So God is not capable of building a globe Earth with gravity.
God is not that God is not capable. God would never create a globe that is not natural for us to live on.
Why do you claim to know what God thinks?
Because we are living on Earth that no man has created, the natural side of Earth. Streets and buildings, streets and buildings are there, but if you leave them alone, they would fall into disrepair and nature would consume it anyway. So God's natural law is all powerful. Yeah.
Again, you didn't answer my question. The answer should start with, I know what God's thinking because...
You don't want to accept my answer is what it is. You don't want to accept my answer.
Start with, I know what God is thinking because and finish off.
Not at all. It's not. I'm not saying I know what God is thinking. You asked the question: is God incapable? And I said to you, it's not that God is incapable. God wouldn't create a globe Earth because it's not natural to live on. It's just not natural.
Why would he?
Because
if he made it, it would be natural.
Everything that I've experienced on this flat Earth for 61 years has been natural. And
but you're not really.
Everything I hear about the globe is unnatural.
But you haven't really tested it, have you, Jim? I mean, you're really just.
I've tested it.
Not a very educated man.
Of course, I've tested it. Can't find the curvature. We cannot find the spin, and we cannot be in the space hunting through the universe without containment, air pressure. So these things we know. These things we know that what the idea of the heliocentric model is unnatural. It goes against God's natural law.
So are you conflating air pressure and atmospheric pressure?
You know what I mean. You know the argument.
No, I don't, because they are not the same.
You know the truth. You know the truth. You cannot have air pressure without containment.
Right, but you mean gas pressure?
Air pressure, gas pressure, pressure. You cannot have gas pressure without containment. Oil pressure, water pressure. You need to have containment to have pressure.
Right, but atmosphere is contained, if you will, by gravity.
It's like I said, the atmosphere, which is under pressure, influx where we live, on Earth here that's a natural. And like I said, God wouldn't create a spherical ball because that's not natural.
No. Okay, we're just talking about atmospheric pressure now. And with atmospheric pressure, the atmosphere is contained, if you will, by gravity. Is that correct?
No. Again, that is a lie. There is no gravity. So the word you use, gravity, that is a lie, because the Earth as a globe does not exist. There is not a single shred of scientific evidence for your globe. Otherwise, you would have presented it a long time ago and would all be knowing that the Earth is a spinning ball. For you haven't presented anything that is tangible.
You're rambling again, Jen. Can we just call it weight instead of gravity? Is that okay with you?
I'm not rambling. I'm telling you the integrity of your position is you are lying. You have no evidence for your beliefs.
Got it.
Right.
Got it. So can we just call it weight instead of gravity then?
Gravity is an unproven theory. And when it is unproven, it means it's not the truth. It doesn't exist. Okay?
10-4.
Until it is
Loud and clear.
scientifically proven. Hang on.
I'm going to agree with you here.
Until it is scientifically proven. And then when it is scientifically proven, it becomes the truth. It is no longer a theory because it is the truth. It has been proven. The hypotheses that make up gravity of your ideas have been proven. Then it lives in the realm of the truth. It exists. It's a true thing. Until that day, it is an unproven theory. It is not worthy of considering to be the truth. No proof.
I guess nobody has ever told you that science doesn't prove things, but let's ignore that for a minute. Can we just call it weight?
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that.
Can we just call it weight, Jen?
I am holding.
Yeah, you're bullshitting.
I am holding the science. Hang on. I'm holding the scientist to know me science about gravity. Either you prove it or you shut up. Take a slap round the mouth and get out of here. That's it. So it can.
How many scientists have quit their job because of you
certain things? And if it can't prove things, shut up then. I don't give
How effective have you been at silencing scientists?
Oh, don't worry. I have been instrumental with the scientists I've spoken with. They've had to run because they've seen that the force I have is
and they've quit their jobs.
And I'm not denying science. I'm just holding them to the proper standard using the correct terminology. I will not allow them to have a get-out clause. A get-out clause like science proves nothing. That's bullshit. You can prove
No, it doesn't say science proves nothing.
When you can't prove gravity, then that's it. It's not proven. I'm sorry.
It doesn't. Science proves nothing.
Proves nothing is a cop.
No.
It's your
That's some bad grammar there, guy.
It's your little back door.
That is not my claim. I will not say that science proves nothing. I will continue to say that science doesn't prove anything.
Things are theoretical. They must remain theoretical. Yeah, that's what you say.
Jen, you're thick. What did I say, Jen?
I don't carry that belief.
While you were ranting,
I don't carry or subscribe to that idea. Okay.
While you were ranting, I corrected you. What did I say?
Science can prove certain things. We can prove certain things with science. Your audio is shit.
What did I say while you were ranting?
Your audio is shit, is what I said. So
I did not say that. I did not say that.
I'm telling you, your audio is shit, and you're saying that science doesn't prove anything.
Correct. Science doesn't prove anything. Not science proves nothing. They're very different things. But so all these scientists.
I'm concerned. Yeah, science can prove certain things. Okay?
What does it prove? What does science prove?
Science proves nothing is a weak cop-out statement from a man who's unable to prove his globe. Okay?
Give me an example of what science has proven.
Oh, let's have a look. We can use science to prove that water is level.
Yeah, okay. Water is level.
Okay,
and
there you go.
And geodetic surveyors will agree with you. Okay.
Of course,
So we
they
know
have
that
to because
water.
it's truthful. They can't
We,
deny
yes.
the truth. Yeah,
Okay.
right.
So now
So
we've proven that water follows the curvature of the Earth at mean sea level.
it
Got it.
doesn't.
And
No,
next.
water does not follow the curvature of the Earth because the Earth as a ball hasn't been established. You haven't
No, you
substantiated it.
said it proves water is level.
Water
And
is
we
level.
know
So
that.
leveled water cannot be curved. You see, this is your delusion. You see, you have now thrown in the towel. When you speak like this, why is up, up, why is down, down, why is blue, blue, and why is red, red, and level is curved, you've lost the plot. You are now
You kind of shot
delusional.
yourself in the nuts
You
there.
have thrown in the towel. You have given up your coherent thread that you have. It's gone now. Okay? Because curved is not level. Thank you.
But by you bringing up something that geodetic surveyors work with all the time, I've
Again,
shot myself in the foot.
geodetic surveyors are looking through straight lines. That's all they have through their optical equipment. It's all
Wow,
straight lines.
they actually use
Horizontal,
GNSS
straight
quite a bit
lines.
now.
There's no
You know
curvature
what
there.
GNSS is, right? I'm about to go on mute because I'm
No
at work.
curvature there. I do know what
So-
I do know this. You're not able to bring your globe on. Can we see the
Tell
globe?
us what while I go on mute, why don't you explain GNSS and how geodetic surveyors
I
use
don't need
that
to do
optically?
that. It's not necessary.
Is it
Not
optical,
necessary.
Jin?
Not
Is it
necessary.
optical?
It's not necessary. You explain to everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not necessary for me to explain that. That's his situation. What we do understand, though, is that science can prove certain things, and the idea that gravity is really wrong because it's an unproven theory. And when it's not been proven, then it is not the truth. It is not real. It is a theory. It's an idea. It is nothing. But if you keep repeating it often enough, you will end up believing it's real. And there are two gravities to consider, by the way. Please remember that. Which gravities are you talking about? So we're the champions here, mate. We're the flat earthers. We are holding the scientists to the highest level of integrity and cleaning up the language that they use and they double speak to make sure you understand that gravity is a theory. It is not a real thing. That's how it is. And a theory will always be a theory, will always be a theory. And when it's been proven, then it's no longer a theory, it's a fact, isn't it? It's a scientifically proven fact. Until that day, gravity is a theory, which
I
is
ask
not real.
you, how would you know if something's proven?
Well, because it will coincide. What's the word I'm looking for? It would
line?
It would
Line with?
No. The word I'm looking for. No, the word I'm looking for is it. Oh shit. Yeah, it would conform with the reality that we live. Simple as that.
So you would decide that it makes sense to what you think's true, and that would be proof.
It would conform. So it has to be
But you
self-evident.
who decides if it's conforming? You or another authority?
The truth itself.
No, dude.
Situation itself.
Truth can't
so
decide
gravity being a theory.
No, truth is a thing that you think. Truth can't decide for you what's proved.
No, it must match the reality that we live.
Yeah, I agree. That's how I prove things.
Well, then that's it then. There's no other question. Who
Instead of-
decides that? It's down to the individuals with integrity. That would be yourself and your
Yeah.
peers. What kind of
Right.
mad question is that?
So you need yourself and some other peers you trust to prove gravity before you'll believe it.
Well, exactly. You need to prove this. It hasn't been proven.
Anyway,
the creators of the gravities, that would be like, or the discoveries of the gravities, the discoverers, Einstein and Newton, they never proved it.
in my mind, Jen, gravitation, as in things falling towards Earth and things falling in orbit round things in space, that's been proven to me. And
Been proven.
I proved it to myself by deciding it conforms with reality. The same method you just told me.
What you speak of is unnatural.
No, I know you disagree. I know you disagree, but I'm just telling you.
And not being proven.
I used the same method.
But you're telling me something that hasn't been proven.
To
That's
you.
what you're telling me.
But I'm telling you, it was proven to me. It was proven to me. I proved it.
Who proved it?
I proved it to myself, with myself and peers
What
that I trust.
methodology did you use? What
Watching
methodology
stuff.
did you use?
I made up what I thought gravity was, things falling towards Earth and falling round things in space. Then I observed reality, saw that happening, and said,
So
there we
it's
go,
just
that's proved.
fantasy. It's
No,
just not. Everything you said is not natural, not
no,
verifiable,
you're
and
allowed to
not repeatable.
disagree.
We can't do it. So that's your fantasy.
You're
It's
allowed to
your
disagree,
fantasy.
but to me it's real.
It doesn't. It doesn't. What you are saying does not conform to the reality that I'm
Not to
living
your.
and most people that are living
It
today.
conforms to
Yours
my
is a
reality.
fantasy.
Conforms to
It's
my
not a
reality, which
reality.
is
It's a
all I
fantasy.
needed.
No, because the reality is the Earth isn't a ball. It's not been proven.
That's
Gravity
your
doesn't
reality.
exist.
That's
No,
your
no,
reality.
that's the reality that we all live in.
No,
Yours is the strange
no.
one.
You've
Yours is the one
asserted your
without proof.
reality as everyone's
Yours is
reality,
without
and I'm
proof.
telling you,
Yours
mine's
is without
different.
proof, Dawn.
Mine's
Dawn,
different.
yours is without proof. You have no proof
We're
with
allowed
what
to
you
have
say.
different
None at
realities.
all. Nothing. You
You
can't
told me
bring
what
it to
you
the
meant by
table.
proof.
You can't show us. You
Sorry, we're
can't
shouting at
show
each other.
us. You can't present it to us. There is nothing tangible. We can't measure it. We can't see it. There is no evidence for it. We can't go to space to verify
your
what you say or confirm. So the integrity of your position is you're in a fantasy world.
I understand your position. We ended up shouting at each other. Let's talk to each other. In my mind, my reality has been proven to me with the same method that you used to prove yours to you. Even though you disagree and I disagree on yours, we've still both used the method and got to what we think.
No,
Yeah?
that's absolutely incorrect what you've said there.
I don't care if you disagree.
It's totally not repeatable. You cannot confirm anything, and it's not natural. Okay, what
Things
you
falling.
said there is
Hang on.
fantastic.
Things falling towards Earth is repeatable.
The explanation for it is not repeatable.
I don't try to repeat the explanation as in like the
You
explanation.
can't even explain it.
The explanation.
It's not there. What is
The
the explanation?
The explanation is just the explanation. My
Exactly.
My
it's not been
explanation.
proven. So
Yeah,
it's not
no,
a proven
no, you're not getting it.
It's not been proven.
Okay, tell me what proven means to you.
You know what proven means.
I think you might not know what it means. That's why I have to
know
ask
exactly
you.
what it means.
Okay, what does it
exactly
mean?
What proving means.
What does it mean?
Okay, it means that it's something that we can actually measure, repeat, test, and then the reason your explanation is actually happening. That's the thing about gravity. We can't do that. We cannot measure it. We cannot hold it. You can't prove it. It's an unproven theory.
Can I ask you a further
What
question?
you have is a theory that's not been proven.
Do you
there
get
are two to consider. The mass attracting mass never got proven. The bending and warping of space-time never got proven. These things, you can't prove them.
I'm
How
asking
can you
you a
go up to
question.
space and prove it?
I'm going to ask you a question. Do you get to decide what's proven for me, or do I get to decide?
Well, you can live whatever way you want to live, but don't bring your fantasy world to us and say that's what's going on, because that's not what's going on.
I'm not.
It's
I was
not,
about
it's
to
not
say.
truth-based.
I was about
It's
to
not
say, even though we
truth-based.
disagree on Earth,
not
I'm with
truth-based.
you about exposing the truth and exposing the Satanist slavery, even though we disagree on Earth.
Yeah, well, with the Earth thing, the Earth is not a globe. No measurable curvature and no spin can be detected or measured at all.
I understand if you
That's the
believe.
end of your globe.
You might
cannot
believe that,
fly
but don't bring it to
from New
us.
Zealand to England and not encounter curvature. You would
Don't
be
bring it to me, though.
antipodal on that ball. And pilots have come out and spoken, and more pilots are coming out. Not that I needed them, because I've been saying this before the pilots.
You can
that the
think
Earth
what
is
you want,
flat.
but don't bring it
It's
to
not
me.
a think. It's not thinking here. This is
Don't bring it.
experiencing.
Yeah, you
It's
can know what you want.
experiencing on Earth. I don't experience the curvature.
Don't bring it to me, because that's just
I
your
don't
fantasy.
experience the curvature. I don't experience the curvature, and I
Don't
do
bring
not
it to me,
experience
though.
gravity. We don't experience it.
Keep that to yourself, like you want me to.
It's the truth.
Yeah, so is mine. So is mine true, but you told me I'm not allowed to say it.
Yours is a fantasy.
Can I ask? Hey, can I ask Don a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Don, does your gravity explain why things float? You said things fall down to Earth, but does it explain why things float?
Do you mean like the moon and the sun?
No.
Do you mean like feathers.
Does gravity explain why things float?
What type of floating do you mean? Because a lot of people don't know what floating means.
Well, the opposite of fall.
You mean like hovering in the air? No,
Op-
gravity doesn't
opposite.
explain. But
Yeah. So it's a hole in your gravity.
why?
Because it needs a separate explanation for things to go.
That's not a hole, though, is it?
Yeah, it is.
No,
Because it
needing
needs
more
something else.
information. Needing more information isn't a hole in one piece of information.
It is a hole if it's the explanation of things falling.
You read one chapter of the Bible, just because you don't understand the other 9 doesn't debunk the first chapter, does it? You need to use logic to debunk the chapter.
Well, you moved to the Bible. We're talking about gravity.
Just because there's no Last of Us Series 3 doesn't debunk the first series, does it?
Well, a truth should have all the components, not part.
Well,
if it has
okay,
something missing, but you can hold on. I'll let you go. So the weight explains why things fall, but so you can replace gravity with weight.
I'll give you that my idea of gravity also explains why things don't fall sometimes.
How is that?
Because gravity doesn't pull everything at the same rate all the time on Earth. There's wind resistance.
So that's you see. So there's a flaw. That's why it
No,
says
it's not
there's
a
a hole in
flaw.
your gravity.
It's not a flaw.
It's a
It's
hole
one
in your
thing.
gravity because if I have let me give you an example quite simply. We have a children's balloon. Okay, it's not inflated. It's just a rubber balloon. I'm taking it out of the packet, and I'm now letting it go. It drops to the floor. I pick it up. It drops to the floor. I pick it up. I inflate it, tie it up. Now it drops to the floor slower. What's going on there? Why is gravity not able to pull it down at the same rate it did when it was empty? Then I release the air, inflate it with helium, tied up, and now it can't pull it down at all. What's happened?
Gravity doesn't have to explain everything all the time.
There
It's
you
just
go.
mass
When you
attracting
speak
mass.
like that, you've just thrown in the towel. When
Okay,
you
let me
form
ask
your
you.
sentence and your language that you're using now, you've thrown in the towel.
Does your density and buoyancy idea explain why the moon hovers across the top of the Earth?
I didn't create the Earth, so I would not know how.
There you go. So
I can only speculate.
That's a big hole in your density and buoyancy, right?
You're not letting me finish, though. You're not letting me finish. Number one, I didn't create this Earth, so I don't understand how the sun and the moon can be above our heads, appearing to be floating, suspended there on their predicted course.
No, you don't.
I could only speculate at best. That's it.
That's a hole in your model, then, isn't it?
It's not a hole in anybody's model.
Oh,
because
okay,
we're
mine
not
isn't a
making
hole.
any claims.
Mine's not a hole either.
Claims. You're projecting something on us that we never claimed to be.
Look,
we don't claim to know what the sun is and what the moon is. We never did.
I just applied your logic to you, and
No,
you didn't like it.
No,
you didn't like it.
No, you did not. No, you did not.
Why am I
When
claiming
we said
to have then?
your gravity is flawed, and then you came out with gravity doesn't explain. Well, that's bullshit.
No, I said your density and buoyancy doesn't explain the moon hovering, so that's a flaw.
It's got nothing to do.
I don't really think it's a flaw. I'm saying
It's got nothing
I'm making
to do
a
with the
point that
sun
your
and the
logic doesn't
moon.
work.
No, again, you are just straw manning the situation. That's all you're doing. You're not really.
That's all you do to gravity.
No, I'm not.
Let me try
I'm actually attacking. We are attacking your position clearly.
With a straw man.
Let me.
Straw manning. How is this straw manning? I'm blowing up a balloon. Okay. First,
because
it's
you
empty,
think gravity
and
has
I'm
to
showing
explain
you
all
how
movement.
No, listen. You're talking about gravity. I'm showing your gravity with an empty balloon, a rubber balloon. It drops at a certain rate. I inflate it with the air from my lungs, and now that rate has now decreased. It's dropping slowly. I then release it, fill it up with helium balloon, and now it doesn't pull it down at all. What are you talking about here? Where's your gravity?
That works on my gravity model. Gravity doesn't have to explain it. Mass attracting mass is still happening.
It's bullshit.
To you.
It's bullshit, your explanation. It's bullshit.
To you. to
got
you.
nothing to do with gravity. Just clearly explained it to you. It's got nothing to do with gravity. And then the idea that objects of different weights fall at the same rate in a vacuum has been disproved so many times now.
Nearly
It's
the
got
same
nothing
rate.
to do with gravity.
Nearly the same rate.
No, it's not. It's not. It's been well proven that objects of different weights do not fall at the same rate in water, in Earth's atmosphere, and in a vacuum. The heavier object will always hit the ground first.
I'm claiming nearly the same rate in a vacuum. That's what I'm claiming.
It's not in a vacuum. It's never the same rate, because if you had a vacuum chamber the size of the Twin Towers, for example, that big, your bowling ball and a tennis ball, don't use feathers, okay, and you let go when at the initial start of the drop, they're going to be level pegging, but there's going to be a point when the bowling ball will leave the tennis ball behind. Always will be. So they're not the same rate. It's never going to, and it's been proven time and time again. So no, there is no gravity going on. Sorry. Your explanation is wrong completely. There is no gravity.
We're allowed to disagree.
Yeah, fine. That's okay. Just remember, there is no gravity.
But if you assert your belief over mine, I'm going to assert mine over yours as revenge.
It's never been proven. Yours is not based in reality. That's why. Mine is.
Yeah, well, that's your ego talking.
We don't make claims like we know what the sun and the moon are. We don't make those claims.
But you make claims that your belief is correct and mine's wrong.
It's not a belief. My knowledge is my knowledge. It's not a
knowledge
belief.
is a subset
my
of belief.
position is based on experiences that I've acquired over the 61 years that I've lived. So it's not based in a belief. I don't live in a belief system.
Knowledge is a belief. That's what it means.
No, it's not. Sorry.
No.
Knowledge is not a belief.
Look it up.
Knowledge.
You got to listen to Jin. Jin's the
I'm
greatest
not
flat
going to
earther ever.
I'm not going to accept what is
He
explained
asserts
in a
many
dictionary.
things. He projects his reality onto me.
Oh, he's telling you the truth.
Yeah, I'm telling him the truth, but he says, no, that's fantasy.
He's the greatest flat earther that ever lived. You just can't handle that.
Oh, I know he is. That's why I like talking to him. But I'm just saying, with that greatness, he asserts his reality over mine as if it's better and more true. So that's why I do the same to him.
What you speak of, but
we
there's no
can
evidence behind what you believe.
we can replace we can replace your gravity with things that we can observe, like weight and density and buoyancy. They can stand alone.
Why would you need to replace something that works?
It doesn't work
does
because
work.
it doesn't work without buoyancy and density.
That's not true. They don't work without gravity in the equation.
You mean you could take gravity away and it can stand alone? Gravity needs
there's no direction
buoyancy to explain the upward.
There's no direction to density and buoyancy without gravity.
Weight.
Why do you think things are heavy?
Because of the
They're
weight.
heavy because of the molecules that make up the object. Of course.
Why do they go towards Earth when they're heavy?
That's the natural order of things that the Creator has.
Yeah, I call that gravity.
It's equilibrium.
It's not
Equilibrium.
Gravity. It's not gravity. Gravity implies that the Earth is a ball and the force is
No, it doesn't.
Core, magnetic core, pulling everything to the center of the Earth. That's what the gravity is, isn't it?
That's the full idea of gravity. That's not gravitation, mass attracting mass.
Mass attracting mass is supposed to be, each molecule has its own magnetic attraction. Isn't that not right?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
If that was the case, we would see spherical balls all over the natural world where we live. We don't see any. We don't observe mass attracting
What about
mass
the moon?
anywhere.
That's a spherical ball, isn't it?
Again, we don't know what the moon is.
It looks like a spherical ball, though, doesn't it?
It may look like it. We haven't confirmed that it is.
The thing you just
Without
denied exists.
confirmation, you can't make a affirmative decision on it. You
You
can't.
denied it. That you denied balls in nature exist, and now you're saying it looks
Yeah,
like
because we
one.
don't see them at all. Because we don't
Except the
see them here
moon
on
that
Earth.
you just admitted to.
Hang on, here on Earth, I'm talking about. Because if it were so, we could actually go up to it and touch it and bring it in and examine.
So do you admit?
Okay, then we can confirm.
Do you
But
admit
with
there's
the
an
moon
apparent?
now, we can't go there to confirm anything. We can't examine it.
But you admit there's an
Come on.
apparent
Where's
ball
your
in the
integrity
sky.
here? Where's your
Admit there's an
integrity?
apparent natural ball.
Have you done the scientific method on just things in space?
Yeah.
No, I don't do the scientific method on anything.
There you go. No
So you
proof.
can't. So no. Yeah, it's disproven. Then it's just a belief.
No validation.
I'm
No
allowed to prove
confirmation.
things without using the scientific method.
Depending on the subject matter, yes.
Name one thing you can prove without the scientific method.
Scientific method doesn't even deal with proof. If you Google it.
That's a language they use to deceive, though. That's what you've got to remember. That
I
we're living
agree.
under
It's one way
tyranny
to
here.
prove things, but proof
Right,
is you deciding something in your brain. Proof isn't I did the experiment and it has to be
That's a
like this.
belief. That's a belief, not proof. That's a belief.
That's what proof means. You decide something's real.
No, that's not proof at all.
Well,
No.
then you're going to have to give it up to an authority or a method, which I'm not
No, you
prepared
can
to
do it yourself. You can do it yourself, though.
That's what I just told you. You have to decide yourself what's real.
No,
That's
yeah,
proof.
by methodically doing the tests.
If you want
then you
to,
prove it to yourself. Yeah,
you don't have to
you can't just
methodically do
decide
tests.
it. You can't just decide it. That's not
I didn't
integral.
say just decide. After thinking
That's what
about
it
all the
sounded like.
information.
Well, exactly. Then you come to that conclusion yourself.
But you don't need
can
to
decide
measure
for
and do the
yourself.
science method.
Yeah, look, you can't go around saying that, gravity exists when you've got no proof for it.
Gravity, I meant things attract to the Earth, mass attracts mass, things fall around things in space. That's all I'm claiming.
We've never seen that happen anywhere at all. I've never observed that. Where have you observed that? When? And show me. Never seen it. You're lying.
We've got pictures of moons orbiting planets. And we've got experiments.
Again, Dawn, you've got to show me that these planets are actually moving and orbiting. You've got to show me that.
Observation of moons going across the front of a planet and appearing to go around the back.
Have you actually seen that with your own eyeballs and then recorded it?
No, through someone else's telescope.
Not good enough.
Why not?
Because you need to record that, what you see. You've got to record it.
I did record
You've
it.
seen
That's
it
how
and
I'm...
record that planets are
They did
moving
record it.
across.
They
We
did
know the
record
moon
it.
is moving. We
That's how I
know
managed
the
to
moon
see
is
it.
moving and we know the sun moves, right? But this is not proving mass attracting mass.
No, it's one bit of evidence towards the idea.
It's not proving mass attracting mass. It's not.
Proof is you
You're lying
deciding.
now.
Proof is you deciding mass
You're
attracts
lying
mass
now.
after looking at the
No,
evidence.
you're deciding it because it's something that was offered up by the people you believe in, right? But when we look through our telescopes, right, we don't see, I've never seen mass attracting mass going on. Never seen it.
Do you believe that some people have seen a little round circle go in front of a big circle they call a planet?
That's not mass attracting mass.
But do you agree people have seen that?
I don't believe and I cannot agree, no, because I don't know that. So no.
Okay, well, I believe that. And for me, that's evidence towards the idea that mass attracts mass.
You're saying eclipse? Are you talking about an eclipse?
No, what do they call it? A transit of Jupiter's moons and other planets' moons. And moons, I think people have got on video.
You think they do?
Yeah, I haven't seen it all, but there's enough for me to form a belief.
Oh yeah, as long as you know it's a belief.
It's not knowing.
Belief is knowledge for me. It's the same thing.
No, it's not. Belief is just belief.
Well, to him it is. To him it is because he.
And unsubstantiated, it's unconfirmed, unverified, and unsubstantiated knowledge. That's what.
I'm afraid I did confirm it to my own standards.
Yeah, it's not confirmation standard that we
Yes,
in reality.
to me, I confirmed it to myself, to my own standards. That's what confirmation
Yeah,
means.
it's just a fantasy that you've confirmed. Is that
No, you don't get to say that because it's not true.
I do get to say that because fantasy is a word and it has meaning, and you're displaying that. That's exactly
I'm
what
afraid
you're
all your
displaying.
beliefs are fantasy.
It's not based in any truth that we can confirm. That's
Your
why
flat
we,
Earth
the
is
flat earthers,
fantasy.
always say we don't know what those planets are at all. We don't know what they are, and we don't make any claims to know that we do know what they are.
Did you measure all of the oceans to be flat?
Speak to what we observe only, and we
Did you
do
measure?
not observe mass attracting mass
Preaching again.
here on nature,
We observe.
or in the stars.
I'm a fantasist, and you're a real truther. Preach.
No, because we observe all water at rest level, not the oceans because they're moving.
So you're not sure if the oceans are flat or not?
The oceans are not flat.
As
They're
in
not flat.
horizontal, as in not curved around a globe.
Yes.
You're sure that they are flat in that sense?
Yeah, where's the location of the curvature?
Well, I'm going to stop arguing for the globe and planets now and just call you a fantasist because that's Jin's logic.
No,
Yeah?
but because we have evidence for this, though, don't we?
No,
We
you
we have
don't.
evidence.
It's all based on
We
fantasy. What other people told you?
We do. We actually can see
We
further
observed
than
it.
the.
We know it's flat.
Just a
Yeah.
fantasy, Jin. None of it's true, I'm afraid.
We've observed it. We've measured it. I've got photographs of it. I've flown all over this earth. Okay, from the Americas to the Africas to the Philippines to Singapore to the Asia. I'm in Japan now currently. So I've traveled enough to know that there's no curvature at all. The distances I've covered, 61 years thus far.
Hey, Dawn, do you have vision problems? You like blind or wear spectacles or contacts?
No, I'm a bit short-sighted in my old age.
There you
41.
go. I knew it. He's blind as a bat.
It's just about seeing words on signs, though. It doesn't affect my logic or reasoning.
No, but you won't be able to see anything at all. You're just imagining what you're seeing, what you've been told.
That's the worst argument I've ever heard.
Yep. You'll find most globers are fucking blind as bats.
You can't apply logic to belief.
Yeah.
Belief is knowledge. Belief is knowledge to me. I use logic to get there.
No, you didn't use logic. You used
No,
belief.
you're using someone else's idea that they think it's a globe.
No, I use logic to get to my beliefs.
No, you didn't. You didn't. Not once did you use logic at all. Nothing you've done is logical. Nothing. Because you're not proving anything.
What's logic to you, Jen?
He can't. He's blind. He can't see it.
Yeah.
I'm not blind. Why are you saying that?
You just told me you wear spectacles or some shit.
No, I didn't. I said
You
I'm
haven't
quite a
proven
little
that the
bit
Earth is a globe, for
short-sighted.
example.
Why have you changed a little bit short-sighted to blind?
Well, it's the same thing. That means
No,
you
it
don't have
isn't.
20/20 vision. You don't see things the same as what we
Neither
do.
do you.
I can see 200 miles. It's a staggering.
Bullshit.
It's a staggering. But it's true.
Bullshit.
Yep.
Bullshit.
I do it all the time. I'm a mountain climber.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I climbed a mountain last month, and it was good, and I saw quite far.
Right.
Okay, well,
Welcome
take
to
your
the
word
flat
for it.
Earth. Welcome to the flat Earth reality.
Some people are saying, Jen, that mountains debunk a flat Earth. That's what some people say now.
Yeah, those are people who are desperate now because they've lost their battle with the black swans and refractions. They've been battered left, right, and centre. Now they're
Destroyed.
desperate, so they're going to be saying all kinds of crazy
I'm
things.
telling you, flat earthers are saying mountains have debunked the flat Earth that they used to believe in.
I don't know any flat earther that's saying that.
I'll give you a list if you like.
I don't know
Ev,
any flat
Emma,
earther.
Jerry. There's about 10 more of them.
I don't know any of these people, so whoever they are.
Well, I can agree that flatness is not a shape.
You
How
said
about
it
that?
as well.
Yeah,
you said,
absolutely.
the oceans are not flat because they have tides and waves. You know what flat means. It means horizontal all the way across.
No, it doesn't.
So here you go, Jen. Here's one of the flat earthers that's now scared of the word flat. So
I'm
you
not
should
scared.
you
I'm not
deal with
scared
this
of the
guy.
word.
Yeah,
Deal with this
that's
guy.
fine. You know, that's okay. You know, flat basically does not donate a shape. That's correct. So it just means that it's horizontal right across, not one area higher than the other. So it's level. Now, when the ocean is at rest still, it's level. And when you take a grander view of the ocean from a high vantage point, it looks and appears to be absolutely level. Even though when you get closer, you then start to see it's actually moving and flowing. Okay, but when you're high enough up, it can look motionless and level. And then you look for the curvature, it's not there.
We could call it flat though, right? Just so people know what we mean.
Well, you know, flat just means level, leveled
Yeah,
surface.
exactly. But people are scared of the word now.
I'm never going to be scared of that. It's a level surface. The ocean, of course, when you take it from a grander view high up, appears to be level.
You're not.
No curving at all. When you get closer to it, of course, it starts to move.
You're not embarrassed to say that you live on the beautiful flat Earth, are you, Jen?
God's flat Earth.
Hey, Don. So you're saying that level is a circle?
On my model, level is the surface of a sphere or a flat bit when people do building.
So how can it be both?
Level,
How can
it means both, whether you like it or not, on my model.
So it's flat and a circle.
Yes. Not a circle, no.
Engineering.
The whole surface of a sphere.
Yeah, there's no discussion of curvature in construction.
Yeah.
That's why it means both.
In construction, yeah, well said. In engineering, a sphere is not level. There's no level surface on a sphere. No horizontality.
It means both.
On a sphere.
It means both.
How can you have both?
No, it doesn't.
How can you have both?
That's absolutely. That is
It's one
misinformation
word,
right there.
and it means two things on my model.
Misinformation right there.
One word means two things, and you said you use logic. One word means two separate things.
Same as
And
love. Love means
Hey,
two
Dawn.
things.
Dawn, I just posted a photograph in the group chat. Check it out. That's my own photograph.
No, you're saying 200 miles.
It's 92 miles, but I can. That's the island I could see first up.
Don't think that's going to be 200 miles.
Yeah.
But it's more like
Level, you
10
can't
miles.
use level.
It's flat.
You believe it's flat, but you haven't measured it, have you?
Yeah.
I took a photograph, dude.
You haven't measured it. That could be like that on a globe still.
Okay, what part of the UK do you live in? What part?
The southeast.
Okay, so you should go down and you could look at Spain and France from the coast on a clear day. Easily.
Yeah, Dover. Yeah, fine.
Well, Dover's easy. Dover's only 33 miles. You can see the beaches
So from Dover, they can
How
see
far up do I have to be from the beach?
Well, you just got to not get on ground level. You got to get up at least 50 meters or so.
Yeah, that works on a globe, I'm afraid.
No, it doesn't. Because you got to get above the wave activity, wind activity, clouds, fog.
On my
Especially
model,
around,
you can be at the beach, look out, and it looks flat, but it's still a globe. That's what my model is.
I just took a photograph, dude. You think I'm fucking
but
stupid?
your model is not a representation of where we live. Problem. Your model is not a representation of where we actually live
for me.
at all. That's your fantasy world that you live in.
You can keep saying that, but I still think it's real.
You know what? Hey, you know, Jen, you're wasting your time. He's brain damaged or something.
I've known Dawn for a long time. I've known Dawn for a long time, so he knows I'm just
okay, you know him, okay.
I'm just chopping off boulders because I'm crumbling and destroying his. It's a fantasy he's got there. Nothing is based in reality.
Your flat Earth is a
based
fantasy.
in reality. Nothing is based in reality. When we fly from England to New Zealand, we don't experience or encounter any curvature at all. 0 degree curvature do we encounter through this 17-hour flight.
Yeah, that's really bad.
That would be impossible. And there is no level surface on a spherical ball. The word level cannot be associated with a sphere. No, that they're two separate entities.
All of those beliefs are fantasy, Jen, pure fantasy.
No, those
It's
are
not
facts.
fantasy, it's reality.
Those are facts. Yeah, those
It's
are facts.
observable truth.
That's even worse. You think they're
Scientifically proven facts, mate.
You think scientifically proven facts, but it's fantasy.
It's not
No,
fantasy.
yours is a fantasy.
Hey, I can use your model to debunk your model.
Yeah, I've
You
said that
can't.
many
How?
times, that the globe debunks itself.
Because look at what they give for like vertical.
Here.
What's 90 degrees from vertical?
Horizontal.
There you go.
Yeah, and that goes off on space on a globe.
No, it doesn't. It just creates
Why
a
does
right angle. Go ahead. Go ahead.
why does Xanax sit here and tell us that level is perpendicular from plumb? Now you're saying it's horizontal. It's both.
It's both. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's both.
Horizontal and level is perpendicular from plumb.
Level means a flat thing on a small distance for builders, or the curved surface of the whole globe.
They can't
Okay,
be
so
flat
you're
and
trying to
curving at
change the
the same
definition
time.
of flat and level.
No, he's
Is that
not
what
trying
you're
to change his definition. He's trying to have it be both at the same time. It
No.
can't be curving and flat. Those are antithetical.
Some words have two meanings, Jeremy. I can think of many examples.
Yeah, the words can have two meanings, but you can't say it's both simultaneously. That does not make sense. It's
What I'm saying
incoherent,
is
gibberish.
the word means both things. I'm not saying Earth is both.
But
You
Jim,
just told me that You just told me that it's level is a flat spot and it's curving around a globe. It can't be both.
Oh, no, I'm telling you that is both because that's just what you think the meaning of level means. And what
hey,
we've
but you just said it's 90 degrees, right? So how is that right angle curving like your ball claims?
Put a right angle on top of a ball, and the horizontal sticks off into the space, doesn't it?
Right, so it doesn't follow. It doesn't
that
follow
isn't what
the
level.
right
That's
angle.
not what level is.
What's level?
The main definition for level is the curved surface of Earth in this context.
That's not. It says it conforms to the liquid parts of Earth's surfaces, and the liquid part is water. So if it conforms to water and water is level, stationary, it doesn't conform.
70% of Earth's surface is what the level is based on. The idea that that curves.
Pull up the definition.
That definition I'm talking about is in the surveying. But that's where we've got to in the conversation.
So your 90 degree, your right angle curves.
No, it doesn't. I'm just saying sometimes level means perpendicular to plumb, like Jeremy said.
Sometimes. You mean all the time?
No, sometimes. Well, it could be all the time, but that you don't follow that round.
Right, because it's not round. It's a straight line.
Definitions.
You can't have both because they're opposite. Straight and a curve is opposite.
They're not opposite on a big, huge globe, though.
Big, huge. You have a radius value.
Yeah, well, I don't, but people do.
And well, the model does.
Yeah.
So the model doesn't fit your explanation of a right angle to vertical.
There's no issues. Just a big globe people measure horizontals and flat bits on.
Where does it stop?
What do you mean?
Where'd the flat part stop?
This is a nonsense question because I know as an adult man, you've seen balls before. You
Balls
can
have constant curvature. Like everything
Yeah, but can
round
you
to me
imagine what? Can you
has
imagine a big
nothing
one?
flat.
Can you imagine being little on
A
a big
big
one?
circle? Yeah, big circle is always going to be
circle.
curving.
A ball.
A big ball is always going to be curving.
Imagine it a really, really, really big ball, and you're really, really, really tiny on it.
It's still going to be a constant curvature.
Yeah, but would it seem
how
flat?
you? No,
No, not even on a really, really, really big ball.
I know you have a ball fetish, but it doesn't turn things
Why
level.
can't you scale?
Can you scale a sphere to a flat surface?
You've stuck at the point of pretending to
Can you,
misunderstand balls.
can you scale a sphere flat?
I don't know what that means.
Can you lay a sphere out at on a flat surface?
I don't know what that means.
You can't. It's called non-developable surface.
How do you know that word? Why is it
Non-developable
non-developable?
because you can't lay it out without distorting the sphere's constantly curving.
Because a sphere has constant positive Gaussian curvature. That's why it's non-developable. Because it has constant positive Gaussian curvature.
Yep.
Where'd you hear that from? You go to Bev's? You know who Bev is?
Yeah, yeah. I like Bev.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah, but it's information. That's all. I mean, it doesn't. He didn't come up with it. He talks about it.
Dialectics, right? To argue for flat Earth while saying Earth isn't flat in other ways at the same
I'm
time.
arguing for the truth. The truth doesn't matter if your globe get hurt. Your feelings hurt.
Well, that's how I feel about yours as well.
Yeah, but you can't back up nothing. You claim
All backed up.
two opposite things to be the same thing.
Millions of smart people agree with me. Millions.
Yeah,
That makes you right. Does that make it true?
Millions of,
I'm right.
yeah, millions of stupid people agree with you as well, though.
That's true. Yeah.
So what does that mean?
Well, I'm citing all the smart ones agreeing.
Yeah, but the dumb ones also agree. So what does that mean?
Well, you have to decide that.
So stupid and smart people agree with you, therefore.
Therefore, I'm right.
Right. Okay. That's flawless logic.
You're adding in the stupid people though, so you can
Yeah,
have
but
an opinion.
that's true, though, isn't it, Dawn?
I'm citing the smart people agreeing with me
Yeah, but the stupid people also agree with you.
as more than who agrees with balanced truths.
So when we point out to you, you still deny. This is the problem. Like you don't see it for yourself. We'll point out the contradiction or flaws in your logic, and you still continue on to follow your broken logic.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it again. Millions of smart people agree with me.
And millions of stupid people agree with you.
What? How do you define stupid?
Well, I would personally say below 100 IQ.
Oh no, you believe in IQ?
I mean, that's like saying, do you believe in any cognitive test of any kind?
Puzzle solving sums up human intellect.
No, that's not what IQ test is. And besides, IQ isn't the IQ test. Instead, you've conflated two separate things. Regardless,
I don't believe in it.
well, you don't have to believe in anything. You can believe in spinning globes if you want. That's entirely on you. But you asked me how I'm defining it, so it doesn't really matter what you believe.
Okay, let me change my statement. Hundreds of thousands of smart people understand the globe model well and agree with me.
Yeah, and hundreds of thousands of stupid people also agree with me.
I don't care about stupid people.
Are you saying that we don't understand your model?
No,
Yeah,
what he's
I wasn't saying that. Oh, that is true.
he's trying to combine an appeal to some sort of intellectual authority with an appeal to popularity.
Yeah.
But essentially, it's just cherry picking.
Oh, it's hundreds of thousands of smart, understanding people agreeing with me. It's not cherries.
Well, virtually every smart person that quote unquote agrees with you doesn't understand the model. They just believe it because the TV
I'm
said so.
talking about the people that really understand it. Hundreds of thousands.
Okay, how about we can just use your model and just destroy it?
No, you can't.
Yeah, we can. It doesn't make sense. It's impossible.
You're up in the air now with nothing being true because you're friends with Bev. That's where you are.
That's not true. I'm my own person. You can associate like the people I learned from. So now you gotta say the Bible, the Quran, the Torah. You gotta add everybody that I learned from. You can't just say one person.
Well, the Bible and the Torah are two more reasons I would use to say you're highly deluded.
So, like I said, so what I learned from science, I'm included in the people that understand the mono. So that's what you don't understand. I came from learning. I didn't come from one thing.
Yeah, but if there's hundreds of thousands of people who believe the Torah and the Bible, who understand the Torah and the Bible, therefore the Torah and the Bible are real, right?
You got me there. That's what I would use as my argument if I was one of those people.
So then the Torah and the Bible are both represent reality, right?
No, I disagree with that.
Right, okay. So that argument works for you when you make it, but not against you when someone else makes it.
Look, if someone's calling me a fantasist and I can cite hundreds of thousands of people that agree, it takes some of the pressure off. Wouldn't you agree?
No.
Well, you're a fantasist then, bro.
People agreeing with things isn't an
How are you
argument.
going to deal with that accusation?
What accusation?
You're a fantasist.
Well, I just reject it.
All your science, logic, belief system in flat Earth, it's all fantasy.
Okay, that's a cool opinion, bro.
Yeah, well, now you're appealing to me just having opinions.
I'm not appealing to anything. You gave me your opinion and I reject it. It's quite simple.
You could have cited people that agree.
Why would I do that?
All the ancients, you could have said.
I could have done that, but why would I do that?
It's a good way to make the other person feel like, oh, maybe he's right, because lots of people agree.
But it's illogical.
No, it isn't.
It is illogical.
Ad populum is a real argument.
It's a real illogical argument, yes.
No, sometimes it makes sense.
It's illogical. People agree, therefore, is illogical.
There's been lots of people looking into how NASA's fake stuff, and we all agree. That's better than just one crazy person on a comedy stage saying NASA's fake, right? Wouldn't you agree? It's better now. We all agree.
To dismiss the person, is that okay to dismiss their?
If you come up with the right rules for society, Crypto, and you're the only one, no one agrees, you're going to be saying, come on, Don, let's try and get people to agree with us so we can get this thing running really well.
Well, obviously the purpose...
I'll say, ad populum.
Well, the purpose of discussion is to discuss with people, right? Otherwise you wouldn't bother discussing. But that doesn't mean that, therefore, because people agree with you, that you are correct.
No,
I mean, you're conflating two... I didn't finish, Dawn. I didn't finish, Dawn.
Just straw manning me.
Well, no, I'm not. So anyway, the point, and I didn't finish, so I will finish. The point is that you're conflating two very different positions. Like the one being the purpose of discussion, which is to convey ideas socially, and the other one being that an idea is correct because it is believed socially by people.
I didn't mean to claim that it's definitely true because of that. I meant to claim that you should feel emotionally responsive that I told you many people agree with me. That's what all I wanted.
Yeah, but why would I feel any emotion towards an illogical statement?
Because you're a man and ad populum is real.
But it's illogical, so why would I care about it?
Not illogical.
That's the appeal authority, right?
No, it's the appeal to popularity. But yeah.
Yeah, we don't need like everybody to know.
All right, then, Dawn. This is my favorite example, right? I'm stumbling down the street. I'm looking for somewhere. I just want to eat and drink, and I'm starving. I stumble in to a hall, and I stumble into a KKK meeting, right? So I'm the only non-KKK member, and there's 9 other guys there. They're all KKK members. Because I'm in the minority and they're in the majority, is what they say therefore correct?
No, I never argued that.
Brilliant.
Balanced truth. Would you like to go through a thought experiment about how big ball or how balls become level, as in flat, in small areas as they get bigger?
Yeah, you want to try to scale it? Go ahead.
Okay, imagine you're on an ant. You're an ant size, and the ball is 10 miles radius. Would it seem like the meter square that you're in is mostly flat, much flat and level?
So you think man didn't figure this out? Like
I'm just
the
asking you
scale? Okay,
for the truth of hypothetical balls.
okay. Yeah, I'm going there with you, but let me answer it the way I answered.
All you have to say to get out of this is, of
Let me
course,
let me
huge
answer
balls
it the way
become
I
level.
answered, please. But go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish and then let me go.
The question remains open. Would the meter square for the ant on a 10-mile radius ball appear and feel and seem flat and level?
You done?
Are you answering?
Yeah. So, like I was saying, as humans, we had the same problem to figure it out. So we had to figure out how to measure this place, and the best way to do it is figuring out the radius and circle, straight line and a circle. How we measure. That's how you know
You've
the miles.
avoided my question.
I'm not. So for you to get these miles and these distances, and to an ant, would it make a difference if they're not measuring it? If they're just traveling it?
I'm just saying you're you, but the size of an ant on a 10-mile circumference ball.
On the ball, it would be constantly curving, no matter
Yeah,
what
but
you say.
would it appear flat on the meter square?
It would appear to be a ball.
Okay. What about if you are the size of an ant and the ball is 1,000 miles circumference? Would a meter square appear flat then?
If you can have a square on a ball,
Remember,
can you?
meter. It's only a meter square, and the ball is 1,000 miles circumference.
No matter how small the ball is, can you make a square on it?
Well, that's a different question.
It's gonna curve.
It's like you wanted to give up. You don't want to do the scale thought experiment with me.
If you scale a ball any size, it can't be flat.
It can appear flat over small areas.
Never, not even a point.
Never. Not even if you're the size of an ant and the ball is 1,000,000 miles diameter. Not even then?
No. No matter how small the drip. To me, I'm just being honest. If it's a ball at any scale, it can never be, because it's always going to be a point. That's never going to be.
You're too far gone, bro.
Yeah.
You can't scale up a ball in your head. That's how far gone you are.
It's undevelopable. You can't. It's always going to be a ball. Sorry. That's reality.
You think level is a circle and you're telling Balance that something's wrong with him? This is too good,
I
man.
didn't say that was a circle. I said a meter square on a 1,000,000-mile ball would appear flat. Could you agree to that, Essie?
No, I would agree that a ball is always a ball. It's continuous curved surface.
Yeah, I'm not saying
it's
it doesn't.
non-developable.
I'm not saying it
Game
stops being a
over.
ball.
You have nothing done. Just
Why you
stop bugging me.
Why are you pretending that I said it stops being a
Stop
ball?
talking. You have nothing. You're just mumbling on, bro.
You can't agree to it. I'll give it up. You're both too far gone
Level
to
is not a
imagine
circle.
big
Give it
balls.
up, bro.
I
You
didn't
sound
say it
ridiculous.
was. I did not say it was.
So what's the ocean in your what's the ocean in your globe?
Just give it up, Essie. You have nothing.
You see that's all we gotta say to you, bro, and you just look foolish. What shape is the ocean on your globe?
You want to have a discussion, but you poo-pooed
Is it
me.
level
But now
or is it a
I'm
circle?
poo-pooing you. You don't know what to do.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't have poo-pooed me. I asked you a simple question. You poo-pooed it, and now you want to have a discussion.
I didn't poo-poo it. What are you talking about?
You said a ball's always a ball, as if I claimed it stopped being one, which I didn't.
Okay, the surface of a ball. Is it level?
Oh, no. You don't get to start quizzing me, but after you've pooed my question. That's not
There's
how it
no
works.
use talking to you, Don. Come on.
That's how I feel
Look, in
about
his
you.
defense, the Earth is too big to see the curve, man. And that's where NASA comes in. Done. Did I say it right? Did I say it right, Don? It's too
I don't
big to
know.
see the curve, right?
No, what I'm saying is, hypothetically, on huge balls, small areas become flat, apparently, because measuring tools change when scale
Yes, it's
change.
locally flat because it's so big, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but Don, any logical person knows that a ball, there's no flat surface on a ball.
Godric.
It's constantly curving. That's the characteristic of a ball, Don.
Godric, could you agree with me that on a huge hypothetical ball, it would be locally flat to very small things?
Absolutely.
Negative
That's
and
why we
never.
can't even see a curve until like what, 3 miles?
Right. So Godric understands it, and that means he's like 7 points above you other two guys. Just straight away, just by saying, "Yep, I know what you mean."
Locally it's flat, like the salt flats can pretty flat locally, but it could
Exactly.
curve, at some point.
Same on
beyond
any
that.
ball, any size, hypothetical or real.
Never. Not one single flat spot on a ball. Negative. Never. Ever, ever. Continuous curving surface.
Godric
But
is
if it's
smarter
really
than
big
you.
ball, like if it's really big though.
Godric is smarter than you, SE. You need to think that through.
Doesn't matter how
Yo,
big it is. You can make a ball as big as you want.
Rumpus told me that surveyors, geodetic surveyors, say flat is when they use the word flat, they actually mean curved. So I asked him. I said, "What happens if there's a flat spot on the ball?" He said, "Impossible." He said it could never happen.
That's right.
Who said that?
Yeah, go argue with Rumpus, Don.
Rumpus is insane. We all know that.
But if you put a marble on the ground and if it was curved, wouldn't it just roll off?
Why does marble stop rolling? Great one.
I'm asking you.
Because they're flat locally.
See, in philosophy, they have a term, the exploded mind. Don't let your mind explode, Don.
Fuck you, your mind is garbage.
There's no need to throw insults.
You started it.
Don, I do have a question for you though, about this, about a globe, like a planet, right? So there's gravity, right, that pulls everything to the center. Is that right?
That's what they think, yeah.
But if
I think.
let's say you took a marble, right, and you started on the Earth, and so it's pulling down, right? But if you went into that Earth, you went into a hole into the Earth. If you went under the ground, what happens is now the ground above you is pulling you back up, isn't it? And then
Yeah, a
once you
little
get
bit.
to the center of this ball, it just pulls you back up because there's nothing in the center to pull you in. So it just pulls you back up to the surface. It doesn't make sense.
No, that's not
Can you,
what
can you
happens.
work it out for me?
All mass is attracting all mass, but the bigger mass is dominant.
Yeah, but the biggest mass is if it's under you and you're above it. Otherwise, when you start going into the Earth or into any sphere, the mass is not in the center. The mass is going to pull you back out to the outside of the sphere. Is it not?
No,
Because there's no mass in the center. There's zero. I mean, if you went to the center of a
not
sphere,
even
there's no
strong enough
mass.
to pull you, Godric. Because Earth's in the way, so it can't pull you through the Earth.
Well, that's the whole point. Like, let's say you can go into the Earth, right? Then you start. Let's say you weigh, I don't know, 200 pounds on the surface, right? And you start pulling yourself into the Earth. You start weighing less and less because there's less mass pulling you. The mass is on top of your head. It's pulling you back up. Do you see how I'm having a problem with this?
No, I don't. When you get to the
What
middle,
keeps
you're
the
just
sphere
be stuck in the
together?
middle.
What keeps the sphere together if the mass, if the mass attracts mass, right?
Biggest bit
But
is
once
in the
you get to
middle.
the
That's what
center of
keeps it
it, there's
together.
no attraction because that mass in the center is going to be pulled back out to the surface of the sphere. Am I
The
right?
massiest bit of the mass is in the middle of the mass.
But in the middle of a sphere, you would have absolutely no weight because there's nothing to pull you. There's nothing to pull you there.
And
Am I
if
right?
there might be a magic zone, Godric, inside the core or something that you're referring to, but I have no idea about that.
Yeah, there's a magic zone in the core where you can just break dance.
Yeah, you're just floating in the middle.
Yeah, like a little, like you're hovering.
Yeah, that's possibly
But
true.
what if
Maybe the whole core is
but
floating
what if
in the
but
middle.
what if you let's say you put a hole right through the earth, right? Wouldn't that just pull you back to the surface because there's no mass in the center?
What? Why are you saying there's no mass in the center?
I mean, if you put a hole all the way to the earth from the one side to the other and drop down there, right?
Well, it would go through the core. The core would still be there, and it would still be quite massive, despite your
But but
little
but
hole.
but 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 when you're in the center, the mass is going to pull you back up. Is what I'm saying.
No, because the mass in the center is even stronger. So
How though?
you're stuck in the middle there,
I don't see how though.
like a black hole. Once you get in that middle bit, you're never coming out. It's just stuck.
When you're on the top of a sphere, like on the outside, let's say you're in California, I do in gravity theory, right? You're the heaviest on top of that ball because all that mass is pulling you down. That makes sense, right? But once you start going into the earth, you start losing weight because there's not as much mass pulling you down. When you get to the center, it's going to pull you back up.
Well,
So what you have, I think, is like an
I
unstable
don't
sphere,
believe
and we
the
never
mass.
even make a sphere.
I don't believe the mass is equally distributed through the whole sphere. I think it's in the center as a field.
There's also, the reason why they actually make the core 2,000 miles in diameter, or is it kilometers? But it's basically they worked out the maths because no one's ever been to the core of the earth and been able to measure it. But mathematically, in their little equations, the way that they worked it out, it works out perfectly fine. But it's all begging the question, as we know.
I don't see any mass in the center of a sphere because there's nothing to attract it there. It would just pull back out to the surface. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't know, maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, well, you know how they say it's like 2,000 miles across or whatever in the core. So their little model of gravity, that's how it works. So you can't go there and you can't test it. So it's just a theory, right?
So there's a solid molten core. Like if there's lava in the center of the Earth, it would just be pushed back out because of gravity.
What?
I guess that's why we have volcanoes.
Gravity's not pushing lava out. You're all in fantasy land, guys. Get it together.
All right, this is going nowhere. Have you guys heard of this word? Does anybody know what a taikonaut is?
No.
Taikonaut, anybody?
Is it some explorer, a person who's an explorer?
Very good. It's a Chinese astronaut. So we have an astronaut, American. We have cosmonaut, Russian. And now we have taikonaut, Chinese. How many people here are aware that the Chinese have a space station in orbit?
That's what they say, yeah.
In the movie Gravity.
Yeah.
What's with the questions?
I'm glad you asked. I got a nice picture for you guys, okay? This is from the Chinese space station. Here we go.
I like to see some cartoons. Where's the photo in Livestream
Comments,
1?
questions? Livestream text 1.
Why do you have to embarrass us like this?
Oh my!
What do you guys think?
What are we looking at here? See,
They must
We
have
all
used
know
a
we
lens.
live on a toilet paper roll. Come on.
They must have used a lens corrector or something.
Yeah, they must have. Yeah, of course.
what's happening here? Is it CGI? Like, what is the claim being made?
There's no claim. I found the picture and I posted it. And I won comments. This is from the Chinese space station.
But this is a country that fakes breast milk with plastic, right?
You know what
It's
it
a really
looks
nice
like to me? If you turn your phone up, if you're on a phone, you can turn your phone upside down and then you look at the photo and then you cover the black half with your finger and it looks like you're just looking up at the general sky, probably about 5 kilometers up.
Maybe the Earth is flat at where China is at. Maybe this is where Don's talking about. Yeah, taikonauts.
These are pretty cool pictures, this. Thanks.
Anytime, bro. Have a look. This is your new assignment, ballers. The Chinese space station.
What's the assignment? What should we do about it?
You know what I want to see an astronaut do? Have you ever seen them play with hula hoops in magic shows? And they can do a skipping rope style maneuver with a hula hoop. I want to see an astronaut floating in the ISS and doing that maneuver.
They're all knots, though, huh? They're all knots.
Yeah, the
not
knots
doing
they
what they're
take
saying.
after the Greek sailor. So they all adopted that out of the Greek meaning sailor. Nafti means sailor in Greek. Yeah.
I get it. We just don't apply that everywhere.
They have to pay homage to the Greek gods.
We should call sailors nauticians.
Yeah.
I would love to see if they have any spacewalks or, like fixing something outside of the air.
Yeah, I think they do. That's why I put this out there. I want everybody to research this Chinese. Now we have a Chinese angle. Can you imagine the stuff we're going to find with them? My God.
So you want us to look more into the Chinese space station and the space program?
If you like,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
going
terrible.
to.
Yeah, it's not good. It's horrible.
Like, I'm
The
curious
inside
what
of
kind
their
of.
space station is quite luxurious compared to the International Space Station. If you have a look.
Yo, Jin, Essie was talking. Come on, man. Be respectful.
I didn't hear him. I didn't hear him at all.
You're
Oh, that's
lying.
cool, bro. Jin is right. Apparently, there, if you look at their station, it's all properly designed. No wires everywhere. It looks sleek. It's like, yeah, as compared to the ISS, where they decided to put the wires inside, you know, and not cover everything. It seems that the Chinese are more neat.
Aren't they the ones that were floating and they had a glass of water just sitting on the counter?
Was it them? Could be. I think it was
Chinese or
NASA, that one. It could be,
what
though.
was it, or Japanese? I couldn't remember. I thought it was China or Japan.
Yeah, that was a funny one, huh? Water just sitting there. Yeah, yeah. They think that they can get away with this stuff. Yeah, it's so funny.
Must be a fake glass of water. Obviously, they're floating around.
Standard atmospheric deception.
So,
They
what do you
planted
guys
it.
make of the oith? The oith seems flat there. What's going on? Irrel.
It's clearly curved. I mean, if it was flat, it would be extending off into the distance. But there's a horizon line there, so you wouldn't expect to see that on a flat Earth. It should just carry on. We shouldn't be seeing space above the Earth. We should just see more.
That's
Earth
what you got. If it
was
were flat, it would be a ball. Is that
But
what you got?
because it's a ball, we have a horizon line, and the Earth curves up and then curves down from the horizon
So
line on.
So the continuous Gaussian curve of your sphere is straight? From space?
The
continuous curve of your sphere is straight at some points, even when viewed from afar, from space?
It doesn't matter how far away they are. They're not far enough, or they don't have a wide enough lens to see the curvature. You know, I mean that's I don't know how big that lens is, or you know the diameter of it, but I'm assuming it's a normal size camera. And I mean, if that's an ISS, they're not far away enough to really capture the curve properly.
Yeah, but they're at the same distance, approximately same height, same elevation as the ISS.
Are they?
Yeah.
How high up are they?
They say 400 kilometers, something like that, comparable to the ISS.
Nice. Well, maybe it's not a wide enough camera. I don't know. I would need to look into it more. I don't know much about the Chinese space station.
Well, yeah, that's why I brought this up. I want everybody to do their homework on this, because this is not a good start. The first thing I see is that I go, oh my god, am I seeing things? I had to stop the video and rewind it, and I go, what? Kidding me? Let me pause the
It's funny,
video.
we don't get much. Sorry to interrupt you there. We don't get much news on it either from the Chinese space station. You know that? It
That's
doesn't
right,
feature much
Jim.
in the news bulletins.
Yeah, has anybody heard any news about the Chinese space station? That's what I thought.
But yeah, Essie, why don't you look into this more and then come back to us with information?
Because I want everybody to do it, and I know you guys are going to do the homework, most of the homework for me.
I'm
Yeah.
not going to do jack
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. I have been. I've been looking, but there's not much news out there. That's my point. Because I have been looking. Don't worry, I have been looking, and I haven't heard, because it's so close to the ISS as well. Expecting some orbital decay and collision. It's that close. The ISS.
But yeah,
Yet
I
they
don't
don't
really
see each other,
care
and they
much
don't
about the Chinese space
see each
station.
other.
But you should
They should
definitely
be able
look
to see
into
each other. I think. I do think they should
Why would
be
you
able
think
to observe
that?
each other on this. Don't you think? They should be able
I don't
to.
know. I'm just
On this,
never mind.
on this supposed globe thing, orbiting supposed. I'm sure they got past each other at one point. Hearing any news on that at all?
Hey, I got a question. At that speed, can you take that clear of a picture?
Yeah, it's because you're
That's a
only
good
moving
question, brother.
relative.
I've always asked that. It's only going 10 times the speed of a bullet. So for those that don't know, I just posted the The Chinese space station. Have a look.
I don't get why there wouldn't be left to right curvature, but then we would assume that that edge is curvature. I don't understand that.
Well, they have one-way curvature. If what Chiral just said, it rings true, we live on a cylinder, not on a ball.
The toilet roll, yeah.
That's not what I said. I didn't say it's
Well, you said one-way curvature, bro.
I didn't say one-way curvature. The words one-way curvature never left my mouth.
Okay, my bad. What do you mean? What did you say? Correct yourself. How do we see that
What I
picture
said
like that?
is the curvature is visible in that picture because we can see there's a horizon line. If Earth was flat, we should see the Earth carry on backwards, right? We shouldn't be seeing space above the Earth. All of that blackness above the Earth should be filled by more Earth if Earth is flat. But the reason we don't see more Earth there is because the Earth is coming up and then starts curving downwards from the horizon onwards. That's what I
So
said.
by your logic,
It's a
Earth.
very nice emotional explanation, but it's not going to work, mate.
How is that emotional?
You sound all soft. You sound so soft, mate. Why are you talking so soft, bro? What's up?
Because I'm at work. Thanks.
You just feeling
explanation
emotional.
on my globe, you know.
I don't want to be at work talking to her.
You've been watching the Hallmark Channel.
It should curve left to
why
right,
you
though,
do it?
no, Nate?
It should definitely curve left to right, but I don't know why we can't see the left to right curvature. That's why I'm
Well, that's
hoping
my whole
this
point.
looks into it.
That's my whole question. And you seem to be saying, well, no, I didn't say it only curves one way, but yet you're saying that it only curves one way. And now you're saying why?
I'm not saying it only curves one way. I'm saying I don't know why we cannot see the left to right curvature in that picture. That's not me saying there isn't any left to right curvature or it only curves one way.
Okay, fair enough. So we only see it curving one way, and you're wondering why we don't see it curving the other ways. I'm with you on that. I'm with you.
In that specific picture, but I doubt that's the only picture of Earth this Chinese space station has ever taken. I would bet, I would bet $500 right now that I could find a picture supposedly taken from the Chinese space station that has left to right curvature. I bet I could find that picture. Don't
I bet you're right. I bet you're right. But we're discussing this particular picture now.
Well, I don't have the answers for this particular picture. I'll be honest. I don't know why in this picture we can't see it left to right.
Okay, let me ask you this way. Is there any possible way in your mind that you can take a picture of a sphere and it coming out straight? Is there any way, is there any example in your head how this could happen? Like, you take a ball in your backyard and you take pictures of it? Will it ever look straight?
If I use a microscopic camera, right, like a camera that's the size of an atom, and I took a picture of the surface of a basketball, it would definitely look straight.
I would be willing to bet you on that as well. We'd see curve on it, but okay. But now it's getting to the ridicule part. Like, come on.
Have you never seen those pictures, SC, where they look at the surface of a basketball at a microscopic level? They zoom in, super zoomed in, and it looks flat. I'm sure you've seen those pictures.
Yeah, but I'm sure if we measure with a microscopic, which is probably impossible, I'm sure it's not going to be flat because it's not flat, right? There's constant curvature, bro. You can't make it flat by zooming in on it. Can you? I don't know.
Zooming in on it, it just makes that little piece we're looking at appear flat. But that's not me saying that the basketball all of a sudden is flat. It just looks flat because we're looking at a very small piece of it.
Okay, fair enough. But now, in the Chinese space station, did they use a microscope to view the Earth?
I don't think so, but I think the situations are equatable or relatable. They could be using a normal size camera to look at a very big ball, and that's equatable to using a very small camera to look at a normal size ball.
I don't know how you think of things, bro. I mean, it's unlogical to me.
That's fine. I mean, we don't have to agree. We actually shouldn't agree. It's more entertaining and more honest when we don't agree, And I also think we shouldn't be trying to force each other to change each other's minds and positions. I think we should be able to hold different positions and
Absolutely,
still.
respectfully, and yeah,
Yeah,
like we're doing now. Absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more. Yep.
that's what's up.
You'll never hear me down you or anything. If you're talking polite with me, you'll never hear me like, why should I? It's your opinion. It's, you know, but if you tell me, oh yeah, it's curtain, well, then you're going to get feedback, right? But if you talk normally and we discuss ideas, yeah, I mean, obviously.
I mean, I'm open to criticism of my ideas as long as you were saying it's done respectfully. That's fine.
Yeah, me too. I'm open. If put it this way, if somebody is not open to criticism, then they have nothing. You shouldn't even be talking to them.
Exactly. Shouldn't be talking.
So I'm looking forward to your analysis on this. I mean, look further into it. Now we have 2 space stations. Now I wonder, do they have a cupola? I just found out this recently. I'm going to look into it more. Do they have O-rings? There's so many things that we can compare here. It's going to be good.
That will be interesting. Yeah? And I mean, I'm not going to look into it at all, Odysee, but I implore you to do it.
That's a lie. That is a bold-faced lie, brother. You know you are.
on my life.
Yeah, it's such
this doesn't
an
interest me.
emotional explanation earlier on. You're going to be looking into it. Come on, don't give me that.
Guaranteed.
I'm gonna wait for Essie to bring back feedback, and then we're gonna discuss it.
I bet you within hours, Kosho, Zanuck, they're all going to come back experts on the Chinese space station. I'm willing to bet money on it.
I agree with you 100% because Kosho and Zanuck, they're those type of people that take this argument a bit too seriously. I won't.
You saying it's not a serious topic?
I'm saying it's not a topic I take seriously. It could be a topic you take seriously, but subjectively, it's not one that I do. I'm sure there are topics I take seriously that you don't. So.
Oh, by the way, interesting development. Like I looked at that video quick. It was late last night. So apparently they found a way to produce oxygen. They produce all their oxygen using water, using recycling
Yes,
water.
thank
Now
you, Effie. That's amazing. Yeah.
Now that
That was
struck me
offered
as
up in the
amazing, Jin, because
presentation.
you know why, Jin? We have to find out a way that they have to resupply their water, right? You can't just
Yes.
keep using it and breaking it, and you have to resupply it at one point, right?
Right, exactly that. Remember, they're talking about going to the moon, the south pole of the moon, 2025, minus 400 degrees Fahrenheit. That's bloody cold, right? And a young man asked a question in March when they did their presentation for their new Axiom suits. How does the suit protect them from radiation? Now, the presenter says, yes, well, what we have to do is get the astronauts as quickly as we can to the nearest celestial body. Let's say that's the moon. Okay, so they've arrived on the lunar surface now. Now, once they're on the lunar surface, the moon itself is blocking most of that radiation from underneath. That was the explanation, right? Then on the surface, they will have to go underground in order to avoid the radiation. They'll have to go into these volcanic, what do they call these, where the channels, when the moon was molten, they left behind these volcanic channels. They'll have to go in there to hide from the radiation. That was the explanation.
That's a
And then they
joke.
talked about the
How did the
water.
Apollo astronauts do it?
They didn't do it at all, did they? They were running around, playing on the moon, playing golf, running around in moon buggies. They didn't have any protection at all. None. They didn't go underground either. Right. And
They
then
had
that water
fabric.
thing. Yeah,
They
the
had
fabric
fabric.
was. Yeah, they didn't. The fabric didn't protect them from the radiation, not at all. The other thing is the water thing that you mentioned, yeah, because they mentioned that in the presentation, and I thought because they're going to use the water to create air. How are they going to do that?
Well, they say they have a way to break the water, blah, 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 but that's not the point. Let's say they do have that capability. They're going to have to replenish the water.
Yeah, that's going to run out. Yeah, how are they going to do that? That's a good point. You know, they're talking about this because millions of gallons of tons, they've said, of water. Wow. The moon has evolved over the years. It was a dust, dry ball at one time. Now it's water. Wow.
Hey,
And where did this water come from?
hey, can I ask that guy a question?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
So when water forms a glob, how do you get it to flow in space?
That's a damn good question.
Yeah, because in a vacuum, water freezes, apparently.
You know what else I heard?
Easy.
And that in that video, you guys could see it. That blew my mind. And I said, they can't. There's no way they said that, right? Can't be possible. And now that you said the water thing, just reminded me. Guess what they're gonna use to wash in the Chinese space station to wash themselves? You're not gonna believe it. They have a spray gun. They have a spray gun.
Oh, that's ridiculous. They haven't.
You don't believe me? Check out the video, man. It's crazy. Like, they think we're stupid. They think they're, and mostly, most of the people they talk to are, unfortunately, yeah.
It must be a sealed container, no electrics. That would have to be.
So imagine now Chinese astronauts with a spray gun spraying themselves and water flying everywhere in an electrical system. Like, how did they come up with this stuff? It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, I'm going to look into it. But, their spaceship looks very much like modules and cubicles, very tightly sealed. It is very neat. That is the one word that runs through the inside of the ISS. Very neat, slick, chic. Very. So it might be possible that they could have this spray gun in a cubicle.
I don't know. I'd like to see them take a shower, man, with that spray gun. It's gonna be the funniest thing. Little pellets floating around everywhere. Oh my god.
Yeah. yeah, this is it. Because you've got to have a vacuum, some kind of vacuum to suck away all that water that's flying around. They're going to have to be in a cubicle without a doubt. They can't be having that gun in the environment they're in.
They're gonna have to be sealed somewhere, right? Completely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Completely sealed up. Yeah. And then before they leave, every drop of water would have to be removed before
That's
they open
right.
that door. Yeah. They're going to work that all out. Just solar panels, all that kind of technology.
Yeah, I want to check out their seals, what they use for their seals for their doors. Yeah, if they have a cupola. Yeah, if they're dumb, if they're stupid, like the designers of the cupola to put a rod right through right through the metal. Yeah.
Yeah, that's ridiculous as well, isn't it? When I've spoken about the Chinese space station on other servers, 24/7, GM Pandas, and what's the other one? The VDL. Yeah, they're not interested. Didn't get a warm welcome at all. But yeah,
Of course
I'm with
not.
you on
They
that
don't
one.
want anything that kills their fantasy. They don't want to hear that. Of course not.
I've been trying all morning to do something with a ultrasonic humidifier where it's a small thing. I'm just trying to make a little contraption, but just the little small amount of positive pressure from just the ultrasonic making the little mist, in there. It's like I am having such trouble with saran wrap and rubber bands being able to do anything with this to stop it. Like even when I think it's like I've stopped up all the little holes that it could get out, it finds a new place. Like it's
absolutely, bro.
very smart. This stuff at the pressure, it's like it finds the weakest point and then it goes out. It's just because there's a little tiny amount of positive pressure, just a little bit, only a tiny bit. But that's way different than the ratio of ISS to outer space, right?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
tremendously different.
Not even in the same ballpark. Yeah.
No. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The pressure, the torque pressures, the
And then Zanuck
the
comes in. It's like, well, it
values.
doesn't really work like that because it's the opposite way because the things that are inside are outside and outside is.
They think they can get away with that inside-outside thing. Yeah.
Because the pressure, so you don't really understand. Yeah, the pressure is no. I'm saying like things wish to find equilibrium, and they will, and it's really hard. The more the differential, the greater the differential, the more sort of inherently dangerous it would be, but also mechanically challenging. Why can't we just say that?
Yeah. The key word here. The key word here is outgassing. When you're talking about the conditions of space, the key word is outgassing.
Outgassing, right.
Yeah. That means the material that they use, any rubber, has stuff inside of it, chemicals, has air, and there's no way around this. If it's exposed to a vacuum, these materials will exit the structure and will render it useless. It's a fact. There's nothing around that. O-rings cannot work where they say they are in the ISS. There's no way around that. They would fail.
Right. Now, the person who designed the O-ring for that cupola thing, okay, when he was told what it was being used for on the ISS, the look on his face was of surprise.
That's right.
Yeah. He looked
He
well
said they
surprised.
actually use this? I think he said they actually use it? Yeah.
Use this? Yeah.
Very humble man. Very humble man, has his own company. He makes motorcycle stands. And the people that work for him didn't even know that he was associated with NASA. Very humble dude.
Yeah. And he did surprise. He was surprised because he was kind of letting us know that wasn't the intended use for that O-ring.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're going to blame the Italians because apparently the Italians built the cupola. That's why the name cupola. So now they're going to blame the Italians.
Francis Ford cupola. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you have a leak, you have a leak. Apparently, no problem.
Yeah. The number one man who spent most of the time, all these pictures that you see from, when they show the Atmos and green glowing, that's this dude. This is the guy that spent probably most of the time in the cupola than anybody, and he doesn't know the emergency situation if there's a leak. Now, if you believe
protocol.
that,
Yeah, he didn't know the protocol. That would be Don Pettit, wasn't it? He didn't know the protocol as to what to do. Yeah.
That's the man. Yeah.
Yeah. What did he call it? Really advanced science or something? What did he call it? An explanation.
Really good engineering, I believe his term was.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Really good engineering.
What a freaking joke, man. Now, it's easy to say that's a joke, right? Now, anybody, you don't believe this? On your free time, YouTube, submarine, leak, emergency testing, okay? Have a look at that, man.
Protocols.
Even the cook, even the guy that peels potatoes knows his line in the emergency, knows his spot in the emergency line. Have a look how serious they take this. It's crazy, man.
Yeah. They practice drills. They actually practice. They simulate it regularly, don't they? That's part of
They
their
have
training.
They have a place with pipes right? That's exactly the size of a submarine, and they simulate leaks, and they all go through it, and you see them carrying wrenches. It's crazy. It's like a mad choreography. Yeah.
Well, it is. It is, isn't it? And it's real. Real time. You're looking at it, and it is real. Yeah, yeah. I've seen it. I've seen those videos myself. And because I was gonna talk about this about 10 minutes ago, and how they are in the ISS. They're just carefree, They're not even thinking about that, and they're traveling at 25 times the speed of sound. Remember?
Yeah, it's a complete joke. Anybody believes that, man, you are gone. You're totally gone.
Yeah. And now there's an ISS out there, Chinese International Space Station, and we don't hear them waving to each other as they pass by. There should be a pass by regularly.
Well, it's a Chinese. So every 15 minutes, it actually passes the. I'm just joking. That's a Chinese food joke. Okay, forget it.
Right. Yeah, I'm just
You
thinking.
eat it and you're hungry
I
15
haven't
minutes.
heard anything from. Yeah, I haven't heard any news from the Chinese really looking, and I haven't heard anything as such. Nothing's come out in the news bulletins. They're talking about rockets, Elon Musk blowing his rocket up, and they're saying that was I think that was a $3 billion rocket there, and they said they're learning curve. They can
How
afford to
much?
burn $3 billion. $3 billion.
How much water would they need to send up to the ISS? Because, like I just posted in the live stream text, submarines use a process called electrolysis to split the water to get oxygen.
Yeah.
But they're surrounded by water, aren't they? But how does the ISS do it? They must have a big storage of water up there to be able to, manufacture this oxygen. And I don't know
And
if
I'm
anyone here has ever been stuck in an elevator. Oh my God, the oxygen levels go down real quick. Doesn't take long until you're hyperventilating.
Have you ever been in a steel trailer in the winter? Just breathe. You just breathe, and then there's like condensation, and it just drips down. You actually have to like angle everything out so it doesn't drip back on you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I can't see
I'm
how
sure
they're
there's
producing.
records of them supplying the water, right? Both for the ISS and for this Chinese. I'm sure there's regular scheduled maintenance water drops, right? They would have to be, right?
Yeah.
So easy to catch them on their lies, man. It's so easy.
Yeah. Where does the water come from as well? They're talking about drinking their own urine or purifying the urine on the ISS, and they were going to purify their poo as well, apparently. Okay, back in 2019, 2018, 2019. That's what they were suggesting.
So they can make air out of their pee or coffee. That's dope.
You see the video where the guy they put pee through one of those purifying machines, and the guy takes a zip out of it, and they're like, I think he even spit it out.
He said it's piss. That's what he said. He drank it and he said it's piss.
Come on.
Oh wow, man.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to like separate all those things out, actually. You know, like your coffee would definitely have an aftertaste to it.
Yeah. It's
And the air
the
might.
one that debunks the whole mission. The toilet problem just totally destroys the whole lie that
You
they're
have to
telling
air
you.
that shit out, man. Right?
Yeah. Man has to go for a poo, has to go for a dump and a piss. And what we see, the equipment they use is totally unsatisfactory. They've got a new one that costs $23 million, fitted back in 2019, after the one previous to that was $19 million, broke down. It was backing up.
Yeah.
So they had a
Do
new
they even
one
have
fitted
a?
in September of 2019. Yeah, when you look at it, it looks like the old-fashioned Hoover. That's what it with a hose on it. That's what it looks like.
You just stick your bits in there and
That's what it
Have
is.
Right.
It's a
Yeah.
vacuum hose. Yeah,
Well,
with a cup at the end of it.
they should
Literally.
subcontract the Japanese. They're making great toilets these days, right?
That's right. That's right. They should have done. Definitely. Not only that, the previous one they had before was more suited to the women as well because it had the curvature cup and they could use it a little bit for the women. But the one now is worse.
Listen, I'm not even
Even
sure how a
worse.
woman. How could a woman do her situation up there?
Yeah.
That's an
Exactly.
insertion. That has to be an insertion of some sort to make that happen. Otherwise, we got lots of problems. It's a mess. It's gonna be a mess.
It's going to be a complete mess, exactly. So and you'd have to clean that every time it gets used. The women would have to clean that. There's a hygiene problem going on there. Urine crystallizing.
You'd be telling all your
underneath
friends
that.
like, "Oh, Jim, you smell like piss," and they'd be like, "No, that's you, Don."
Yeah.
Can you imagine the odor in that thing? If you were to walk into that thing, can you imagine the smell in there?
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
Man,
Yeah.
but that's not cool because when the Chinese captain called way too high, when he goes over to visit the ISS, he's gonna be like, "Man, these people, they're pigs, pigsty in here."
Yeah, it is. It's disgusting. Now, when I looked into this back in 2019, 2018, looking at the toilet thing, because it came up in a documentary that Generism posted up. It was called Has NASA Lost Its Way? And it was talking about how much money NASA was using at the time when there was a recession on, and yet they're talking about a $19 million toilet, right, going up to the ISS. Okay, so when I looked into it, then I thought to myself, why are they spending 19 million? And when you see the toilet, it's very open. It's not like in an aeroplane. When you go into an aeroplane cubicle, it's all neatly shut. That's what they should have had on the ISS. One of those, and it wouldn't cost 19 million, would it?
We're like
Would
a
it?
porta potty, like a porta john. Just stick that on the shit on the side. Have the dudes come collect that
I mean,
stuff.
realistically speaking, we know they're not up there, but I mean, they could have offered up a better design. An aeroplane one would have been sufficient, surely. You know, those of you who have flown know what I mean. Yeah, you could seal it up nicely, sit down when they flush. It's all neat. That's what they should have had on the ISS if they were going to put one on. But of course, they're not going up there, are they? Anyway, so there's no need for it. They're just going to lie to us. But they didn't give us the noble. The noble lie would be the aeroplane cubicle type toilet, proper. That would be the noble lie, but they can't be bothered to be noble anymore. They're giving up. So they're just giving us the bare-faced lie to your face. That's what they use. And then when they had to demonstrate it, right, on the YouTube, just show us how you use it. They kept asking each other, no, you do it, Hank. No, you do it, Tom. No, you do it, Cassidy. No, you do it. None of them knew how to use it because they never use it. Terrible.
Can you imagine how many months without taking a shower? What was the record they said? I don't know how many months, 8 months. Can you imagine a human being?
15 months on the Russian has that record, doesn't he? 15 months.
Yeah, sure.
Being in space, supposedly.
Probably have life forms growing on them, you know?
Well, just the filth of it all, because like you're just skin cells and grease and dirt and dust and all that shit, just like over I don't know how many years. They should bring a maid service through there sometimes, that'd be Windex that shit. Or else,
Notice
really,
how the
these
callers
dudes,
are not talking now? Notice how they're not talking?
I mean, don't you think that you would have to spend a good deal of your day just cleaning and maintaining shit so that it wouldn't, be terrible?
Yeah, because like that's why I said the hygiene problem would be too much. Because what the women have to use is the same as the men. There's no curvature for the woman's vagina area to cover it properly so that she could then urinate with no problem. It's a hole.
From what we
Put their
understand,
penis
yeah.
in is what the women are using, the same thing. So it's impossible. They can't be using that.
Well, unless they're
Be using it.
uncompleted trans, that's possible there, right? Who knows? But anyway, it's just there's a lot of difficulties. We really don't have that much information about what they just normally do. But I don't know. You would think we could and should have more info about what they're up to.
Well, if you see the seat's a square. It's a square-shaped seat. It doesn't even have any curvature for your buttocks. It's a square hole, man. It's a square
Another
with a
great
round
thing
hole.
to think about. Check this out, guys. Look at all the vessels we have, right? Let's take a submarine, for example, right?
Right.
Submarine pressurized thing. How many components are on the exterior of a submarine that need servicing?
Almost nothing. Almost nothing. It's slick, isn't it?
Nothing. Just a periscope up there that goes up and down, right?
That's it.
Nothing of vital importance.
Basically.
Yeah. So what's the wisdom of putting all that stuff on the outside of the ISS where you got to do spacewalks to? I mean, does anybody think out there?
Exactly. Because that's been highlighted many times that the stuff they're repairing should have been placed on the inside. Schoolboy error there.
Yeah, like let's put the alternator on the outside of the car. Let's put the battery on the outside of the car. Let's put the. I mean, what? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, let's put
Like, how can you justify that? Like, how can an engineer say, let's put this vital component on the outside, where we'd have to go in the radiation and the vacuum of space and repair it every so often? Like, really? Really? You're an engineer. You work for NASA.
Yeah, they should be able to think better than that, but they can't, can they?
How would you do it
let
better?
themselves down anyway. They're just revealing how we know they're not up there.
Like,
So what would be a better solution then? SE.
The solution? Put it inside. I don't know. Just saying.
Where? How?
Where? How?
Yeah, where and how?
Do you
And
know
why?
the difference between inside and outside?
No, I'm just asking you where they should place it, how they should place it, and why.
Maybe they should have a word with submarine designers.
No, we're talking
And the
about the
submarine
ISS, not
designers would say,
submarines.
look, you see, this is the submarine. This is the outside. This is the inside. Now put all that stuff that you have on the outside inside. How about that?
Why?
Yeah. You know,
Why?
remember traveling at
There's no use talking.
17,500 miles per hour.
I'm not going to disengage with you. There's absolutely no reason to have a conversation with you, Ed.
Because you can't answer my question.
Yeah, I see,
Yep.
but why?
You win.
But why?
It's not about me winning, it's just about you not answering.
Yeah,
Like,
you
but
win.
why? Yeah, but why not talk to him? Why?
Yeah.
Why?
What's the
why?
benefit?
Why should you put all your stuff inside and not have the astronauts be exposed to the danger of being killed every so often? I can't think of a reason why.
Ed's
It's
just
part of
that
the job.
annoying 7-year-old kid that just goes, why? Why?
Yeah, yeah. Ed is one of the, let's not get into that. Everybody knows what Ed does.
Yeah, that's cute. Anyway, you're not giving any reason, so that's why I'm asking you why.
If you have to ask that, bro, then, I mean, there's no reason to talk with you.
That's not an argument.
Like, Ed, I get that it's a real question, right? It's like, hey, don't put your hand in the fire; it will burn. And then you're saying, but why? Like, explain fire. I get it's a real question, but it's not sincere, you know.
Right, but that's not analogous because since I already know what fire burns my hand, so why not just focus on the actual topic, which is the ISS, and SE's saying a bunch of stuff.
Okay, I'll answer your question, and he's going to ask another why. Watch this. Why, Ed? Because it's safer for the astronauts. Now your turn. Go.
It's part of their job to do spacewalks, so.
You see? See that? Part of their job's to die. That's his answer.
Yes, it's actually part of their job. Yes. What do you
There it
think
is.
is going to happen when they go up to space and the thing explodes, the rocket?
No,
They
this is
die.
good.
Not logical to you that
Yeah,
the
they're
stuff
they're
could be
let's
on the
in
inside.
Montreal. I'll clarify. In no part of their description is you may die. It's a possibility,
They
but
know the
you made it
risk.
seem like they go up there going, "I'm gonna die, so I'm gonna do it anyway."
They know the risk.
The question could be answered very simply. On a submarine, a lot of drag is affected on it, and anything on the outside of a submarine would probably get ripped off after a while. And the ISS, there's no atmosphere, so there's not a drag that's going to rip stuff off of it. And having stuff on the outside means you can have more on the inside.
That's a good answer. We can talk with. The fact of the matter is, why would you put anything and endanger your astronauts? Wouldn't it make sense to design from the get-go, like every other craft, every plane, every helicopter, everything, all the most that they can put inside, right? Well, maybe the exception of helicopter, but you know what I'm saying, right? Wouldn't you put the
But
vital
remember,
things
all those
inside and
things.
not expose your astronauts to danger? Doesn't that make sense?
It would, except that if they did that, then the ISS would theoretically have to be twice as big.
So we'll give away some safety for size, is what you're saying. It doesn't compute, bro. It doesn't equate in any
More
logical.
computers.
That's personal incredulity.
That's like more computers, more experiments that they can perform inside, and it's the same thing as like all those things you named still have to do maintenance on the outside of them. So a submarine has to surface for for people, for the sailors to work on it and everything. They could fall off. I mean, there's always safety aspects to it. It's just space in that situation is a lot more dangerous. There is no man overboard, basically.
Now that is not a logical explanation. Not at all.
Why not?
Not in the hazards that we're dealing with. It's, as a matter of fact, it's broken logic. Completely broken logic, bro.
Are you going to explain why or just claim it?
Every why does he have to? Why do you keep saying why? This is a conversation. Every industry has its safety hazards that could be fixed if we said, let's just not do it that way so they don't get hurt. Well, then it'd be less productive, probably. I mean, there are always reasons for why a dangerous part of a job has to be done.
To me, it seems like unnecessary risk, but if that's okay with you, well, okay. I mean,
they spend the money on a spacesuit. If you spend money on a spacesuit, I want them to fucking use it.
Spacesuit? Don't get me started on a spacesuit, bro, because that's absolutely impossible. There's zippers in the spacesuit, Sean. That's another joke. That's probably the biggest joke of all.
You do realize that watertight zippers exist, right? So why wouldn't airtight zippers exist?
Those the divers that wear the big suits, those things have zippers. You can seal it still. It still has, you can have waterproof
Does it ever get wet?
Not in a dry suit.
Zippers are in the back?
Yeah, there's zippers on all around. That's why you usually see them needing help to get in and out.
So you think a zipper is enough to hold pressure? Like, you seriously think that?
Just a zipper, no, but a zipper combination like they have, absolutely. I can show you dry suits that have zippers on them. It's not just a zipper. It's not like just your zipper. It's a system that has it, and it's, at the final step of it, it's a zip.
Yeah, but water's a little bit. Water's a little different. Yeah, water has like high viscosity. Yeah.
Go ahead, thanks.
Oh, I was going to say, water has is a little bit different than air, right? I mean, you've seen capillary tubes. You can't fit water through a certain certain size. It has tension, etc. So there's reasons that water won't penetrate where air will penetrate.
Absolutely. Look at that thing. Sean, are you seriously thinking that that thing there can hold pressure? Like, seriously? You seriously believe that?
I don't see the picture yet. I'm on my phone and I got crap Wi-Fi.
16 past.
Oh, is that part of, you can see the, why not? It's different. This is like how many layers are there right there? I see one, two. I'm looking at it.
Look at the other picture that I posted, 17 past. Does that look similar to you?
It looks like two different things.
Yeah. One that actually holds pressure and one that doesn't.
Well, you're saying that, but we've already established that there are suits that can hold pressure, and those dry suits that they dive with into bays and shit with, we know the big helmets, and they can talk, and those things have pressure, and those zip up.
There is no chance in hell that you can make a suit for a vacuum with a zipper.
That's personal incredulity,
You're
SE. Come
saying
on.
vacuum, but that's not the case, or the pressure. That's not the point of the argument. The point of the argument is can it hold pressure, right?
What's the problem with airtight zippers if watertight zippers exist?
I just posted a picture of a zipper that is in a spacesuit. If you think this thing could hold pressure, then there's nothing else that we can discuss here.
That's not an argument.
We're on two different
But
worlds.
That's just one layer of that suit, though.
What are you saying? That
multiple
is not that part doesn't hold the vacuum?
I'd say that part is one of multiple parts of the suit that holds it.
So it does hold vacuum. This part does hold vacuum.
Yes, it is one part of the many other parts of the suit that make it so it holds pressure.
Well, if you think that, bro, there's no further reason for us to continue this conversation. You're in La La Land, and
What about
there's nothing else that I could say to you, bro.
How about I show you suits that have zippers that are made to hold pressure?
It doesn't matter, Sean. He's just gonna deny it and laugh.
No, we
Didn't you hear
have
him?
one test. We have one test of this said suit, and after a few seconds, the thing popped. The guy fell over, felt his tongue bubbling. These are the facts.
Yeah, SE, don't do that.
No chance
That guy, with that test, what were the effects of putting a man in a vacuum without safety protection? That's why that guy's tongue boiled. That's why that happened to him, not because the suit didn't hold pressure.
What are you talking about? Wasn't the suit the safety protection against the vacuum?
That test that you just described was the test that was like the very early test when they were trying to figure out what would happen if a man was in the vacuum of space. They didn't know what to expect.
Okay, now they know what to expect, right? Now they know?
Absolutely.
Okay, now I want you to show me a video, right, where they have the astronauts. They have this huge place where they can test them, right? I want you to show me a video where they have the astronauts in the suits under pressure and they're testing the equipment, simulating how they're going to put things together, can you show me a video like that?
Them doing
not underwater
in the
like doing the same maneuvers they're doing, underwater, testing the things and making sure they can bolt things on and take things off, making sure that their hands could grip. Show me that. Can you please show me those tests?
Why would they do that?
Come on, Sean, man.
Let me
You
ask
see,
you
you got no ground to stand on here, bro.
How much do those suits weigh?
Sorry?
How much does an astronaut, when they spacewalk, how much do those suits weigh?
A couple of 100 pounds, I think they say.
Okay, so and what they say the environment would it be equal to wearing a 200, 300 pound suit?
Probably not, no.
Okay, then why would you want to see a video of them using these suits to do work and move around if that's not the environment those suits are built for that?
Then they're useless. If they
Okay,
can't test those suits, and
so what you're saying is that you want to see them in a 200 to 300 pound suit doing work and moving around and on Earth in average atmosphere, just because you want to see that part, even though those suits aren't made for that. They're made so that they're not having to feel all that weight, and that's why they do it in the water.
Okay, back up now. Right, what you're saying is true, but listen now. The suit weighs that much because of the backpack, right? The pack in the back there. They
I'm
can
sure that's
remove that.
part of it.
That is the part of it. The rest is material. That is what weighs the suit down. Okay? So what they can do is they can eliminate that backpack, right? Put a hose in, right? And do it that way. Because there's no way you're gonna tell me that a military operation, and make no mistake about it, this is a military operation, that they didn't test everything. Every single little thing is tested. Okay? So you're going to tell me they didn't test the suit in those conditions? That is impossible, bro. There's no way you can justify that. Zero.
I can definitely show you videos of astronauts wearing those spacesuits, even with the box on the back of it, not in water and not with a harness, just walking and moving somewhere. Yeah, there are videos of that. But again, them working, them doing what you wanted them to do doesn't even make sense.
No, not only does it make sense, John,
why
it's
would
a
they? How about this?
necessity.
How about this? If they're going to be using those suits, why would they remove the box and then hook up a system that's not going to be what they're be using? Why is that logical?
To eliminate the weight, you gave a weight problem, and I gave you a weight solution.
Why is it a problem?
You said it's a problem because they couldn't
Yeah,
hold
on
the
Earth.
weight on their backs, therefore not trained properly, right? And I gave
On
you a
Earth.
solution.
Yeah, okay. Again, if they're training on Earth to go to space, you would want a situation where you're almost replicating what it's going to be like. So why would you do work with the suit on, box off on Earth without the atmospheric feeling?
Well, that's my whole point. Why do they train in a swimming pool, Sean? To simulate the weightlessness, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Now, is there also a pressure issue? What do you think is a greater issue? The weightlessness or the pressure, Sean? What do you think is a greater hazard to humans?
Depends on where you are, I guess, right? Are you in water or are you in space?
It doesn't depend. In space.
Okay. Obviously the pressure.
Obviously. So why would you not obviously train for this?
What are you
would
saying?
Train, but you would spend all your time in a pool, right? Weightlessness, yeah, okay, that's important. But you wouldn't train for pressure?
Look, they are. You understand that those suits are pressurized, and they're talking and they're breathing in those suits. There's no water getting in the suits. That's literally doing that.
Negative. It's literally not doing that. It's literally doing the opposite of that. Literally the opposite of that, Sean.
What do the boxes do?
What
That's
boxes?
on the back of the box on the back of their suits. What does it do?
The spacesuits, they provide oxygen and they provide heating and cooling.
Okay. If just in the way it's talked about, if an astronaut tries to breathe in space without an oxygen tank, what happens?
That's a silly question.
Okay, it is. It is. What happens if that tank fails and the suit fails and water fills up the suit in a pool? What happens? It's another silly question, right? The guy fucking drowns in his suit. Okay, so you tell me how there's no pressure regulation in a pool if they're already saying there is in space, right? So they're already checking pressure. They're checking how it feels with quote unquote weightlessness. So again, why would they do it out of a pool? And how is it ridiculous in a pool?
Well, I just explained to you. It's not ridiculous in the pool because they're simulating weightlessness.
And
that's
pressure.
one aspect, right?
And
now,
pressure.
You can't make that same argument about the pressure.
Yeah, I can.
No, you can't.
Okay, when they go into a pool with those suits on, do the suits fill up with water?
No.
Okay, when you put a wetsuit on, does the inside of the wetsuit fill up with water?
No.
Yes, it does. The water still gets in because there's two
It does?
different
Okay.
systems.
I don't know about wetsuit.
Okay, but here's the thing: why does water not fill the suit?
Which suit? The space suit?
Yes.
Because it's watertight?
Okay, so if it's watertight, that means the pressure inside the suit isn't being released because the suits are bigger than the people are, right? And there's air in there, so we know that there's a pressure. It's pressurized. So
okay, now how does that apply to the different and massively different, like other way pressure in space? How does that even compare?
Well, again, it's how much pressure do you think is pulling on that suit or pushing on that suit? I'm sorry.
What do you mean?
From space, when an astronaut goes out there and he's there, how much pressure is pushing or pulling on him? Because you said an extraordinary amount. So I'm kind of wondering how much pressure compared to the I think it's like 12 or something like that psi inside the suit. If I think it actually is like 9. But anyway, how much pressure is so extreme that it's pulling on the suits?
It's 10 to the minus 12 torr. Do you have any idea what that means?
That isn't that the pressure further out in space or closer to the moon?
No, I think it's 10 to the minus 17 out there where you're thinking.
But see, when you say that, it doesn't make sense because here's the thing. If in a plane, they pressurize it, or like a commercial jet, and they pressurize those suits and they can be in a pool which has a lot